Quite windy in that the flags have not stopped moving and the cloud cover is quite thick as well. We're not expecting rain today, but looking at the clouds, well, they might have some other plans for us.
Expect the unexpected at the mountain. Shit, Adam, wash your mouth out. You know that it can it can blow a little bit of a thunderstorm up. We've had a couple of these spotty thunderstorms. Yesterday, when Crosey and I were at the track doing the track walk, which if you didn't hear earlier on, we'll replay on RS1 and we'll have it for download as well on the archive. It was absolutely teeming down back at our accommodation. I got 2 or 3 spots on the screen of the Cayenne GTS on the way in. We didn't get wet.
Well, I got sunburned. So yeah. That's the nature of this place. Right now, it's 19.4 degrees. It's the coolest it's been since I got here on Monday.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite brisk outside. A little light breeze coming across from the east.
It's quite brisk. Tell that the people in Europe where it's just above freezing.
Relative. It was 39 degrees here Tuesday, which was unpleasant. So, yeah, a little breeze coming across from the Blue Mountains across from the east. So, yeah, nice conditions. And as Garth touched on before, from a lap time point of view, this is the kind of stuff that you order in one of these cars at this place.
Yeah, the wind's going the fast way at the moment. This is the way.
Yep.
When the wind's blowing this way, this is fast because it's a headwind going from McPhillamy into Skyline, so across the top of the mountain, and it's a tailwind down the front straight. That's how the wind traditionally blows here, Mount Panorama, east to west. It either blows from the east to the west or the west to the east. When it blows from the west to the east and there's dark clouds coming from the west,
run away.
Yeah, go and hide. Yeah.
Get to dropping.
If you want to get in touch with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre at RSL_studio, I'm keeping an eye on the socials. Hashtag this weekend, Quilsey?
Same as it's always been, B12Hr. Use hashtag IGTC as well to acknowledge the fact this is the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, as it's been every year since 2016. So, Battle of the Brands, Porsche, the reigning champions, anchored off a win at this race last year, but BMW, Ferrari and Mercedes AMG will all be fighting for that championship over all of basically the biggest GT3 races around the world. So the Spa 24-hour, Nürburgring 24-hour part of it. They're off to Indianapolis again for the 8 hours there at the Brickyard. So it's a big calendar for IGTC. And at the end, one of the brands, NED, one of the drivers, gets to lift the trophy.
Curious to see an early stop from Maro England and Mercedes. So they're effectively just scrubbing a set of tyres, and that is already prepping for Sunday. That's a set of tyres that will not go on that car again until Sunday, potentially late in the race.
Yeah.
So that's how far ahead teams are already planning this weekend. Literally the very first lap that car did this weekend is preparing for Sunday afternoon.
It's amusing as well, Garth, how many people are saying, we're just focusing on the race. We're not worried about qualifying.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Here's case in point on screen. Just focusing on nice, steady laps.
Scrubbing the tyres in.
That's probably lap 3. Yeah. And I'm just one of the Ferraris, probably Chaz Mostert. Just checking the mirror width against the concrete wall on the exit of Reed Park.
One of the Arise GT Ferraris, which is such an exciting addition to this race, and they were unbelievable for a first-year team in GT World Challenge Australia last year, and the performance they had to finish first and third in the championship. Chaz Mostert, Liam Talbot won the title, Elliot Sheep-Jackson was third. First year in, they did an outstanding job. Shea Adam back down in the lane.
Maro Engels just come back in, and guess what he just did? Scrubbed in another set of tires, so you guys are spot on. That team already looking at the race.
I didn't want to steal your thunder there, Shea, but I did figure they were coming back again after that first stop.
Yeah.
That's their plan, is to run a scrub tyre in the race. So when we say a scrub tyre, it's effectively when a brand new tyre comes out of the tyre mould when it's manufactured, it's quite shiny, and that's a little bit slippery for the first lap or two. So what they're doing is basically being more aggressive, so they can be more aggressive on the outlap after a pit stop. So they feel that with this tyre, that's a better way to go in the race. In quali, they'll be going out on a brand new tyre.
Wherever you are in the world, watching or listening, let us know at RSL_studio. What is it? It's 9:45 in the UK, 11:15 in Europe. I know there'll be a lot of people wanting to watch these early sessions, and sound and vision, of course, for the last few years. Hello to Mark Jancic, to Johnny P, Dan Vitali, all early in there. Thomas Rika saying G'day Straya.
Straya, which is spelled S-T-R.
Yeah.
Straya.
It's got a Y in it.
I would like to know on the socials today, John Hindhoff, who in the other side of the world is going to do the full race.
All right.
So it runs across our entire day. So they're for another side of the
They have to
world.
pull an all-nighter.
All-nighter. Who's pulling an all-nighter? I would love to know that. And I can't offer you a reward for that, except my praise, but I would love to know, which is worth
Well, I'm sure
absolutely nothing.
They'll get a shout-out.
They'll get a shout-out, but I would love to know who is planning to pull.
Ark Rail is known to give a shout-out for various gifts and rewards. So, I mean, the Richard Rail fan club was already getting around. I saw them last night. And
Yeah, they're good.
I mean, they just said, oh, is there any chance Rich could come and see us? And, well, he is a busy man, so if we can make that happen, I'll see what we can do, but no promises.
9 minutes and 41 seconds.
He can be tempted to events with some reckless brew.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he doesn't like to just... what we have learned this weekend, John, is you'd well appreciate, is he doesn't like to restrict himself just to one brand. He's more than happy to have various associations in the same category with various brands. So.
Oh, yes, but at the same time, Garth, I'm very big on supporting local business.
Absolutely.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Here's another close call up at the top. It's not nice, but barely on the curb.
Oh, look at how much room there is, John.
Yeah, what am I talking?
There's half a car there.
He's only doing 220 k's an hour.
Could have opened the door and got out the passenger side there. No
Open the
problem
door
at all.
and check the width yourself.
This is the 75 Express Kenny Bull car. This is again the car that a few years ago was pulled out of his apartment at the penthouse and came and raced. It's never finished worse than second.
Well, it's won and finished second.
Yeah,
Only ever raced at Bathurst.
The Bathurst car.
And it went back for the upgrade to Germany. So this is its third time at Bathurst. Third race at Bathurst. Never finished worse. It's only ever been first or second. So that's a pretty good CV for a race car.
So it's been on the podium twice and got more frequent flying miles than any of us.
Yeah.
Race car.
Pretty
Flown around the world a couple of times, but only ever raced at Bathurst.
If he pulled it out of the museum for that strike rate, imagine what happens if it goes back as a two-time winning car with another podium. What kind of museum does that go in? The Louvre? I don't know. That slow-mo shot at the top of the mountain, that director, Brian Forshaw, he's just come off a particularly big summer at tennis, so he's sped up his sporting activities in the last week or two, but was telling me that shot at the top is 16 times slow-mo, and we've only ever had 6 up there before. So
wow.
Super duper slow-mo up at
So
McDonald
if
Park.
we can shoot with looking into the windscreen and seeing the driver's eyes at 16 times slow-mo, we'll be able to see them changing their mind.
Exactly right. Correct. We'll look forward to that over the weekend.
Richard Creel, Garth Tander, me, John Hindhoff, and Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Pit lane's clear at the moment. First laps of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Welcome along wherever you are in the world. And as has been the case pretty much everywhere I've been in these last 4 weeks, in this fantastic 4 endurance 4 weekends that we've had, there's a BMW on top of the times. This a 2024 car. We've been looking at the new Evos at Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Daytona over the last couple of weeks, but this is a 2024 car, and Augusto Farfus is on top of the pile at the moment. More on the times at the moment after we've checked in on the lane.
I wanted to dive in and chat with Mark Griffiths because, Mark, you're back again with Team 19, same driver lineup that won the category last year. Did you think if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Yeah, correct. We weren't actually going to run, but then we thought you can't have 2 McLarens running around. Everyone talking about Chaz Mostert and V8 Supercar VS. So we had to come and see what can happen this weekend. But we have friends in those other 2 cars in the category, so it's all good fun, it's all good banter, and yeah, let's see what happens.
I mean, a weekend out with your mates when you're running around in a Mercedes around Mount Panorama, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Oh, if your wife was there, it'd be better. You need someone to cuddle at night. But she's enjoying spending money and shopping and eating food and just enjoying and doing what she does. So I'm happy for her, but yeah, it's a good day. Any day you're at Mount Panorama driving an AMG is a damn good day.
brownie points for that one. I think you just scored with your wife there. Last question. You guys are known for having a bit of fun during the race. You always seem to be a garage that's worth visiting. What surprises do you have up your sleeve for this year? You getting donuts for the boys at a random point in the race or something?
Well, there was talk they wanted strippers, was what they said. And we said, oh, there's no pole, so we had to abandon that idea. Yeah, so no, we'll just see. But they are all good friends that are here helping us. They all have businesses themselves. We appreciate that they've taken the time out to come and be with us. And we're just here to have some fun. We really are. We want to have fun and enjoy ourselves.
Well, good luck again this year. Hope to see you back up on that podium.
Thank you very much.
That's Team 19 Mark Griffith, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, a whole new connotation to the term pole position there from Mark. Chris McGowan tuning in every session from the UK. Chris Humphreys tries and most times passes the all-nighter, but he's got martial training on Sunday morning, one of the Orange Army. Audi getting a bit closer here, Garth? Top of the mountain?
There's still, there's still room there, John.
Is there though?
It's
still moving.
Isn't it interesting, John, how easy it is from up here when you get that different perspective? Yeah.
Who's driving that car at the moment? It's number 9. Oh, Lee Holdsworth. Well, he's done a lap or two around here, so
quite capable.
He knows where he needs to position the car. Done a lot of laps in that car in particular as well.
The longest serving trio of drivers in this race.
I saw the boys this morning on the way in. They were all ready to go. Dean Fiore, Mark Sini and Lee Holdsworth.
Mark's a ripper guy. Always a fascinating conversation with Mark, as it is with Mark Griffith. And hello to Sandy back home.
I love that it sounds like it's a competition who can spend the most money this weekend.
It does. Griffo was proudly showing off yesterday an app that he's got which controls his 2 remote-controlled lawnmowers. And he can track on his phone how much of his yard they've mowed. And he has named them Briggs and Stratton.
Brilliant.
That's what you're dealing with Griffo. He's a great character. And I love that Adam Christodoli continues just to come down and run around Bathurst in the GT4 car because it's hilarious.
He was on a beach 10 days ago when that deal came together.
Griffo said we weren't going to run, so clearly it was a late call.
I don't think Christo even went home, so you have to ask yourself, does Adam Christodoli go on a beach holiday with his race kit?
Well, I mean, all good racing car drivers have a helmet.
Right, that's great. I'm not sure I've ever taken my kit to the beach, but you've got to be ready to go at a drop of the hat, Rich.
Augusto Farfus, by the way, has just gone quickest in the number 32 BMW M4 from Team WRT. And if you're trying to spot the 2 Bimmers, one of them black, one of them white, their full BMW M livery this weekend. It looks stunning, those 2 cars. The white one is the 46 with the yellow on the side with the great Van VR, and the 2 Van der Linde brothers will be with Augusto Farfus in 32, which is a really spicy combination. So a 2:02.9 already.
Well, it's only 2/10 away from that lap we saw in practice last year, and that was lap 8 of practice 1 last year, lap 6. So Farfus on a very fast first sector on this one, so he might go faster again. Do you think Augusto Farfus is still running after Daytona? He's just driving everything as fast as he can to get away from everyone.
I think so. Yes. Yeah,
quite the eventful 24-hour for him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was I was on the air when that was happening.
Yeah, I enjoyed the international communication that was popping out of the window of that car at various points as well.
I think it was being pointed out to by Tommy Milner that Tommy was in first position.
Yeah, he wanted to be. He wanted to be number 1.
Yeah.
Very. I mean, talk about Australianisms. That was very Australian thing to do.
He was just getting himself in the mood for this week, wasn't he?
Fair play to Tommy Milner as well. He was very considerate in his comments about Augusto, because he's raced with him for a long time. And then somebody's made a T-shirt of that. I know Neil Gardner, our artist in residence, RSL, has done a great pencil drawing of the incident. He even got himself a race glove, and he's done that as a commission for somebody. Tommy Milner has had some T-shirts made, and they're being sold off for the conservation of the American Eagle charity. So the Big Bird.
Yes,
so that was the Big Bird.
A very Chevrolet thing to do.
Yeah, very much.
That's cool.
Tommy's a good lad. And I agree. If you haven't seen it on socials, go and look at Tommy.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought it was great words as a race car driver.
Absolutely.
Understanding the situation and once the emotion had gone out of it. So, yeah, there's a full online. Go check that out. Just put in Daytona 24-hour BMW Corvette, you'll find it.
Yeah, it'll be right at the very top of the search results on Google, wouldn't it? We're just riding with Chaz Mostert in the Arise Racing GT Ferrari, so he's gone 6th at a 2:04.1. So Kenny Habul shown behind the wheel of car 75 Express at Sun Energy 1, and then 2:03.4 for Kenny on his first lap out, which is a very, very respectable lap time. That long-serving combination with Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoles. John and I were talking yesterday that of the two of those, Jules got all the hero moments, but Luca has done all of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, he's done all the grunt work, hasn't he?
Yeah,
and I thought last year it was nice touch that Jules actually said to Luca, no, you can go qualify.
Yeah.
You go and have some of the fun effectively.
Exactly.
And
so.
I thought that was really cool.
And put the thing in the top 6. They did a very, very good job as well. Yeah.
It's that middle part of the race that we were talking about on our pit walk yesterday, which if you didn't hear it, you'll be able to download it from radiolemont.com, along with all of our extra programming and early week programming from here at the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. It's that middle part of the race where, what did you say? Cromwell said he was buying a ticket to the last 2 hours. That is a great saying.
I need to pay Neil the royalties for using that
Yeah,
line.
well, we credited him, I think.
It's
It's like being the midfield dynamo in a soccer team. You put all the hard yards in, and somebody else pops the ball in the back of the net at the end of it. But you've covered every blade of grass, and you need that. And I think you're right. I think Luca is possibly not undervalued, but I think looking from the outside, it's easy to forget his contribution to those victories.
Yeah, agreed. It's just that Gounon's been in the car, but in the Bentley and the AMG, when all the big dramatic race-defining moments at the end have happened, which is when everyone's watching and everyone's glued into it. But that workman-like stuff in Aussie rules pilots, GT, he's the guy that gets 30 touches every game, but he's never going to win the Brownlow, but he's just absolutely workhorse performer.
He's your centre-half back, if you put it into footy.
Yeah, exactly.
Footy AFL parlance for those Australians watching.
Nails that kick into full forward every time, but he's never going to win the Brownlow. But he's not flashy, but we like it. So we're right on board with the Ferrari 296. It's interesting listening to this car. They ran all last season, and not once did we have an in-car camera on them. So it's nice to hear the 296 from inside. We're used to this place in the past, and some of Ferrari's favourite moments here came with normally aspirated Ferrari V8s, but turbocharged V6 in the GT3 version of their latest and greatest car. Was talking to Jordan Oon from Arise GT this morning, and they've got more than 30 people here this weekend running the two cars. They've got 6 people combined from Ferrari and from Orica who build the cars on behalf of Ferrari. They've got some Ferrari systems engineers to sort of understand all of the various electronic stuff in the car, and apparently they're all gelling really well, and they've got a really good program here locked together.
When you get up close and personal with the 296, you realise what a masterpiece of racing car design. It's not just about the speed, particularly for an endurance car. It's about the potential for serviceability, and they have taken that to this was the first. I suppose you'd say this was the first of the next generation of GT3 cars that has since had the Corvette and most latterly the Ford Mustang GT, and it has been designed and built and executed with that in mind. That V6, of course, that you're hearing, is exactly the same engine block that goes in the 499P.
In the Le Mans 24-hour car,
The 499 is a reference to the cylinder capacity. So the 6 times 499. And the swirl characteristics, the cylinder characteristics, and a lot of what's going on inside that engine might just have been influenced by some very clever people at Formula One who used it as a bit of a test bed. Bit of a bigger engine than they use in Formula One, but they used it as a bit of a test bed to work on some concepts for the F1 team. And it has been a really collaborative business with both the GT GT3 car and the 499 and the F1 team. I spent some time at Fiorano last year before Le Mans, and I was mightily impressed at how they had all gelled together to get the absolute best from everybody.
Just add a little caveat to the lap time story that it's showing Chaz Mostert behind the wheel of car 26, but it is definitely Daniel Serra driving that Arise racing car. So I was talking about that lap. Kenny didn't. I'm not suggesting he didn't do it, but just a little asterisk on the end of that for the moment. While timing and scoring worked itself out at the start of the weekend, and the driver ID systems are quite complicated in these cars when they plug each other in, and there's RFID chips and buttons to push when they jump behind the wheel. So the teams will still be working it out as well. And there's different systems from different endurance races, so the international teams especially will take a little bit of time to work it out. But regardless, BMW number 32, we're looking at the moment, is still the quickest car regardless of who's driving it. And excitingly, it's new factory BMW driver Kelvin van der Linde, who shifts across from a long service at Audi, and with the changes in their GT racing program, has taken an opportunity at BMW and will represent that brand this year. And Garth, he's the kind of guy, and you've worked with him, he's the kind of guy you pay money to go and watch at this place in a GT car.
And he knows one speed, does Kelvin van der Linde, and that is flat out. So much to the frustration of many team owners and team managers at various events, but that's why he is a gun for hire. And absolutely, when he became available, BMW snapped him up. Not so much, not only for the GT3 program, but certainly with a view to the hypercar program. And talking about BMW, it's great to see Valentino Rossi back. And he loves this place, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't have to come to this race. He doesn't actually have to come down to the other side of the world at this time of the year, but just loves coming here and does a really good job. Like, I think the four-wheeled world underestimates just how good a job this guy does in a car.
His race pace last year over the stint was every bit as good as the two pros alongside him. I'd say two pros, and three pros in the car, because he is one of them. I just looked at that shot, looking at Valentino and that iconic helmet and the eyes, and 3 years in, it's still unbelievably cool and surreal that it's a thing.
Yeah.
3 years into this journey of Valentino coming to this race.
And only 4 years behind the wheel of a GT3 car. In serious competition. He dabbled his feet in it a little bit with some friends at the Gulf 12 Hours, the 66 as it was. Then the Ferrari, I think I seem to remember him there.
Yeah, it was
Obviously,
Ferrari, yeah.
Yeah, and then he had a little test with WRT in Audi at the end of the season, and then WRT moved to BMW. And Valentino just put himself in Voss's hands and said, look, teach me. And you know, for a guy, and you know this guy, for a guy who's had so much success in his given sport, to come to another area of sport, it's effectively another sport. I don't want to support the sport, but it's another sport. It would be like somebody who'd been playing tennis taking up snooker, you know, and he's come there with no ego. And Vonson's told me he was a sponge.
Yep.
Just tell me what I've got to do. And he's good. He always has been good on four wheels. He did a Ferrari test many years ago.
I caught up with Jeremy Williams, his crew chief, for many years in MotoGP at, Yamaha, Ducati and Honda. So he was effectively his chief engineer for a long time, and I spoke to him about, you know, Valentino's move to four wheels and GT racing, and I said, what do you think of it? He goes, I am not surprised that guy is as good he is, because even the MotoGP world, you spoke about it being a sponge and working hard, and he's got all the natural talent in the world as a motorcycle rider, but his work ethic was massive. Yeah. And it's like, no surprise he's a 9-time world champion on a motorbike.
Yes.
So Jeremy wasn't surprised that he's taken to this like a duck to water, just because of the work ethic in the behind the scenes.
And by the way, for those of you watching and listening around the world, this is the 2024 car, both of the WRT cars, because of the unique way in how the homologation years work here for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. The Evo is not yet homologated for this event. So it's the 2024 car that we're watching the WRT guys drive at the moment. Adam, what have you got for us down in the pit lane?
I found you at Jackson Evans, fresh out of a Ferrari. Still getting used to this, but Jackson, you've got possibly one of the strangest situations. 4 drivers in your car. You got stickers for the start of that session. Is that going to be your last time this weekend, potentially until the shootout or the pole qualifying session? You'll get new tires?
Yeah, it's certainly shaping up to be that way, but it's always nice to have new tyres at Mount Panorama, but just even better to be driving. So obviously super stoked to be here with Arise Racing GT, having the factory support of Ferrari, and I think we're on for a pretty good weekend.
It's a team that you're used to, a co-driver you're used to with Elliott. Throwing Alessio Rivera into the mix is never a bad thing, and then Brad Schumacher, local hero. It's a really solid lineup, but with 4 drivers, does that mean that your practice time has just been cut effectively to nothing?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have those guys as my teammates. Like you said, I know Elliott well. It's really cool to see him stepping up to the GT3 this year, but to have Alessio join us, Brad as well. We know we were competitors last year in G2L Challenge, so it's cool to welcome him to the team. But yeah, having 4 drivers, there's a lot of practice time, but when you've got to split it amongst you, it's pretty difficult. So I think my practice time won't be a lot, seeing as I know the track and things like that. So it's just about getting everyone comfortable. But yeah, I guess we'll try and balance it out as much as possible, and hopefully we have a good shot come race day.
You've got quite a bit of sweat on your brow. It's not particularly hot out right now. 296, is it a warm car to drive, or are you just working that hard over the top of the mountain?
I think the first few laps here always is a bit of an eye-opener, even if you've been here many times. So probably didn't breathe enough on that first outing. Just trying to go through the process of things. Yeah, it's not hot. I think it's going to be a lot hotter come race day, but it's not a hot car. The air conditioning works well. I just wasn't making use of it.
You've raced here a lot. Every time you get to go out for the first few laps of the weekend, does it take your breath away?
Yeah, most definitely. It doesn't matter what car you drive here, it's always special. And those first few laps, it requires a lot of respect. You just need to build into it, and that's exactly what we did. So, really happy to be back, and I think there's no track better in the world.
Thanks for the chat, and good luck this weekend to the whole 36 Rise GT crew.
And Shay, you're going to have the number 19 AMG coming in a moment or two. They've had a mechanical black flag for that car, and that's not one that you can spend 3 laps going around. You have to come into the pit lane immediately. It has been shown to you. Next time around, obviously you're not going to stop on the front straight and reverse back in. But don't you laugh.
No, I laugh because I'm about to say exactly what you were about to say. Seen stranger things, John.
Oh, yes. I was on a race once when somebody got a mechanical black flag and stopped on the start line. And I missed the back.
Look up at the flag, Scott. Look up at the flag saying, what? What do you want?
Yeah. Why is the window
What was that flag again? It's Valentino across the line. Got some traffic in the last sector of that lap, so no lap time improvement. The 46 car stays 12th to finish on Jackson Evans. Good to see him part of that program. I know he's a competitive individual and would have loved to have been in a pro car like he was last year in the Phantom Global Porsche, but he plays a really important role in that Pro-Am Arise Racing Ferrari, and Shay alluded to it, that he probably will sacrifice a fair bit of track time this weekend to make sure that Brad Schumacher and Elliott Shute can maximise their laps at Mount Panorama, because in a Pro-Am combination, it's not about the pros, it's about the AMs, because that's what's going to decide where your race ends up on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, as an average lap time over 12 hours, there's more to be gained by your AMs being seconds faster than your Pro being a tenth or two faster. So don't forget Jackson was here not that long ago in that car for a round of the Australian GT.
Does that come down as well to the setup of the car, as well as working with the arm on the places where they can most make up time? So effectively, you could have a car where it's a bit of a compromise.
Yeah, and that's absolutely, when you're working with AMs, you don't want the car to be too peaky as far as its grip delivery, so whether that's aero or mechanical. So you don't want the grip window to be too narrow, because a pro can get the most out of that, whereas an AM needs a car that's much more forgiving. It's got a wider operating window. And I actually found, because when I was racing in the GT Championship here in Australia, and then I'd come through the 12-hour with the Audi Pros, is that I'd always have a car that was pretty wide window that helped the AMs, because that was the best way to get success in the Australian Championship. But then when we'd set the car up for the 12-hour, and I'd be sharing with Kelvin van der Linde or Chris Mees or Frederick Mavish, the car would be much peakier. And I found it, I effectively became the AM, because it was harder for me to get into that peaky window. So I had to work really hard to be comfortable. I could do the lap time, but it was being comfortable doing that lap time.
Over a stint.
Yeah, over the stint.
Yeah.
So it's certainly an all-pro car this weekend. Will have the car set up maximum performance. We're a Pro-Am car. We'll absolutely have that not compromise, but that vision to make sure that the AMs are comfortable.
How have we had 33 minutes in this session already? BMW with the shape of the 32, Kelvin von der Linde car with a 2:02.9 set early on, hold sway by just over half a second from Maxime Martin in the 888 AMG GT3 Evo that heads a trio of the three-pointed stars. Kenny Bull's time in the 75 Express car in third position, another, well, all of 3/4 of a tenth back. And then 3.5 tenths back to Lucas R in the 77, similar car. Then we're into Audis in the first of the bronze cars. Team Fiore behind the wheel at the moment of the Audi number 9. Top 10 made up by Maurice Schuring in the Pro-Am Porsche, the number 91. Then Daniel Serra in the 296. What a beautiful car that is, the number 26 car. Valet just done his best last lap time, 2:04.2, excuse me. Scott Andrews in the Pro-Am. Scott over from Lone Star Racing in the States in the number 44 Audi. 2:04 as well last time around. And that is the top 10, in fact. Top 10 split by 1.4 seconds. I expect that to come down. Cruelty and I were talking about how close we thought the whole field was going to be. Is that our first mirror strike on the wall?
Plenty of room there, John.
Inches left for Tony D'Alberto.
You and I'd get our credit card in that gap, John. I'm not sure that we'd get Richard Crailes in that gap.
What are you implying about my credit card?
Well, it's probably just
maxed
given
out.
all your commercial arrangements that you have, I would imagine it's got quite the capacity.
Coming from you, that's an astonishing comment. A man who was a factory supercars driver at the absolute peak of when supercars drivers were paid millions, John.
Oh,
millions, I tell you.
You being in the media, Richard, you should know you shouldn't believe everything you read in the media. We're on board here with Tony D'Alberto and the Lamborghini. And this is a car that we absolutely have to have in contention for the top 10.
Well, we think so because they've added Brendan Leach to the program. The team do not think so.
No, give it a rest.
I was talking to Grant Denny this morning and he said our biggest challenge, I think, will be reining Brendan in to not do the hero number. I think he could try to not do a hero number and still
be on the front row.
Exactly.
No, what he did in the Australian GT in the Audi last year was, exceptional. He's starting to do it on the world stage as well, but the Audi is not a whole lot different to the Lamborghini under the skin. And I am really looking forward to watching him unleash in this car.
I think they're managing expectations at the moment and trying to stay under the radar, which sounds odd when they've got one of the brightest colours cars on the grid. Shea Adam is in the pit lane with a few callers.
I just wanted to check in on that Team 19 AMG that you guys said was black flagged. Did you know why it was black flagged?
I did not have that information.
Their splitter had come loose on the right front of the car. It started bouncing around a little bit. There's some scratches on the right side of the car as well. It's up on the hijacks. They are replacing some body parts, and they said, you know what? We needed to put some new parts on the car anyway. Why not get it done in FP1? You know, the car was completely rebuilt from tip to tail over the course of the summer, so they needed to give it a proper shakedown, and that's effectively what they've done. They've just shaken it a bit too well, and so the splitter came loose.
Good sleuthing there, Shea. Thank you. 3.5 to go.
Fastest first sector for the session for this car on screen. It's still saying Kenny Bull aboard the car, but it's just looks at the body language that might not be.
That helmet indicates potentially Jay Gunon.
Yeah.
That's personal best across the top of the mountain.
That car attitude, you can tell, can't you, sometimes, yeah.
Even when we just caught it going just to the dipper, and you can just see how much more energy is in the car.
Great season.
Pilots are aboard.
Yeah, great season for Fuel last year. Got his debut in the Alpine in the WEC and did a couple of 3 races. Confirmed as their driver this year rather than being the reserve driver. Just the nicest guy. Absolutely brilliant. When he's outside the car.
Yes.
I'm standing in front of him talking to him. You can have a perfectly sensible conversation. I don't know what happens when he puts the helmet on.
There's a little switch on the back of their necks.
Oh, is it?
When the helmet pulls on, it
Flicks it down.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you get that removed when you retire?
I think it has less effect when you
generally.
retire. But
It rots out if it's not getting
Yeah,
used, you
correct.
see. Yeah,
I was
saying, Richard?
different chip.
I was very pleased to see Mercedes AMG and Alpine sort of come to an agreement over his services, because he's been a Mercedes AMG driver for a long time. And that they understand that the opportunity for Jules was too good to have that shot in the Alpine.
That's actually a very good point, because I was at the launch. It was a joint, I mean, how about this? It was a joint F1 and sports car launch last year, and I went there and spoke to Jules about that. And that was the first thing he said. Wanted to thank Stefan Wendel from AMG for releasing him to go. Now, it might just be, of course, that down the road,
Yes.
the brands with the three-pointed star have some ideas. I've seen a render of a concept of something that might possibly be coming down the tubes a little while away, but it's not going to hurt to have one of their factory drivers having some Le Mans hypercar experience at the top level.
It feels kind of inevitable, doesn't it? Everyone else is going back to Le Mans, so why shouldn't Mercedes AMG? Well, just lead towards something we're going to do on the race as well while we're talking about Jules Gounon, because a little initiative of our buddy Chad Nailon, who will be manning the Pirelli pit bunker, as he always does with great aplomb during the race. We are going to sort the top 5 greatest Bathurst 12-hour drivers.
Yeah.
Now, it's a pretty big task, but we, the 5 of us on air, have all gone in with our nomination. And Gounon obviously is in the factor, and I believe our colleague, Mr. Tander, has projected forward Gounon, so he's gone the easy option from an argument point of view, but I get that. So that's something to look forward to on Sunday. So maybe people on socials as well, hashtag B12Hr, can start thinking about their 12-hour GOAT, as we're calling it, greatest of all time. Love to see people's nominations, whether they align with ours or there's something different. I don't mind. It's going to be a fascinating little discussion. And as the race
started on lap 2, and the discussion will end
on lap
on the white flag lap.
yeah, depending on what Richard's scale, it could be anywhere, race ending anywhere between like 250 and 300.
Well, exactly right. But the discussion could go that long. I'm looking forward to it. And as the race goes on, we're going to make our own arguments for our respective nominee.
Oh, right.
And at the end of the day, we're going to rank them.
Okay. That was, by the way,
arguments.
the fastest lap for the 75 Express in the hands of Gounon, 2:03.2.
We should put a time limit on our respective arguments. Because I could speak to the pros of my driver for a good 2.5 hours. So,
well, I found it very hard to narrow it down between 3.
yes.
And so I am going to have a little.
You can't go off based on this. Like, we've got round
That's right.
You've got to commit to your original nomination.
Yeah.
As the checkered
Five.
flag drops.
5, but how can you just have 5?
It's not there. Checkered flag drops on the first practice session for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And we should just have a little note there for Meguiar's coming on board this year in a multi-year deal. Bruce Morrison and his team from Motoractive here this weekend are utterly passionate about this race, and they've got some really cool ideas too about what they want to do with their brand being part of this event moving forward. So we're looking forward to that, and it's helpful that from our point of view it rolls off the tongue nicely. I think Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. It's not a complicated name to remember as the flag drops, and because we've got a lot of things to remember.
It's all about making it easy for you, Rich.
Exactly right.
Yeah, all about you, Rich. All
Stint
about
lengths
you.
and pit stop times and all that. And if as easy as we can make it, simplify and add lightness.
Valentino Rossi improves on that penultimate lap for him to one more circuit at Mount Panorama, the 46 WRT BMW 2:03.8. And that means now that the top 10 are down to, it was a second and a half when I last mentioned, it's already down to 1.3 seconds, and that will close up. I really do think that we are going to see a field that is hyper compressed by the end of practices before we go to the pole shootout.
Yeah, there are 15 or 16 cars that can theoretically have a driver and a package capable enough to be on pole, there's no doubt. And there were a couple of stories published in the media yesterday. Gounon said there's 7 cars that can win. Matt Campbell said there's 10 cars that can win. Yeah. So there's a pretty broad spectrum of...
I don't think that's hyperbole. I really don't think that it is anywhere near being, over egging the pudding. Chan Guven just put that car, the Porsche number 911, 2:04.1. So there was still some performance out there at the end of that session on the Pirelli tyres.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. No sun on the track at the moment, John, and effectively that was an hour shakedown for the start of the weekend, wasn't it? And we saw some performance certainly from the BMWs who were on pole here last year, so clearly their car does like this track. And surprise, surprise, this car on screen that has won the race 2 times was in the top 2. So
Yes.
We got Augusto Farf out of the car,
8,
and Kelvin van der Linde went into the fastest car at the end of that session.
The
3,
countdown you might be hearing
2,
is
1.
the
FCY.
countdown to a full course yellow test. So it's practice in every extent of the word, and that at the end of the session they give all the teams and drivers, and to be fair, all of the officials around the circuit, an opportunity to practice the full course yellow system. So everyone engages the limiter at 80 k's an hour on race control's discretion, and then after that, in racing conditions, they'll have the option to go back to green when an incident is cleared, or go full safety car and deploy the safety car. Shay Adam in the lane.
Oh, I just wanted to clear up who was in the 75 Express car at the end of that session, because the helmet is bright orange, which means it's Lucas Stoltz. Even though we had Joel going on starting the session, Joel's been sitting here just watching what's going on. I don't want to interrupt an engineering debrief, but Joel, I have to know. You come back to this place. It's magic. It's home for you. You're the first car out of the pit lane with the clear track. How good is that feeling?
Yeah, it's so funny you ask, because when I was the first car and I was driving the straight, I was like, wow, I'm alone first lap, and I say, hello sunshine, hello Mount Panorama, I hope you're good. I'm happy to be back here on your track. It's just so nice. It's I hope I can come many more years, and that the event will last many long years ago, because it's the best. It's simply the best.
When Kenny calls you in the off season, I'd imagine it's probably March that he calls you and says, hey, we're going back next year. It doesn't matter what number he throws at you. It's just coming back to this place is magic. When you have this event to look forward to all year, how much does that motivate you going through the season?
Yeah, well, Kenny doesn't call us in March. I think he calls us on the Monday morning after the race to tell us we are back next year. So I guess we will be back next year. It's just fantastic. You know, I love Australia. I love coming to Bondi Beach, having an avocado smash, a flat white with oat milk, looking at nice girls at the beach with Luca. We always enjoy it. And sorry, Michelle, we're just looking anyway. And then on top of that, it's just the country. You know, everybody's so friendly. There's a lot of wildlife. Yesterday we were doing the track walk. You look at the kangaroos, you look at the opossum, you look at everything. I just love it. So I hope we have a good weekend again. And yeah, just love this place.
Good luck for the weekend. I'm sure we'll chat to you a bunch.
Thank you, Shah. See you.
that's it. Give him an Aussie passport. Job done.
Well, I was just about to say, give him #1 in our rankings on Sunday for that.
Yeah, just for that.
FCY ended.
Oh, that's
Full
brilliant.
course yellow is coming to an end, and everybody gets back up to speed. That was brilliant. Absolutely.
I don't think
brilliant.
Jules really even has to wait for Kenny to call for this
Surely
race. It's
not.
like, okay, late January, early February, I'm going to Bathurst.
Yeah, put it in the diary.
It's already locked in.
Just as we wrap up that session, a little shout out, I think, for the quickest bronze car of practice one, which is the #9 Hallmark Audi. We saw Lee Holdsworth in that car early, and Dean Fiore finished, and they ended up 6th outright with that car. So a 2:03.9. What they have in the bank with a bronze driver in that combination in the form of Mark Sini is there are 2 dedicated sessions today where only the bronze drivers, the AM drivers, can drive. So they know that Mark will get a heap of track time across the course of the day. We'll get 80 minutes of track time if they take it all. So that session was a great opportunity for Lee and Dean to get some miles in the #9 Audi. One of just 3 in the race, I should say, this year. One of 2 from MPC, but that's a great combination, and I thought that was a really stout little performance from Team MPC, and Lee Holdsworth doing that time early in the session. And same too for the Gaia Valmont Racing #44 car with its traditionally Swiss-looking livery. Sergio Perez and Marcel Zalura, and via the United States, but originally from Torquay in Victoria, young Scott Andrews racing in Australia for the first time in 10 years. 7th outright and first in the Pro-Am class in the second of the Audis. So really good performance for that team as well, who are full of enthusiasm and excitement about this race too, and some good laps for Scotty in that session.
Feels like we had the checkered flag about 10 minutes ago. But the full course yellow practice has extended this session, but everybody down in pit lane now has come back to the front straight. Oh, hello, what's going on here?
Kelvin off to, oh, that's his previous teammate.
That's
Steve
lovely.
McLaughlin, who owns JMEC Racing, also the Australian Pirelli distributor, so he's catching up.
So what have we learned, if anything? Who's in the right place, who's in the wrong place? Crailsy?
I think everyone's in the right place this early in the weekend. Everyone got through the session, which is the first tick in practice one.
Nobody in the wall would have been the wrong place.
At an event like this, that was super impressive. BMW, Mercedes, AMG quick early. Is it a form guide? I mean, yes, because they're going to be quicker anyway, but we certainly didn't see much from the Porsches in that session. They're working through their program. Craig Lowndes did a lot of running in the 222 car, so old 7-time getting himself nice and comfortable early in that car. That's going to be a fun combination over the course of the weekend to chart. So what did we learn? I think I touched on it with the Hallmark car. I thought that was a strong performance, and great to see Scott Andrews up in the mix as well. And what that's emphasised is that every one of these GT3 cars has one driver at least in any, regardless of class, that has the capability to be in the top 10.
Garth, as a driver and a team, you've got through that first session without a scratch on the car. Is that task one completed and a bit of a sigh of relief?
Oh, yeah, it is task one completed. More so that, you know, not so much that the drivers made a mistake, but it was, the car mechanically we got through. Okay, let's start assessing data. You can just see on screen what's going on at the moment. Hello, Valentino. All the drivers have to go and get weighed, and that weight gets logged because the driver weight over 3 drivers gets averaged, and that's the weight that then gets included in the balance performance for each of the manufacturers. So that's what's going on here. It's not that the drivers are just interested in how much they weigh right now. This is actually for regulations. But yes, first session done. Got a heap of data to look at. Drivers will go to work looking at data compared to last year, they'll look at vision, and certainly as the day progresses, there'll be more and more intensity as the day goes on.
Well, there we are, the first 40 minutes in the books, and as it has been at the start of this endurance racing season in 2025, it's BMW top of the pile, 2:02.9, Augusto Farfus's time in the WRT number 32. The 2024 car, still life in that old dog yet, and in the commentary booth as well, thanks to Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Continued coverage across the weekend from Bathurst and the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. See you later.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama Bathurst. Combined Sedans are heading out on track for their first qualifying session. Joining us in the box for this one is Gary O'Brien. Gary, good morning. And not such a good start to the session for Keith Kasuki.
Mark Carr unfortunately had a spin out of the pits, so he hadn't got far at all. Steve Lacey caught up behind him, but no damage, and he's managed to get that martini-coloured Mark II Mustang back underway. Good morning, Garth. Good morning, everyone out there. I'm really pleased to be back here. Is he sporting a bit of damage?
Well, there's a yellow flag, so now more yellows flying as the cars on their outlap make their way up the mountain, up to the cutting. This is, so yellow flag's out, so we'll keep an eye out on what's going on with that one. But just cold tyres catching Keith out there, I think, and the car's literally just driving out onto the circuit. Probably a brand new tyre as well, Gary, so maybe a little bit slippery as this category straight into qualifying for these guys. So,
well, this is a good move. They've got 2 qualifying sessions, so if you have a drama later, at least you've got a time bank.
Banker, yeah,
so
that's right.
That'll get you a spot on the grid. But for the first time in 4 years that the Duggins Family Hotels has sponsored this event, there's sports cars involved. Trophy, class cars and back. It was originally supposed to be pre-trophy, but I think they made a concession and allowed a couple of those cars in.
Yeah, so previously it was more the hunting ground for sports sedans, production cars, the Mark cars, very popular in this category, but a few cup cars in there, old generation cup cars. There's a supercar in there, Gary, an old...
That's the Mike Emery Motorsport 2001 Euro car Commodore that was raced by James Brock and Steve Owen. And that was here last year for the heritage cars as well.
Skyline, so very much a wide and varied entry list for this one. So I think maybe this yellow flag might just be in place for the outlap.
That sounds like a reasonably good idea, doesn't it?
So
considering what happened at the start.
Allowing everyone to maybe just get their tyre up to temperature, have a bit of a look around, given that we are effectively going straight into qualifying. So we do see this in some of the other categories. I know in the Porsche Carrera Cup they run a yellow flag on the outlap for the first 2/3 of the outlap, just to allow everyone to get out, find their little bit of real estate. With a large entry field, 46 odd cars entered for this one, so there won't be a lot of real estate for everyone to have their own little bit of Bathurst tarmac. But
well, that sign's a little bit disconcerting there. It looks like there's a car, a SKU with halfway down Conrad Street.
Volkswagen Amarok just angle parked on Conrad. No, that is one of our advertising signs, Gary. But now you see green flags waving, so I think it was one of the sports sedans there just backing the field up so that he's got a nice little bit of track position as they come to the green at the start of this lap. But 25 odd minutes left in this one. It is qualifying 1 for combined sedans.
And look who's leading the way. It's no one other than Mark Duggan, who's actually the sponsor of the race.
Well, if you're going to sponsor the event, Gary, I think it's fair enough that you get the best position to start the session from.
But I think the race favourite just went past him in Jeff Taunton in that IRC GT SS. And we can remember back to last year, we had that massive dice in race 2 with Angus Falk from New Zealand in that Ford Mustang.
Beautiful Mustang, wasn't it? I remember doing a bit of research ahead of this one and sort of forgetting you see a lot of these races. Go, that's right, Foggy was here in his car, and then I think the week later it returned TCM spec. Yeah. So for this event it grew some bigger wheels and tyres and a rear wing, and it was doing some pretty spectacular things. I think it broke some wheel studs in one of the races.
It did. A Skyliner went into the wall up there, unfortunately, in the last race. And also one pulled up there. That's
Andy Hall. Cup cars, so that's at the outside of turn 2, Griffiths Bend. So that'll be a drama. There'll be local yellow flags out for that one, and it doesn't look like there's been any sort of contact with the barriers, so maybe a mechanical here.
2004 Vic Sports Car Champion. He's
Andy Well, his young son's involved in karting.
Yeah, actually mechanic for McLaren Formula 1 and also in supercars with Perkins and John Faulkner Racing.
Yeah, so runs his own business, Cup Car Engineering. You can see that on the rear bumper of that car, but clearly an issue, and he's actually doing a nice job here getting it out of harm's way and found a little break in the barriers, so that will stop us from going red to recover that car and potentially even bring the yellow flags back in so we can be green for the remainder of this session. So while frustrating for Andy, it was a nice job for his competitors to allow the session to run on.
It does, and you might remember that little niche in the wall there. Jeff Forshaw went through that in '92 in the Toyota Corolla, broke his foot. He's been called lefty ever since.
I do remember seeing that on Vision. That was a big, big crash, that one.
And Jeff Forshaw's actually looking after Warwick Morris this weekend in the Porsche, so in the sports car class.
To give up, isn't it, motorsport? You can be involved in it. You think, I'm going to get out. I'm out. I've had enough. I'm getting out. And inevitably, it drags you back in. So often you see a lot of people that have been involved in this sport still connected in some way, shape or form. There's another one just slowly making their way up the mountain towards the cutting. And
it's not off. Andy who's managed to get going again, is it?
I don't think so. It might be an Evo, Mitsubishi Evo to the left. And this one does look like, oh no, that was just a...
That was Brent Edwards in the Turbo Ford Falcon XR6. No,
it's not. It's a little Honda, I think it is. Yeah, so...
Supercharged Honda.
And that one's pulled off as well with a mechanical. So another one that's done a nice job to get out of harm's way.
Bill Crompton backed in there in HRT.
Don't remind him, Gary. Don't remind him. Actually, hey, I'll go further back to that. Dick Johnson ran out of fuel there in 1983 or 80. It would have been 84.
83 in the green car.
Yeah, in the green tough car.
Yeah.
So I remember very Mike Raymond talking to Dick on the camera, and Dick was less than thrilled with what was going on.
Well, it was the end of a bad weekend, actually.
That's right. So Jeff Taunton on top. You picked it, Gary. At the end of the first flyer, 2:10.3. Mark Duggan second with an 18.1. So those times, remember, no practice for these cars. Straight out, straight into qualifying. So everyone finding their way. The times will certainly tighten up over the course of this first half-hour session. And then the beauty about this format for this category is they get another qualifying session. So just a chance to become reacquainted with the mountain in this one.
And also got to be manage their laps.
Yeah.
Because they can't go under 2:09. And that rule's been brought in because of the difference in the cars. If they were allowed to go flat strap, then a lot of the cars wouldn't qualify.
Oh, yeah, and also just to stop the spending arms race, if you like, as well. So 2:09 is the... It's not the ceiling, it's the floor, isn't it? You can't go any faster than that in 9.0. So the name of the game in this one in qualifying for our outright cars is how fast can you go without going under a 2:09.0? And Jeff Taunton, let me just... Gone a little bit too fast in that one, at 8.5.
Well, that one won't count.
So we'll just see if that one counts, but I dare say that it won't count.
Well, he was saying that they could manage it by the data on the, in front of them, but obviously you can't.
Well, I mean, having done some of this racing in the past where you've got a time limit, you can have a counter on your dash, effectively a countdown to the line, and it's hard to manage half a second when the adrenaline's going and you're in qualifying and you've got to try and button off for half a second. So while we're doing this, I'm just diving into Google at the moment and just trying to see what that time is.
Paul Boschett in second place at the moment in that Corvette with a Dodge NASCAR engine. That car's had just about everything replaced over the last couple of years, bar the rear tail light, I would imagine, because it's had a crash here last time it raced. Had brake failure. He's had a lot of brake problems with it here, only here of all places.
Well, I mean, why would that be a problem coming to the fastest track we have in Australia with concrete walls so close that why do you need brakes? So Jeff Taunton there, you see on screen, he's back right out of it, and I did confirm it's a 2:09.0 is the floor, if you like. Can't go any faster than that, so Taunton will have to reset and try and aim for that 2:09.001.
Probably the thing that we need to clarify is whether that rules him out of the session because he's broken out, or does it the second fastest time count?
Yeah.
But then again, you've got the later session now with Q2
to come. So I would dare say that the team have been on the radio to Jeff Taunton said, too fast. And whether he's now resetting for another lap or we'll get an understanding of that rule, how that works, whether he just loses that lap. His next best lap at this stage is a 10.3, which is still good enough for P1 Corvette in that Corvette, currently second, 13.9.
Steve Steve Lacey in third spot. Now, his car's identical to Taunton's. And Steve, along with his wife, Bronwyn, of Ripple Speed Motorsport, they're the people that have run this event for over 10 years.
Oh, so no, Taunton's backed it off, but there's a very graphic reason as to why he's backed it off.
He's had a walk touch.
Well, no, whether that, I think the wheels come loose here, Gary. So
see, he's got a green.
Yeah, so he shortcutted at Skyline to stay out of everyone's harm's way. That's what you can see on our timing screen. You can see on the ticker on the left of your screen at home, it says shortcut. And you can see that that right rear wheel has not sitting as it should. So he was very lucky to get that lap in, or those 2 laps in early, because normally if a wheel's going to come loose, it comes loose straight away. You can see it, yeah, and there it goes. It departs. So you can see where it's been rubbing on the bodywork, and it's cut the tyre down, and now that wheel is off, and sitting will find its way and rest in the gravel trap down at the exit of Conrod at the Chase. So
and it stayed on its tread.
It stayed upright, so it was well trained, that tyre, but they'll have to go and get that one. So I dare say that will red flag the session for a period of time. We don't need our marshals running out into that particular sand trap to get that wheel. We don't want that wheel sitting there. Should anyone else find their way
wonder
there.
if he's had a touch with the wall and it's broken something in the rear.
Just trying to look. So the bodywork damage is from the wheel rubbing. You can see here it's already been rubbing for a while. Jeff was doing all the right things, trying to back it down, but the wheel unfortunately came off. So as to how and why, the team will go to work and try and understand that, but I'm not sure we will see Jeff Taunton again in this session. There won't be too much damage to the car as he drags it back into pit lane, but whether the damage to the actual thread on this rear hub.
Well, as it pulled the studs out,
yeah,
what's it done?
Any of that. So that's what the team need to assess as he gets the car back into the lane.
Well, it wouldn't be studs, it'd be knock-on, knock-off.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Well, they'll be locating studs. It would be, so it's just what's actually happened and how that's come to be. I think actually the bodywork's come off as well, so.
Mark Teen going down there to have a look at it now.
Yep. And given the speeds here and that side of the car, you don't need to just rush and throw another wheel on it. So there we go. What's happened here?
Studs are still there.
So the locating studs are still there. The wheel nut is not, and it's more so whether there's been damage done to the actual thread when that nut's come off. So the bodywork looks reasonably intact.
And we stay green.
Stay green so far. So good news for the other competitors as they get their eyes in. Still Paul Bouchert in that Corvette is down to a 12.4. Danny Studdert is a 13.3.
He's in the new IRC MGT, which is the Camaro-looking car.
Those cars, long-time competitors in the actual 12-hour as well in the invitational class.
Yeah, not the more like this one rather than the new one.
The Mark II.
Yeah, Jeff Emery drove that car here at Challenge Bathurst and did a 202 or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So they're quick cars.
Yeah, they're certainly quick cars as Jeff Taunton has got out, just explaining what took place. He actually said, I'm just listening in, he said, I could feel it, something at turn 1. So we did pick him up early in the lap when he was going across the top of the mountain. He was touring slowly, so lucky that he did back off. When he felt something at turn 1, he did back off and didn't stay full noise across the top, because if that wheel came off across the top of the mountain, then that was a drama. Another one has parked up on this run-up mountain straight, and that is a Mitsubishi Evo, the 57.
That's Ed Kramer's car. The Evo, he and 2 of his mates are also running Evas in the chassis class. That's Stephen Thompson and Michael King, both running in that class. Actually, Ed Kramer was leading a Sydney 300 and had a gearbox break at the last corner on the final lap. And coasted it back into the pit rather than across the line.
Across the line, no, rookie error. Still 14 minutes to go in this one, and this is that car that we were talking about Danny Studdert is driving. Beautiful looking Camaro body IRC.
Jeff said it was the best car he's ever driven in his life.
Is that right? I've been teammates with Jeff Emery in the Audi GT3 car, so he's driven some pretty cool cars as our Jeff. So high praise from a 3-time Australian GT champion in Jeff Emery.
Fastest sports car at the moment, Andrew McPherson in the Porsche GT3 Cup R car, sorry.
Yeah, so that's an early generation GT3 Porsche.
And of course he's been racing in Asian GT for the last 5 years and finished 3rd in the M class in 2024.
Long-time competitor in the Porsche product in Australian GT, Asian GT.
With Ben Porter, I might add, as well. He was co-driver.
Catch a replay of cars heading down to Forest Elbow, and that won't be the first car we see locking inside front into Forest Elbow, and definitely will not be the last. Easy to do there.
Yeah, Mark Griffith in the C63.
So he's just jumped out of his GT4 AMG car. That's probably got a tad more mechanical grip than this one.
Not as much grunt, probably, though.
No, this thing is very much a point-and-squirt car for Griffo, the 19 C63 AMG.
This is in the sports car class, and people might ask the question, but the C63 in production cars as well.
Yeah.
It's a four-door version of this car.
You can see the rear wing on this thing. So there you go, another inside front lock for Griffo into turn one. So potentially
a brake bias issue.
A bias adjustment or a corner weighting issue for that car that they'll get on top of ahead of practice two. As you just see on the timing screen now, Andy Hall's popped up into position 10, so he's obviously got that car going again, that car that we saw parked up at turn two.
So he did well to get out of that spot, because it's a bit of an uphill and it's not a great road, is it?
Vision as well would have been a bit tricky as well, so he would have had to do a tricky merge as he rejoined out of turn two, but he's back on track and setting some times.
Fastest chassis car at the moment looks to be young Blake Tracy, 17-year-old. Who's joining the race academy this year in Trans Am and won a string of XL's titles. Australian XL champion, New South Wales ex-champion, XL champion as well. So he's his father's BMW Chev powered and done up to look like a fire engine.
Oh, as you do.
Yeah. So in honour of the Bushfire Brigade in Victoria.
Yeah, nice. And, young Blake getting some laps, potentially ahead of coming back here in a TA2 car, if that's where he's doing some
well,
work
he's done some testing, hasn't he?
Yeah, so always any opportunity as a young driver you can get to do laps at Mount Panorama. Yeah, Griffiths, there's clearly an issue with this braking system for Mark Griffith. Every time he touches the brake pedal,
and running out of tyres,
he's locking that right front. So just needs to be a little bit careful as Mark Griffith and not get caught out. And I wonder whether this car's got ABS, but the ABS is not actually functioning properly, and it's not working on that. The left front, so Griffo just pulling over to the side on Conrod to let those faster cars by.
Mark Duggan in behind him in the 2012 National Sportsman Championship winning Aston Martin, Chev powered again, then in the hands of Kerry Barley.
That car, isn't it?
Well put together car too. And great sponsorship on it, by the way.
Yeah, not a bad brand. I mean, I wonder if that's cash or product.
Probably product.
Either way, if it's product, it's not cash going out of your hand.
It's Duggan Family Hotel, so I would suggest it's probably product.
As a fair portion of motorsport sponsorships are these days, it's product in kind to help businesses. So it's not uncommon, as you say, Gary.
It's my preferred amber fluid.
Or the preferred hydration choice, is it, Gary O'Brien?
When I've been known to have one or two occasionally.
10 minutes left in this one. Jeff Taunton had that 2:08.5 taken off him, but still is on pole with a 10.3, which was his next best lap. Paul Boucher, who's made his way back to pit lane in the Corvette, currently second with a 12.4, and Danny Studdert third in that IRC Camaro-bodied car, a 13.3.
Mick Growell, who is doing pretty well in the second of the IRC MGTs. He's come out of TA2 and production cars, both in Mustangs, different ones, of course. And, of course, he's in there in fourth spot, ahead of Duggan, then to Steve Lacey, McPherson, Keith Kosaki, who's recovered well from that early spin. Yeah. Andy Hall, as we mentioned, in ninth. Jordan Roddy. You normally see him in a Jaguar side of Sports Sedan 1 or the 85 Bathurst winning car, running around in Group S or in Heritage Touring cars. So good effort by him. Then we've got Tracy. John Hollinger, he's making his debut in this class as well in an IRC car, and we normally see him not building gearboxes.
Gearboxes, yes, that is the Hollinger of Hollinger gearboxes.
Yes. Hugh McAllister in position 13. That's a TA2 car out of Asia, but it runs a Coyote engine and it also has a sequential. So it's not eligible for TA2, but it is TA2 originally.
Spec, if you
Yeah,
like, sort
yeah,
of,
good
sort
word.
of spec.
So
So
Michael King in the chassis Evo 8. That car won the Improved Production Championship in 2018 and 19. And it's now fitted with a Hollinger and a couple other tweaks, so it's really a sports sedan these
when
days.
you mentioned that there was an Evo that had a gearbox failure, Sydney 300, that is certainly one of their Achilles heels when you turn the wick up. And there's one that's gone wide down at the end of Conrod, and it looks like it's actually locked. Is it locked up and actually done a tyre? Is that tyre flat, or is it just in the sand? I think it's flat, so the 29.
It's the chassis car. Peter Bray from Queensland has done Queensland Touring Car Championship in this car, and he's also raced here last year in the 6-hour, not in that particular car, I don't think.
Michael Cavich leaving pit lane in one of the BMWs, and that's a car that you would often see here at the Bathurst 6-hour
Ran second
production
last
cars.
year with Ben Cavich and Thomas Randall.
Yeah. So there's the 29 just making its way back to pit lane. Thankfully, it's not a long journey.
And thankfully, you didn't put it on the wall there.
No, so
heartfelt moment, fastest part of the track.
hard to know whether that tyre failed and then went into the gravel trap, or went into the gravel trap as a result of locking up and then the tyre failed. But it actually, just looking at the sidewall of that tyre, it looked like it has some damage in it. So if it was a lock-up, you wouldn't see the damage. So I would dare say that there was an issue with that tyre and caught him out. And
normally the driver says it's a tyre, whereas people who look at them later and said no.
I'm yet to find a tyre manufacturer and say, yep, it was ours. That one was on us. So I've been involved with a lot of tyre manufacturers over the journey. So here's Danny Studdert, who's starting to find some pace in this car. He's up to second with an 11.5. And he's done the fastest middle sector on this lap. Comes to the line. Does he improve his lap? Oh, misses pole by 3/100ths. So a 10.3 for pole for Taunton, who's in the lane and will not get back out again in this one. And a 10.34 for Danny Studdert in his Camaro IRC. Goes second. So there's still got a second, 1.3 to play with Gary in that window. Can't go faster than a 9.0, so there's still opportunity for someone to slip in to pole position.
And then we've still got a later session to go. So.
And there's more time to go.
Those IRC cars, by the way, we had them in the Middle East for the Dubai 24.
Right.
And the
one of those
6.
ones.
Yeah. And they went well, and they sound good. I know that's the GM engine rather than the Ford engine that we used to see in the Mark cars, but it's nice to have that variety, and they are beautiful pieces of kit.
Was that a left-hand drive one as well? Because they did sell a couple overseas.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, all the ones that are racing here are right-hand drive.
John Heidel, we saw those, well, they were the Mark car at the time when they built the second version of the Mark car in the invitational class here at Mount Panorama for the 12-hour, and I think it was Anton Di Pasquale let it off the leash. They had I think it was 6.0 was their floor. They weren't able to go faster than that. And the 81 Canetta's gone around at the exit of the chase. Hopefully they can get going. But I think Anton, they just let him off the leash for a lap, and it was into the fours, that car. So more than fast enough to compete with a GT3 car.
So no problems with the thread.
No.
All
you would hope.
back on. That's
back on the wagon.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. We've got 5 minutes left to go in this session, whether Jeff Taunton will get back out again. No, it doesn't look like. It's actually Cam McLeod there. That is
Cam McLeod won the final round, the Gold Coast round of the Sports Sedan Championship in that car.
It was that car, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's right, running in Sports Sedan spec, where they can turn the wick up a little bit more. But Cam's father, Ryan, was the man that started Mark cars right at the very, very beginning with the original car.
There is only one of those Mark 1 cars running this weekend. That's the Chase Hoy car. There was a second one entered for Mason Kelly, but it hasn't arrived or was withdrawn. Here's the McAllister Mustang going down Conrod Straight. And
someone else going down Conrod Straight. Looks like it may have, for its namesake, had the same issue. Big failure for this BMW, and we saw bits coming out of the bottom of this car continue to come out of the bottom, and dare say there's oil making its way out of this car as well. So a big failure for the number 5.
And they've flagged this session straight away.
Yeah, with 5 minutes left in this session. So
there would be a huge amount of oil.
Yeah, Yeah, so as we saw that, you could see parts coming out the bottom of that car. So it looked more from the middle and front end of the car. So
John and
you can see, even as everyone's back right off at the chase, people are having moments. So a considerable amount of fluid has made its way out of that number 5 BMW, and so we will just see what happens here. So here's a replay at the cutting as we catch, and that's that same BMW. So I dare say that issue has started, and then we've had a failure because there's not enough fluid where it should be in the engine of this BMW by the time he's got here to Conrod. So you'll see as the TA2 car goes past, doing its thing, and then back. And watch, you can see parts of the engine start to bounce out there. And I'm no engine builder, Gary, but I reckon that's a big end bearing.
that's one of 8 big ends that's gone, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say that. Those
and a massive hole in the bottom of the sump somewhere.
So that's why they flagged this session straight away, because we saw as cars were slowing down and making their way back to pit lane, they were having trouble navigating the chase. So that was it. It was the number 4 Porsche of
Warwick Morris.
Warwick Morris,
71-year-old, lucky to get away with that one.
So that's actually got a bit of damage on the right front, has Warwick. So he's just got out of harm's way. But with the session being over, that's that. So there were a few issues for a few of our competitors during that session. We saw the 57 about halfway through the session pull off up Mountain Straight. But that's the first qualifying session for our combined sedans. They will have another opportunity. Taunton did stay on top with that 10-3. Danny started so close, 3 100ths away, a 10-3-4 for him. Paul Boscher in the the Corvette was 3rd. And Andy Hall, who started the session stopping at the end of Mountain Straight behind the barriers, must have done the old Control-Alt-Delete in the Porsche, got it going again, and finds himself up in 4th. So Combined Sedans will have another half-hour qualifying session at 1 o'clock. Another opportunity to go for pole position. Gary O'Brien, thank you very much for joining us. John Heindel, thanks for chiming in halfway through that session. We've got more Bathurst 12-hour session coming up for the bronze drivers, and we will see more of Combined Sedans shortly, and we will see you then.
Beautiful day at Mount Panorama. Every day is a beautiful day at Mount Panorama, and particularly when you have cars getting ready to come out on the track. It's the second free practice session for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. This is the bronze category driver event. I really like this session. Garth Tander, Nick, alongside me, along with Richard Crailes.
G'day. Morning.
Morning.
He
Nice
gave
to be
us a
back.
strange look there. As he put me
I
off.
was wondering where you were going with the name there
yeah,
for the moment.
inflection kept us guessing.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's good. No, keep us on our toes.
How important,
Exactly.
Garth, is this session for the bronze drivers? Because
These-
we've said that they make the difference in these cars.
Well, that's right. So if you have in the Pro-Am class or the bronze class or the silver class, when you have a bronze driver in your driver lineup, the faster and more consistent your bronze driver can be, the better the overall average lap time your car has for the day. So for the race, for the 12 hours. So these two bronze sessions, we have one now in practice 2 and then another one this afternoon at the end of the day. They are the most important sessions for these cars.
Yeah.
Because it gives the bronze drivers the track to themselves, it gives the car to themselves. They don't have to chop and change. They're not getting in and out of the car through the session. So they can ease their way in, they can get themselves comfortable, and they can build confidence on what is quite a daunting racetrack.
Krelsey, where are we?
We're in the
I've been
state...
travelling a lot.
Yes, you have. The state of New South Wales, and just over the Blue Mountains, of course, to a town of just over 40,000 people these days. Town, it's a city, this place now. It's big and bustling and busy, and there is the Mount Panorama circuit, just wedged on the range that skirts around the side of the city, and the elevation you can see there, 1 in 6 gradient heading up out of the cutting. It's 183 metres in elevation difference from the lowest point at Murray's Corner to the highest as they run towards McPhillamy Park, turn 9 and 10. One of the great things about this place is we don't talk about corner numbers, we talk about corner names, and all of them are iconic. And Garth, we talk about it every year, irrespective of what event it is here, but it always amuses me that the two most innocuous corners on the racetrack on paper, turn 23 and turn 1, Murray's and Hell, are often the ones where all of the crazy stuff happens.
Well, it's because you switch your brain off. You concentrate so much across the top of the mountain because there's so much risk up across the top of the mountain. So you come down to the bottom part of the track here at Murray's at the final corner, or turn 1 Hell corner, which I think they've got the names backwards because back in the day before they had the chase, Conrod was much, much longer. Yeah. That would have been a hell of a job stopping a race car.
Yeah,
so I would have thought the last corner should be Hell and the first corner should be Murray's. But anyway, it's not. So I digress. But you effectively come down to what is a second gear, right-hand 90-degree corner. It's like, as far as corners on racetracks goes, it's the most vanilla, they're the most vanilla corners you can have. So yeah, you effectively go, oh, well, I don't have to think about this too much because I concentrate so much across the top of the mountain. And then you lock a brake and you go off, or with the case of a GT3 car, you overcommit, you lose the rear, and around it comes. It is a little bit bumpy when you're braking down into Murray's into the final corner. It is quite bumpy, and in a GT3 car, it can bring a lot of ABS intervention into the car, and then that can trip you up and run the car on, if you like. So that's where you can make a mistake. I don't know why we all make mistakes at turn 1, because you're never going to make the lap time all at turn 1. You're just going to lose the lap at turn 1.
The theory behind the naming, as I understand it, was that back in the day it was Hell being in the middle of the pack going into turn 1. So Hell corner getting in there.
We actually do. I mean, I've been coming here for, I don't know, 25, 6, 7 years.
Since you were 4?
Yeah, thank you, John. And I don't, like some of the, like Murray's, that'll be after, that'll be someone.
Yes.
Griffiths will be after, I think it was the first Meguiar. And McPhillamy and all the rest of it. But like, yeah, like that Hell, we actually probably need to do a piece on why they're called, why they are.
And some of it is quite mythical. There's an area at the top of Mount Panorama which is on maps called Frog Hollow.
Yeah, I only learned that one a couple of years ago.
No one knows why.
There you go. I feel like we've got a job for Richard Crail for the next 12 months.
Someone one day, 50 years ago, was walking along and heard frogs in the little drain that's there. It's where the metal grate is.
Where the grate is.
So it could have been pre-grate. And there's a drain that runs under the circuit and dumps out on the driver's left to run down the hill at McPhillamy Park. And there it is. There is the fabled grate.
And that's so that's where the frogs hang out.
That's where that's Frog Hollow.
Oh, right.
But it hasn't been referred to that officially. Really, everyone knows
I think we
it
need
as the grate.
Sir David Attenborough here to
Other frog. Yeah, well, I mean, you could. It's
You're going to have someone voice something like that.
Yeah.
He's your man.
absolutely. Yeah, Reed Park, Solomon Park, just around this area, and Walter J. McPhillamy Park, who's the man that gifted the Bathurst Regional Council, the Bathurst Council at the time, the land at the top of Mount Panorama where they could build their
Scenic Drive
in 1936 in the middle of the Depression to provide engagement and employment for unemployed people.
So it was almost like a work experience program to start.
It was jobs for the unemployed. Yeah, it was a public works program.
Do you think anybody at that point thought that years later?
Oh, you know, absolutely.
They knew when they built it.
They knew when they were building it. They got it through
As a racetrack
as a scenic drive over the back.
The Vale Circuit.
The Vale Circuit. Yeah, I've never been down there.
Yeah. Oh, we're going for a drive tonight.
Okay.
The Vale Circuit, I don't know. They looked at that and then they built, we need something equally as mad, so they built Mount Panorama, the Vale Circuit.
But I've seen pictures where on the Vale Circuit there's motorcycles going down one side of the road and hay bales whilst traffic is coming the other direction, albeit under escort, but hay bales between motorcycle racing and the traffic coming the other way.
Yes.
Right, so we're doing that, are we?
We're talking 1930s as well, so their OH&S policies were slightly less refined.
Let's talk about what happened this morning, fellas. For those who are just joining us, we had a BMW on the top of the pile, which is not unusual in this 2025 endurance season. This is one of the 2024 cars. Again, just if you're joining us now, where the homologation works for Bathurst and for the Meguiar's 12 hours, you don't always get the evolutions that have been homologated at the end of the previous year. They tend to come the following event.
Well, and the reason behind that, SRO holds a massive group test in Europe where all the brands bring a car along with all the latest trick upgrades, and then they spend a couple of days with one driver going, right, we're going to equalise all the performance, which is the balance of performance, and then they sign the documentation saying, right, that car is homologated, it's good to race. But because this event's so early in the year, that occurs after the 12 hours. So we basically run 2024 spec in 2025.
Yeah, we're always a year behind, aren't we, on homologation? So time's a little bit off the pace at the early of this one, and the reason for that is right about here in one of the support categories that just preceded this session at the Combined Sedans, there was the engine failure of all engine failures coming down here into Conrod, and that car deposited all of its liquid contents onto the ground at the chase and made it very slippery. So it'll take pretty much all of this session for the chase to clean up.
It was a very pretty E36 BMW.
Oh, that's a shame.
In blue.
Did it have an electrical problem in that the rod hit
I think
on the way out?
I think the crankshaft came out and knocked the distributor off. So it was quite the electrical failure, that one.
It's quite interesting watching GT here identifying bits of engine parts.
Yes. I saw some big end bearings. That's how big an engine failure it was.
Oh, no, seriously. Shea Adam is our fourth voice in this second session of the weekend. Good morning again, Shea. What stories do you have to tell?
Hello, gentlemen. Well, on the topic of things that happened this morning, I want to bring your attention to the 183 JMEC Racing Team MPC Audi. The R8 was out on the circuit. Ricardo Fellow was the driver this morning. Encountered a slight gearbox issue coming back into the pit lane, which has resulted in the crew thrashing about furiously trying to get the car repaired in time for this bronze session because they are applicable to run. They have one Mr. Liam Talbot who can run in the bronze session because he's a bronze driver, got no laps this morning and wasn't planned to get laps. More importantly, it was Brock Feeney who was going to be the third driver, or the second driver in the car this morning, I should say, but the third driver of the group that I've not yet mentioned. Ricardo bringing the car back in, crew went to work straight away. They knew the issue, they diagnosed it, they began repairing it, but the repairs have not yet been able to be completed. Now, normally, you would be concerned at your bronze losing time, but when your bronze driver is Mr. Liam Talbot, the reigning GT World Challenge Australia champion, and the guy who finished third overall in the race here last year in, what was that? Oh yes, an Audi R8. I'm not exactly worried about Liam getting up to speed and getting his laps done around this weekend.
Thanks, Shay. I'll eagle-eye Adam down there picking up the big stories. Liam, if you're going to have a bronze, have to sit out a session because you've got a technical issue. He's probably the one you'd want with all of his wealth of experience. They had a cheeky little test day at Winton a couple of weeks ago, which has very little similarities to this place, admittedly, but in that it's a racetrack and there are walls around it. But just to get him comfortable in the Audi again in particular, and get Brock Feeney comfortable in that car too, because the Fiend hasn't driven an Audi R8. He's only been a Mercedes AMG GT3 driver. And in the opposite circumstance, we see Ferrari in action, and later in this session, Brad Schumacher, if he's not already in the car, will be driving to get some laps, having switched from Audi into Ferrari. And they've had a couple of test days at a circuit which is perhaps slightly closer to this place, Garth, your old stomping ground at Wanneroo, in that it's got elevation change.
Well, that's probably where it stops.
Yes.
Wanneroo is on the side of a mountain, as is Mount Panorama, but as far as corner profile and speed, it's probably not quite the same. But yes, you mentioned Winton, and the only similarity that Winton would have to Bathurst is it's called a racetrack, and it has a pit lane.
Changeable weather's probably the only other one.
Yeah. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see with Brock Feeney how he adapts to that Audi R8, because having driven both those cars now myself, the AMG Mercedes and an Audi R8, they are very, very different the way that they perform. So Brock very, very fast last year, started on the front row for Triple Eight in their Mercedes, but will have a bit of a challenge getting up to speed in the Audi, given they're missing some track time early in the weekend.
It's generally accepted, and I'd like to know what you think about this, Garth, having driven a number of GT3 cars, that the AMG GT3 is potentially the most user-friendly for the non-pro driver. Does that tally with what you?
Yeah, that was certainly the chat that I had prior to driving an AMG car. It was one of the Grove Mercedes which I drove in Portugal last year. But then when you drive the Merc, you go, wow, everything seems to happen in slow motion.
Yeah.
And you feel like, oh, I'm actually not going that fast. And then you look back and you get the data print out and you look at your mid-corner speeds, you go, oh, I was actually going really fast, because the car doesn't, it's not nervous, and it's quite comfortable, and on the limit, it doesn't feel like it's going to get away from you. When you're driving the Audi on the limit, particularly here across the top of the mountain, it's much more agile. There's a lot going on, and we often marvel at the sector times of the Audis across the top of the mountain, but it is literally on the limit, and the car is dancing, and at any stage it can get away from you when you're driving it right at that limit in those qualifying laps. So for someone like Brock, who's been driving and only ever driven an AMG car, just finding where that limit is such a challenge, and that's where I really struggled in the Audi across the top of the mountain, because you don't want to step over the limit, because when you go over the limit across the top of the mountain, there's nowhere to go. So just finding where that limit is probably a little bit more challenging in those mid-engine, rear-engine cars.
Boss man, Stephen Grove on screen now in car number 4. Let's go back down to Shane.
Just following up on another story from this morning, the Team 19 Mercedes in the GT4 category, they wound up in a bit of strife as well. Their splitter wound up coming off on the front of the car, causing them to get black flagged. Well, it just wandered down to the exact opposite end of pit lane from pit out, and they are very casually going to work on that Mercedes as well. They are continuing. It's up on the high jacks, and there's an air of, yeah, we'll get it done eventually, but there's no urgency, guys. So this session not looking like we're going to see the 19 car out there. But again, we're talking about 3 defending class race winners from last year, so I don't think that they need the laps necessarily either.
Well, we're going to file that under she'll be right.
Yeah, that's exactly what my thought was. That's the she'll be right strategy.
Well, and you touched on Liam Talbot racing here last November, and it was the same for Griffo and the GT4 team in the round of the domestic GT4 championship, which is going gangbusters at the moment in great strength. I'd love to see a Mustang GT4 in this race, actually, because if there's a car that's designed for Mount Panorama spec racing, it's a Ford Mustang GT4 car. As we continue to watch Stephen Grove in the Grove Group car, great to have these guys back in the race. 5 times a class winner, 4 of them in a Porsche GT3 Cup car in what was Class B, the Cup car class, and then
that must be a record.
Yes, it is.
Number 1 for anybody in any class.
More classes than any other team in the history of the race, and then a Pro-Am win in 2020, and that extraordinary year in a Porsche 911 GT3R, and had a couple of years away and a switch of brands, but Grove racing back. And Garth, they've got the bulk of the supercar team here this weekend looking after this car.
It's all supercars. So
is it?
It's the whole supercar, well, not the whole supercar team, but the whole crew that are here from the supercar program. Wow. It's the first time that Grove Racing has ever done it totally in-house. So usually in the past they've partnered with a GT team like Combined Motorsports or the like, but this program now fully in-house at Grove Racing, and had a really strong test day at Phillip Island a couple of weeks ago in the lead up to this one, and big program for the Grove Racing in the GT world this year going forward as well.
So this is the bronze session. If you are just joining us, another 40 minute session. We've got about 25 minutes to go. Now, clearly, not every car, Crailsey, has got a bronze driver in it. So not every car is eligible to be out here right now.
Yeah, 13 cars on the racetrack. So we've heard that the Griffo GT4 car isn't out there, and the 183 Jamek Racing Audi, incidentally. Cross-wide.
No, I'm not actually. I need to wander down to the garage and figure out why they want it.
I can't tell you.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you look like you know.
I wrote the press release. That's the number of that Gen Audi R8 that were produced.
Ah, okay.
Racing,
Yeah, right.
Troy and Troy Russell down there at MPC, and Steve McLaughlin, who owns the car and is the sponsor this weekend. Well, let's give a little nod to Audi's GT3 racing heritage, and of course, equal most successful brand in the history of the Bathurst 12-hour as well.
Chip? Was there? Isn't there? My ears were deceiving me. I'll follow up on that. Over 300 in total of all the versions. The last chassis was delivered not so very long ago. And that's incredible when you think about it. We always think of Porsche as being the archetypal, customer racing team. And they're always going to be the model for selling racing cars and going racing as an income stream rather than a line that is going to cost you money. And everybody tries to set that up. And Audi's more customary racing down through the years with that R8 and more latterly with the TCR car, the RS3 TCR, now on its second or third iteration as well. Absolutely outstanding. And whilst Audi have, for the moment at least, and Crailsey and I were talking about this, for the moment at least, got their eyes on a different prize in open wheel racing, they are still supporting their customers, and their customers are still winning. Now, that does sound like Shea's got a mic up and down the pit lane.
Yeah, this time I do, guys. Sorry about that earlier. I'm stung by my words and saying that they were casually going about their business. Team 19 got the Mercedes out, and it just rumbled past me on the pit lane, so I kind of had to make sure that everything was all right before I gave you a full report on it.
Bilski being shown behind the wheel. Thanks, Shay. Kenny, just Garth, you flinched coming down into Murray's, just sort of a quarter of a wheel on the right-hand side of that Mercedes AMG, just out in the grass there in the braking zone.
Yeah, he's just trying to give one of the slower cars, I think it was the KTM Invitational Class car, a wide berth, and just a little bit too wide, found two wheels in the grass. Kenny owns some real estate on Conrod Straight, so maybe he was just mowing the lawn this morning.
Yeah,
we all have our chores to do when you're home.
He does. His mate Paul Morris landed his helicopter there at the 1000, Bathurst International in November last year. He posted just checking in on Kenny's place to make sure it's all still good for February.
Yeah, very good. Let's have a chat about Yasser Shaheen, topping the times at the moment in that shell livery on the number 91 Porsche 911 GT3R. First of all, fabulous livery. If you squint, you can see a 962 at Le Mans. Just needs the white wheels, doesn't it? Really. Secondly, and this to you, Garth, Yasser is in the WEC this year for BMW, and the car that he's driven most recently was the Evo version of that M4, and he won in Abu Dhabi a couple of weekends ago. How difficult or easy is it for any driver to swap between two radically different cars? They are literally 180 degrees different in terms of where the engine is.
Yeah, it's challenging, it certainly is, but of the two cars that Yasser's probably got the most muscle memory more recently of, it's this car, the Porsche. Yeah. Given he's done, nearly 2 years in that car now. So getting back in this car is a bit like pulling on a comfortable set of slippers. You're like, oh yeah, it'll make the audio track sounds about right, the gearbox, the gear ratios, the brake pedal feel, the throttle, the power application is all muscle memory. Yep. So that coming back into this car is probably easier for Yasser. But when he did that race in the BMW, I mean, he would have done some testing in the lead up to that race in the Middle East. But that's the harder challenge because, you know, even before when Yasser was, before he drove the Porsche, he was in an Audi. So although the Audi's mid-engine, it's still behind you. So the characteristics are more similar than being in a front-engine car like the BMW. So that's the bigger challenge for when you're chopping and changing. And we were talking about the Audi versus the Mercedes. And the Mercedes are much more dull, sort of calmer car, if you like, because of the weight distribution with that. That's easier when you're going that way, but just understanding the quirks of those cars is a challenge.
And Yasser Krelsi coming off a banner year. Last year, he got the grips with that BMW in the UAE so quickly. His times came down and down. He had Timo Bout-Sky, who's going to be his teammate in the WEC, and Charles Verts jumped in as well. Well, Charles knows how to drive one of those cars. He's been one of the development drivers as well. But Yasser got down a really good time really quickly. And there's a steeliness about Yasser this year. He had a great year last year. He's come off that. That's a mental thing, isn't it? When you know that you really can do it and you've done it. And then I think he's only going to get better, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that became one of only a handful of Aussies to ever win the 24 Hours of Le Mans last year. And the first ever winner in a GT3 car in that race, won the class, which was a huge performance. And quite literally, and the Sheehan family is a big news story in their native South Australia, but it was quite literally front page of the major newspaper in Adelaide.
As it should be.
The first time I've ever seen sports car racing on the front page of a national newspaper in this part of the world. But yeah, he drove out of his skin and runner-up in the World Endurance Championship. And you and I, Garth, have both had the opportunity to work with both of them. I've worked with Sam for a long time in one-make Porsche racing. I know a lot of competitive people, but they are right up there.
They're
right
ultra competitive. I mean, successful in business, but you can see why they have success in their chosen sport as well, because the determination. And I mean, I've been fortunate to share a GT car with a lot of bronze drivers, and I've not shared a car with a bronze driver that works as hard as Yasser. Like, in the lead up to a race when we were teammates, it was nothing for him to be texting me at 11 o'clock at night, and he's looking at vision and looking at data, and I'm like, Yasser, go to bed. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to be okay. And he's just constantly looking, asking for new information. We were talking about in practice one, John, Valentino Rossi, how much of a sponge he was in his learning of GT3 and getting up to speed in the four-wheel world. And that's what Yasser's like. He just absolutely, any opportunity to learn from anyone, just wants to just get as much information as he can. So it does not surprise me that he has had success, the success that he had. And I remember after Le Mans, I texted him, as it would have a million people, and just said, mate, that is absolute reward for the work that you've put in over the last 3 or 4 years.
The other thing, we'll come to a very nice lap time that's just been set by an Aston Martin, but the other point to that is both of them are ferociously passionate about motorsport, and I mean, they've invested an enormous amount of their own money in the racetrack at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend, but they get the history too, and they love the history side of it, hence the Shell livery nodding back to that. And we spoke to them last night about that, so yeah, we had to. Like, we've got an iconic sponsor on the car, we've got to give a nod to some Porsche racing history, so I love that element of it too.
And we've got another iconic livery that's just jumped to the top, actually, with a little segue there. Promised we did rehearse this earlier. Jamie Dame in the Aston Martin Vantage. This is the number 91 car for, sorry, this is the number 14 car, just replacing the 91 car in terms of the top of the timing for Volante Rosso Motorsport. And a 2:06.590, that's 6/10 on the rest of the field. Car's got a bit of an interesting history. I think I've commentated on this chassis in the US, been through a couple of hands since then. It isn't the very latest model, but it's still a superb looking car and works really well with the Etruscan orange and sky blue of Gulf Motorsport.
I was talking to Josh Hunt, who's one of the partners in Volante Rosso, who are running this car this weekend, yesterday, and I said, "Oh, how did the deal come about?" And so I just literally rang them and said, "Gee, this would be cool." And they went, "Yeah, okay, yeah, we agree." So good deal.
Good deal. Love when those deals come together like that.
But looks tremendous. John Garth and I had the fortune to call this car's first race in Oz last year for the team at the Phillip Island Grand Prix segment, the round of GT World Challenge, which is a racetrack I know you're desperate to get to and have yet to visit. But yeah, they're chipping away at this. It's very early days in the program, but they've been testing in the off season and they've started to unpick what this car's about and how to develop it. They'll go to an Evo spec for that car after the 12-hour for domestic racing, and we saw last year at Spa how good the Evo version of that Aston was, with Competition Racing winning the 24 Hours of Spa for Aston Martin last year, and a pretty dramatic finish to that race. So it's a car with a lot of potential. We have seen this shape Aston Martin Vantage GT3 here before, back in 2020, in that incredible year, and they, to be quite frank, weren't that competitive that year, but a lot of water's passed under the bridge since then. So looking forward to seeing what they can do. We're pretty confident, we don't have the full stat, but we're pretty confident it's the youngest ever average age for a full GT3 pairing in the race's history, because it's about 22 years of
Well,
age.
Rich, that's I'm very disappointed in you that you do not have
Yeah,
that
I'm
stat at
disappointed in
hand,
myself,
because
Garth.
you normally, if there's a question to be answered, you're our man. So you have got a job to do this afternoon.
Even as
Head
we're
of practice
speaking,
three.
you know that Shea is doing the arithmetic on that, aren't you, Shea? You'll work it out down in the lane.
Well, yeah, and I'm also thinking back to the year when Erebus was running Austin Cindric in the car, and I seem to remember that being a very, very, very low average age as well. But I'm just kind of giggling right now, guys.
Krillsy's on it already.
All right.
Shea, he's got the laptop out, so.
Go get him, Krillsy. I'm standing here giggling because I'm in the Grove Racing Garage, and I've seen many, many times over the years when a dad is standing behind watching what his son or daughter is able to do in the car, watching the telemetry and the onboard, being proud, saying, yeah, good lap, good apex, you're making it work. Well, now I'm watching Brenton Grove judging Stephen, and he is so proud of his father and what he's been able to do. Very smooth hands from Stephen as they have a live onboard video. And I just want to try and dive in with Brenton really quick. I know it's cruel to take you away from the screens when clearly you're so entrapped with what your dad is doing out there, but this Mercedes, I've associated you with a lot of different brands on the mountain. How comfortable is the Mercedes to drive here?
Yeah, it's fun. It's a very confidence-inspiring car, especially for myself and Steve. We don't drive all the time. We don't drive as much as the pros. So for us, when we go back to work on Monday, the next time we jump back in the car, we've still got the confidence we had when we left. So that's quite fun. And for him, it's a lot easier to drive than what the Porsche was, which means he's not having to try as hard, which builds the confidence, and it's just a nice flow on from there.
You've brought Fabian Schiller to the track this year. Him watching the screen just as eagerly as you are, trying to figure out the track. How hard is it with so many short, sharp sessions to figure out the mountain?
Yeah, it's very hard. I'm lucky I've probably done almost more laps than anyone else that's driving with us, so I'll probably do the least amount of driving, but for me it's how do I help Fabi with the track and help Steve with the car and the track. So anything I can do to help everyone else, I'll do, because whether I've been driving or watching the supercar team and our drivers have seen a lot of laps around here, so yeah, hopefully I can pass on some of that knowledge and help the guys out, because at the end of the day, it's a team sport and we need to make sure everyone's comfortable going into the race.
What's it like when you literally take off the team hat and put back on the helmet?
It's been a lot harder than what it is now. We're lucky that with the supercar team and the employees we have a very big resource base. So I was pretty clear to Couchy, our team principal, before we came, that I don't want to know any problems. I don't want to know if you have to buy parts. Treat it like it's a supercar weekend and just run it for me, because we'll deal with it on Monday. And it's helping me with my driving quite a lot, because normally people would come to me asking stuff, and now I'm just a driver here having some fun, so it's cool.
Enjoy it. We're glad to see you with the helmet back on, Brenton.
Thank you very much.
They're having too much fun. It's as simple as that. But you know what? What I like about this form of racing, and we can take it all the way up to WEC and Le Mans as well, actually, and IMSA. You have got people who are living everybody's dreams. They're living their own dreams, but they're representing, you know, a fair chunk of everybody who's here at the circuit, who's watching and listening around the world. If they had the wherewithal and the potential for investment, there'd be a lot of people who go, Thank you very much. I'll have a GT3 or a GT4 car, and I'm going to go and do some of the greatest races in the world. And that's what GT3 has done, that you can go and pick and choose some of the best races in the world without necessarily having to commit to a full championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And the beauty about GT3 is this, you know, if you're driving an AMG Mercedes at Bathurst this weekend, you can take your helmet and your seat, jump on a plane and drive an AMG Mercedes in the Middle East or in Europe, and it's all the same. The buttons are in the same spot. Yeah, it all sounds the same. So you don't have to ship your car around the world. You can do a deal with local teams, and we've seen that here in Australia, and Australian teams doing that in Europe as well. So that's what's great about the GT3 model, if you like, is it's the same car the world over, effectively. And if you're a successful business person that's worked hard and had success in business, and you've got the funding and the desire to go and do some cool races, you can. Because there is this structure where you can have bronze drivers teamed up with a silver driver like Brenton, who's a younger sort of, you know, executive that's not a full-time driver, and then you can have a Fabian Schiller in your car that's a gun for hire. Yeah. So you can effectively go and, there's one of Ross Gunn jumps onto that oil from the earlier one, category that dropped it earlier, but gets away with that one. Always hold your breath when that stuff happens.
You really do.
Particularly in practice. But, you know, you can, there's an opportunity for everyone in GT3 racing to find where they stand and be competitive.
And there's a race for everyone as well, in that you can go and do races where there are no all-pro combinations as well. So you could go and be the big dog as a bronze driver and potentially win outright.
And in IMSA, they've got the bronze cup, of course, and that gets you an invitation, potentially gets you an invitation to Le Mans. Jamie Day went even quicker before he dived into the pits this time around. Got it down from the 2:06 earlier to a 2:05.1 in the Aston Martin, number 14.
That's a handy lap time, because I just pulled up this corresponding session from last year, and it was Liam Talbot in the Audi that went fastest with a 6:1. So Jamie Day going a full second faster than the corresponding session. And we know how good Liam Talbot is around Bathurst. Yeah. So augurs well for that Aston Martin team.
People joining us all the time, Creelsy. Any major changes to what they're going to see and what we're going to be talking about in terms of regulations, qualification, and indeed the race on Sunday?
Well, how long have you got? I could sit down and do a detailed analysis on
Give us the executive summary, please,
Richard. Honestly, there's actually quite a lot of consistency year to year this year. So there'll still be a few things that will be tweaked via bulletin. So there's a minimum pit stop time for a fuel and tyre and driver change pit stop.
We've had that before.
Yeah, we have. They'll just issue that time via bulletin a little bit closer.
But they were, in the past, there was a mandated number of those.
Yes.
And where that's changed. One of the changes for this year is that if you're just doing a lightning tyre change, go for it. It's as fast as you want. So if you're doing a late race, just give us some fresh tyres and go, then you can do a lightning fast pit stop. As soon as you connect the fuel coupler, that's when the minimum time kicks in. So there's some flexibility there with the strategy. In the past, we had the mandated, was it 11 stops for compulsory pit stop for a time. That's gone, which I think is actually a really good change.
Totally agree.
Yeah, because you can do this race on less if things roll your way. If they're fortunate safety cars, for example, you get a safety car with 90 minutes to go, you roll the dice, fill the thing up, and see how you
fill it up, and then you can come in and grab some tyres if you feel like you can get that done and not lose track position. So there's some flexibility in the late part of the race. Another thing that I like they've got rid of is the minimum 32 or maximum 32 lap stint rule as well, which we've had in the past. So now if you want to go and save fuel and save it and you can stretch 32 laps to 34 or 35, and that buys you some flexibility in your strategy, then that's a good thing.
And I agree with that, because you should be getting a benefit for being able to do that. Shit, Adam?
You guys were singing the praises of Jamie Day, and he's just jumped out of the Aston Martin. Jamie, first time to the mountain. What do you think of this place?
Oh, it's immense, to be honest. Like, the first time ever driving it, there's no track quite like it. You know, I haven't done too many laps so far today, but just learning every time I go out. So it's all about that constant improvement, and hopefully we'll do a bit more later on this afternoon to be right up the front with the rest of the pros. But so far, I've loved every minute of being on the track.
How much of an advantage is it to get these bronze sessions where, in effect, there's half the cars on the track?
Yeah, it's a big place to improve. Obviously, like you said, not too many cars on the track, so you get a lot more free space to learn. But overall, yeah, I'm just taking every lap as I can and just learning, especially in the mountainside, is so difficult.
With 3 rookies to the mountain, how difficult is it to try and share the seat time when you're all trying to figure it out?
Yeah, honestly, we're just sharing it, and every time we come out of the car, trying to give as much constructive feedback as possible to the team, and yeah, trying to learn and grow as a team all at once, and hopefully by Sunday we'll be right up there.
Have you guys all been given similar feedback about what the car's been doing so far?
Yeah, we've all been very similar, obviously. Me and Matteo a little bit more experience with the car, Jalen a bit more experience with the track, so we put it all together, and yeah, every time we go out there, just trying to help each other and trying to push to be at the front.
Good luck this weekend. You've definitely got one of the fan favorite liveries.
Thank you very much.
Very much so, and nice to have Aston Martin back. Thank you, Shay. 19 years of age, young Jamie, and a bit of a gun in GT4 racing in Great Britain last year. And I smiled at the point where he said Jay Robotham's the experienced guy, because Jay's 22.
I was going to say, isn't Jay like 21 or 22?
He's got a couple of Bathurst 1000 starts. John, when Garth Tander asks you a question, one seeks to provide an answer, and when you can't provide it, you feel bad. So the man demands these things. So
well, I wouldn't say it was demand. I asked the question.
No, it was demanded an answer. So I have found one for you.
Thank you, Richard.
Second youngest driving combination in Bathurst 12 history. The youngest driving combination was in 2015, which was the car that Shay mentioned, the Erebus Motorsports. Aston Martin.
Well played, Shay.
No doubting her now.
So hang on a minute. So hang on, before you go on, Crail, you've just spent 20 minutes on Google working that out, and Shay off the top of her head went, nah, it was that Erebus car with Oscar Sidgwick.
Yep, no, that's right. Yield to Shay.
Oh, well, I think, John, what we've learned out of this little experiment is when we want to know something, we go down to pit lane.
Always ask it.
That's where I'm going as well.
And by the way, Jamie, that we were just talking to there, recently taken into the Aston Martin family even more. He's been given their supported young driver status. Shay.
I was about to give you guys a very good update, and unfortunately that update has been taken away from me because I saw Liam Talbot with his helmet on and the Audi looking like it was very close to being able to go out for the J-Mac crew, and Liam's taking his helmet back off. So it looks like the gearbox issue will not be able to be fixed before the end of this bronze session, and they actually have a new gearbox housing sitting on the floor. I think that's the one that came out, actually, if I'm going to be wagering a guess, because there are some rags on it. And that's not typically what you see when a gearbox is about to go in, but yeah, the 183 not likely to get out for this session.
Thanks, Shane. A vague recollection the same thing happened 12 months ago.
I was about to say the exact same thing. I feel like, and last year it was a sensor, and it's actually quicker to change the whole unit than
just
try and dive in and change the sensor the way that it is. So I'm not a betting man, Richard Crail, but I'm going to go down to MPC Audi after this session, and I wouldn't mind betting that it's the same issue that's taking place. So when it's a sensor thing like that, then you've got to calibrate the sensor. So I dare say that they've gone, yep, Liam, get ready, throw your helmet on, and they've gone to check the calibration, and it's not, one brain is not talking to the other brain, and the gearbox is not working. So
that happens a lot in this booth, actually. We need to be recalibrated.
Speaking of, I need to put a full stop on.
Oh, come on. Let it go, Rich. You were beaten.
I will not.
Edge to first slip, mate. I'm sorry, there's no review.
Mate, it didn't even go to slip, went straight to the keeper. There wasn't even a diving spectacular catch. It was a real straightforward, silly nick.
Line and length.
Austin Cindric brought the average age down of that Erebus car.
Doesn't matter how
it was 16. 16. Hasn't he gone on to do some cool things though?
He was only 16.
The other drivers that year were Nathan Morgan, successing touring TCR racing in Australia. Simon Hodge, who just won the Gold Star the year before in F3 racing, and newly minted engineer at Premier Racing in the Supercars Championship this year. So it was a good little combo.
Once again, the time is ticking down. We're inside, getting down towards the last minute. Let's talk about the GT4s. They've three of them. They've all been out. Last session it was McLaren, Mercedes, McLaren. This time it's Mercedes AMG from the two Artura GT4s. Nothing in it though, really.
Quite beneficial for the AMG guys to fix their GT4. She'll be right, and they were right. It's going to be all right because they're currently fastest in GT4 by half a second over the McLaren.
Anthony Levitt is behind the wheel of the 24 car. Tony coming out of production car racing, bunch of Bathurst 6-hour starts in a big Mercedes C63 sedan.
I think he made his debut at that SRO round at Phillip Island in that car, and did a very good job. Very good job.
And then came here in November.
Yeah,
after
so
that
he's gone on with it, which is great to see.
Yeah, he told me the other day that this is... Oh, that was a big moment. That was a really big moment for the Aston, turning into Griffins at the end of Mountain Straight. A couple of wheels wide, and the car had a really big wobble, getting it turned in. It's showing Jamie Day behind the wheel, but we just heard from him, so I'd say it swapped over. Potentially Mateo Villagomez now behind the wheel of that car. But that was a hairy little moment.
I saw also this car have a little moment on the previous lap on the drop down into the grate. So
was he over the line?
Yeah, I think
was.
Just lucky that little bit of tarmac there. That's your braking.
driveway,
It's actually the braking marker at the end of Mountain Straight. That little driveway there. So
That will have, I think, caught his attention,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
yeah.
Checkers flag is out, by the way, for the end of this session. Got some demo laps coming up for those of you here at the mountain. I know tuned in on the FM frequency around here as well. 103.8. Have I made that up? Looking at you, girls.
87.8.
That's the second question. That's the second question we've asked here, John.
That wasn't even out the back of the hand, that one.
Below par.
Ask me something relevant, like has there been an Ecuadorian race in the Bathurst 12-hour before?
Richard Crowell, has there been an Ecuadorian ever compete in the Bathurst 12-hour?
Garth, do you know what? There hasn't.
No,
so
okay.
Mateo Villagomez is
much.
the first, and he's behind the wheel.
What about in the early days of the 1,000?
I don't believe so.
60s and 70s? No one made it out from...
Not a massive motorsport hotspot.
No. It might be an emerging market.
Oh, I'd like to think so. And if you're tuning in from Ecuador, please let me know.
Welcome.
At RSL_studio, hashtag B12Hr.
103.9.
103.9. Just next door.
Someone's texted that to him there.
Yes,
That's Shay. Did Shay text that up from pit lane?
it was the great Mark Horsburgh who
Thanks,
listens
Mark.
in while he's out on the circuit. One of the great photographers on the planet, let's be honest.
We hello to everybody listening on the FM
103.9.
103.9. We had Belize tuned in. Somebody in Belize tuned in at Daytona, and that started the things going of who was in the most odd place. And so we'll do that again this weekend.
I reckon we could roll that out again.
Yeah, we can. Back in the early days of the live stream of this race, we were big in Bratislavia.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, right.
Don't know why,
Okay.
but we were.
A lot of VPNs based out of Bratislava.
Apparently, yep. Eastern.
There must be some loophole there.
Very good. Full course yellow coming up, as you can hear from race control.
7, 6.
The same test that we saw at the end of practice 1.
Yeah.
The bronze drivers get the opportunity to have that
1.
test as well
Full
and
course yellow.
practice their full course yellow.
I do like the fact there's the countdown into it now, rather than just coming out and everybody going, all right, have I slowed down enough? Did I slow down in time? Gives you the opportunity to get down, look at what's around you, make sure that you're not good at inconvenience, and then get on the button.
But that countdown doesn't go directly to the drivers.
Right.
That countdown, the engineers in pit lane will be getting that, so they will be then relaying that countdown. So they'll be hearing race director David Stewart doing the countdown, and then the engineers will be giving that same countdown to their drivers. So the drivers do get a countdown, but it is relayed through the team.
I want to know if we get somebody. We had Burundi as well last
Burundi.
week. Yeah.
Big motorsport scene there. So David Stewart, right of screen, back corner, white shirt. So he's the DRD. Middle of screen there in the Motorsport Australia chair is James Taylor, who's the race director, full-time supercars race director, and he's been race director of this race for almost a decade now, and alongside him will be Craig Baird, driver standards advisor. Rob Thierry to his left in the Bathurst 12-hour shed. Hello, Jimbo.
JT.
Hello to BT, better half, who celebrated a birthday recently as well. Just moved up to the Gold Coast and within view of the Gold Coast street circuit. A little sea change. Speaking of great street circuits, there's one of them. So practice 2 in the books. We're halfway down in today's schedule of 4 sessions. Practice 3 this afternoon, we'll see some pit stop practice. It's a hot pit for that one, which means they can do some refueling.
Oh,
but
right.
it ends with Aston Martin quickest for the first time on the mountain since 2019. That's a good result for Valente Rosso. Kenny Habul was second quickest in the bronze session. Yasser Shahin for Porsche in third. Theo Konduris, the Canberran, his brother James in that car with him as well in Mercedes AMG. And rounding out the five, the Ross Gun Heart of Racing by SPS Performance. Mercedes AMG GT3. Some cool demo laps coming your way next, John Hindhoff, and some more support racing over the course of the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And in GT4, it was Mercedes, McLaren, 19, 24, and 25. I like to see things in numeric order. That was very nice indeed. Don't go too far away if you're trackside, plenty happening, and we'll be back to cover all the action from the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. See you soon.
Well, today is a pretty special day in the local motor racing scene. Not every day we get to welcome a brand new category to Australia, and what better location to start than Mount Panorama, Bathurst. This is Ferrari Challenge, and there is no shortage of Ferrari fans around the world, particularly here in Australia. And Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli Australasia getting its start here today. We did see it in the Asia Pacific Series visiting Albert Park at the Grand Prix circuit a few years ago, but now we get our own series. And this is the first of 5 stops, which will spend plenty of time here in New South Wales with a couple rounds at Sydney Motorsport Park. It'll also visit Phillip Island down in Victoria and the Bend to wrap up the series in September. And a lot of hype around this series, which has not spent a lot of time with the Australian audience, but has certainly been making headways overseas with a lot of time spent in Europe and also North America. And this is the 5th series to join Japan and the UK, as well as the new focus for Ferrari is to make more regional championships around the world. Not a bad place to start, right here at Mount Panorama. Renato Liberto is not just in the commentary box with me, but playing a very important role in the paddock this weekend as well. He's a man who's driven his fair share of cars out of the skid area over the years as well. So you must be, Renato, very excited to see this category finally come to life here in Australia.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix of emotions, Chad. You know, exhausted, relieved, excited, and obviously very passionate about the brand, having, you know, raced here before. So for me to see this sort of evolve over the last few years, to see 16 cars on the grid is absolutely fantastic.
A third guest commentator a little bit later on throughout the course of the weekend as well in Timmy Brook, who spent plenty of time around the Ferrari scene here with their club challenge and graduating into this weekend Ferrari Challenge. Where are we racing? You know it, it's Mount Panorama. 23 turns, 6.2 kilometres of the best tarmac you'll find anywhere in the country, particularly from the cutting turn 3 across the top to the elbow, which is just above that Pirelli board at the top of Conrod Straight. And they are flying down Conrod Straight as well this weekend. We'll touch on just how quick they've been going through the speed trap in a moment. This is qualifying. This will set the grid for their first of 2 races, and then we'll go qualifying and racing again tomorrow. 30-minute session, followed by a 30-minute race later today. Ditto that again tomorrow. You get a couple of sets of Pirelli tyres. You can only use one of them today. The next set you have to save in the bag for tomorrow. So very simple format, very simple strategy. Go out there and go fast. And I think looking at the practice times from this morning, everyone's still very much getting to learn the car and the track. So I'm looking forward to, Renato, this session as these drivers just take an axe to the timing screen.
That's right, and we sort of spoken to the drivers. Obviously, there's quite a number of fresh names here. There's also some experienced drivers within the group, and our driver coaches supporting them. So we've sort of said approach Quali 1 today as a bit of an extended practice session. We only had 25 minutes this morning. It was quite cool, a bit greasy on the track. We've really sort of said to go out and just find your feet, bring the tyres up. They're a brand new set, of course, as you mentioned with our rules. 1 set of tyres for Quali 1 and race 1 today. Another set go on for tomorrow's Quali 2 and race 2. So green tyres, some of them still learning the track. As you know, this place is pretty daunting, and these cars are not slow by any stretch of the imagination. So it's really about building themselves up, and I dare say some of the drivers will bank an early time on a green tyre. Some will actually sort of improve their time over the course of the session.
Yeah, Antoine Gittini was the quickest in that opening session today. Black liveried Ferrari, and doing a very nice job in practice 1 to set a 2:11 time. I get the feeling we'll see a 2:0 something in this qualifying session from him as he gets even quicker. Put quite a bit of distance on the rest of the field earlier today as well, so a really strong start to his weekend. He's been working with Josh Buchan as his coach as well, who's working across the Zagami stable.
And of course, having guys like Josh and Tim involved from a driver coaching point of view that have done a lot of laps around here, they can obviously, when we did the track walk, it was a full circuit walk, going into a lot of detail, really talking about where they can try and find some cheap time around here, but also where you want to stay away from. As you mentioned, there's a lot of concrete up the top, the middle sector of the mountain, and really just sort of making sure that we've got the guys in a safe space, particularly as they're still learning the track for some of them.
And with the arrival of a new series comes the new car as well, which is the brand new Ferrari 296 Challenge model. It supersedes the 488 Evo, which we do actually have a few of those older model 488 Evos in the field as well. It's the 99, which is the top flight of the category in the Pirelli class. Dives down the inside of Jim Pollicina in car number 7 as well. And that's Ernst Kirchmeier, who's come all the way from Austria to be racing here this weekend. 2-time Ferrari Challenge champion from around the world as well. So a lot of experience that Ernst will bring here to the mountain this weekend. it's more about learning the circuit for him than learning the cars because he has a lot of experience. But first, Ren, let's just chat about this 296 challenge and what an amazing automobile Ferrari have made here to supersede that 488 and what we've seen from the 1 year that they've been racing overseas already.
That's right, and the car is obviously, these cars are based very much on the production road-going versions, so they're based on the 296 GTB and GTS road-going car. Similar V6 twin turbocharged engine, but no hybridization, so no hybrid system or battery system in the racing version of the car. Otherwise, obviously, huge aerodynamics on the car, very purpose-built for racing. From a suspension point of view as well, obviously, the dampers are different, some of the geometry in the car is different. But the idea being, and you can probably talk about this yourself as well, Chad, having spent some time in the car, is that it's a car that obviously has a huge performance window, you know, working its way up towards the GT3 pace, but accessible for drivers who are potentially coming out of track days and other things into, you know, GT racing.
Yeah, it has been really developed for the client base, which is stepping up from their club challenge days, and 11 out of the 16 cars in this field driven by drivers who have graduated from that very program.
That's
so
right.
Yeah, a lot of signs that the pathway that Ferrari has set up through their Corsa Clienti bracket has certainly proven to be quite successful very, very quickly.
That's right, and it's something we've worked on, you know, for over 15 years. I've been travelling around doing Ferrari Challenge, sort of coaching with drivers in other parts of the world, and the Club Challenge product that now exists, which is effectively a very, very highly developed track day program with dedicated engineers and coaches and all of the things you would normally see at a race meeting there. Has provided a very, very adequate pathway for drivers out of just doing track days through to what we're seeing right now. People coming to Bathurst and driving a Ferrari GT car around.
Very, very cool. We've also got 4 different nationalities covered across the 16 cars as well, with obviously plenty of Aussies out there. We've got the one Austrian who we mentioned a moment ago in Kirkmeyer. We've also got 2 Japanese drivers in the field, Masahiro Taguchi and also Baby Kai. Baby Kai, the only driver in the field who has raced Ferrari Challenge in Australia before.
Yeah,
as well.
correct, at the Grand Prix. Yeah, I remember calling him at the Grand Prix.
Yeah, you don't forget a name like well too quick, which is pretty cool. And Chris Huang, who is Chinese but Australian based, spent a lot of time around motor racing, actually has some open wheel experience in the last 12 months as well.
That's right, and for someone like Chris, obviously being in the 488 Evo, from the coach's side, we're actually quite interested to see, you know, someone who's got a bit of experience in other categories racing, you know, can race door to door, but is in a car that doesn't quite have the same power or potential as a 296, just where that sort of, you know, the driving potential is going to get him within the grid as well. Should make for some entertaining racing this afternoon.
If you're wondering how you can tell the cars apart by looking at the drivers on the track, there's a very simple way of telling the 3 different classes that we have in action here this weekend. The Pirelli drivers, who are the top flight and top ranked drivers in the 296 cars, they have numbers that are all below the number 100. So all the single digit and double digit numbers. Then you go up to Copper Shell, which is the AM class category, as we check out a replay down here, and driving on the cleanup material from the Combined Sedans race earlier is Mark Hutters, and that was probably not where you want to be parking the car down there at the elbow.
No, the closing speed down there would have made, I'm sure the eyeballs were sort of quite open when that happened there. Nice to see him still pull it up. Those cars have got incredible braking potential as well, the carbon ceramic brakes in there, so nice to see the car still pulling up nice and square for him.
Kirkmeyer's on a good lap here, 127.9 through that second sector. He's going to hit traffic at a really awkward time, and maybe we did a good job to get around the traffic and miss the cleanup material down there at the elbow, but certainly had to lift and take an alternate line for a moment, so it might cost him a little bit of time.
In my experience with the Ferrari Challenge Europe as well, of all the regions, the European drivers are the most aggressive. You know, when they approach traffic, they want to get through it and get past it as quickly as possible. And it was nice to see, you know, the Tony Balden there in the 111 car, giving him some space. We did discuss with our driving standards advisor Steve Owen about that kind of, you know, if someone's on a quick lap, how we avoid them and try and, you know, share the road with everybody else. So it's nice to see that kind of working.
Tony's back in the pits right now, actually, on screen. There he is, finding his way back into pit lane, and a quick chance to chat to not just the engineering team, but also the coaches that are spread up and down pit lane, and a huge amount of staff that have travelled from Italy to be here this week. And I believe the count is about 10 that have come from Maranello including the 8 from AF Corsa as well, which is pretty cool.
That's right. Yeah, all up this series, we've got 16 cars running. There's about 115 operational staff across all of the cars from an engineering technical service point of view. So yeah, it's a significant undertaking. Our paddock's up near the sort of ridges flyover there on the bottom of Conrod Strait. So it's an impressive layout for a category which is effectively its first round.
There's Chris Wang on screen right now, who spent a little bit of time around the Ferrari brand in the last sort of 2 to 3 years. Good buddies with Rod Wilson, who's done a bit of coaching with him as well. Rod's in the class at the moment and sitting 3rd on the racetrack in the 44.
And Chris has spent time in the Club Challenge program. So year 1 of Club Challenge, he was one of our quicker drivers in the very car we're seeing here on screen now, the 488 Evo. And he sort of spent a bit of time away, went and sort of, I guess, looked at other options to go racing in open wheelers, as you mentioned. And it's great to see as soon as, you know, the Ferrari Challenge series was coming to Bathurst, of course, it pulls people out of the woodwork. They want to come here, they want to race their Ferrari here, and why wouldn't you?
Absolutely. You can tell the older model Ferraris like this 488 Evo on screen right now, just with the different splitter on the front of the car looks very different. The aero package on the 296 completely redeveloped from the 488. But you can also tell them because their numbers begin from 200 upwards. So the Pirelli drivers are 0 to 100, 0 to 99, where we've got Ernst Kirchmeier. From 100 to 200 is the Copper Shell entries. Now, they're the exact same car as the Pirelli entrants, but it's more ranked on driver performance and ability.
That's right.
They don't work off an FIA-graded system.
No, that's correct.
Handpicked by Ferrari through what they've noticed by watching these drivers go up through Club Challenge. And then the 488 cars, like I mentioned, from 200 and up. Very easy to tell who they are on track.
And we've also, it's sort of, might be hard to see given the speed they're coming past, but sometimes the windscreen banners as well help designate that. So we've got our red windscreen banners for Trofeo Pirelli, yellow for Copper Shell, and then blue is the Trofeo Pirelli 488 cars.
Beautifully done. Also beautifully done, Ernst Kirchmeier, who's gone 2:08.7. So we have gone 3 seconds under the time set in practice here today. And because it's the first time here for this category, that is a lap record in a qualifying lap record, I should mention.
He'll take it, yeah.
And that will continue to tumble throughout the course of the weekend. Official lap records have to be set in race mode, and I'll get to that point later today. But that is a quick time from the Austrian, who knocks Gittany back into 2nd. And one of the 488s has gone up to 3rd now. Fitting that a man named Ferrari should be out there right now. It's Jared Ferrari from Perth. With the Barbagallo connection from Western Australia, he's put that car 1st in class and 3rd outright.
That's a sensational lap by Jared, and just watching this slow-mo replay here as well, you can kind of see, as you mentioned, Chad, the aerodynamics on these cars being based on a road car, but there's a significant amount of additional aerodynamics both on the 488 Challenge Evo and the 296, over 850 kilos of downforce. It's a significant amount of downforce. You know, we're pushing GT3 kind of specifications there in downforce for these cars. It really helps, particularly having driven around here over the top of the mountain. You want every kilo of downforce you can get here.
Perfect example, Ren. Right now, we've got the 296 being followed by the 488. And when we take this next camera angle down here into Hell Corner, you'll see the difference in body shape between these two cars. You look at that 488 Evo, that is a beautiful race car and very well developed in terms of its aero package. And somehow the Ferrari engineering team have found an 18% increase
That's right.
in aerodynamics between the two models, which is fascinating.
I don't know how they'll do it, but as driver, we'll take it. Absolutely. any improvements we get, we'll happily drive and enjoy. But yeah, there's a big difference, particularly on the power delivery of the new powertrain there. More horsepower, more torque. And obviously, for Bathurst, as we know, it is climbing a mountain every lap. So having that on tap there, I mean, the 296 is probably, you know, have that advantage, obviously, on the straights here.
So Kirchmeier on top at the moment and has rolled off it on this lap. So might come in and repressure the tyre. Might just decide to just roll off for a moment and then have another crack at a lap time. Gittany 2nd, half a second away from our would-be pole man. Rod Wilson goes to 3rd, a man with a lot of driving experience, but also quite a lot of experience in motorsport administration and officiating as well.
Absolutely. Rod wears many hats. He actually drove the Zagami Autosport, the Melbourne Ferrari dealer team. He drove the transporter here, unpacked the cars, and his reward, I guess, is having a seat here in the number 44 car. But yeah, Rod, huge amount of experience. He's coaching the drivers in his team this weekend, driving the cars, helping set up. Rod is an integral part of the Ferrari family, particularly in the Club Challenge program, and it's great to see him on track here, enjoying the fruits of his labour as well.
I'm not sure if it was by design or not, but when the initial entry list got sent out, it said Car 44 TBC. Yes. Now, maybe that's going to get a way of getting a few people talking about who the mystery driver could be. Unfortunately, Sir Lewis Hamilton is busy testing for the upcoming first ever Ferrari campaign for him in Formula One this year. But how cool was that?
Exciting time for the brand, absolutely. And having Rod Wilson, of course, in the 44 is equally
not a bad replacement. He's got more experience around Bathurst than Lewis Hamilton does.
Very true.
That's a fair upgrade, I think, for the weekend. Right there. Here's the man who's got the time to find good first sector. But on that lap, he might have hit traffic across the top because he was 3 seconds down in his own personal best, which is the session best through Sector 2. Sector 2 is the hero sector from the cutting all the way to the elbow, pretty much.
And it's interesting to be watching the timing screens here with Meguiar and Gitson. He's sort of back and forward, but it's that middle sector where Ernst has really kind of he's got some time to find. Even though he's on P1, there's probably 3 or 4 tenths there that he can find on top of what Antoine's done in the 22 car. So it'll be interesting to see just how far they can push it in the remaining 13 minutes of this session.
Jim Policina. First time I've seen him race the car which hasn't hit the golden arches across the bonnet as well. With his franchisee experience with McDonald's, but also a lot of race car experience and a lot of time in driving V8 supercar models as well, whether it be in the V8 touring cars, up in the Dunlop series as well, and then of course touring car masters and his big old Tirana. Very different race car to what he's got right now.
I had a good chat with him. He came to a pre-season test in Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of December last year. First time driving one of the challenge cars, and he couldn't believe how little it moved around on the tyre compared to what he's used to in his touring car masters car.
Yep.
And then of course for him I think there's definitely, even though he's in P4 at the moment, there's time for him in that middle sector just trusting the aero in the car. You know, he's not spent a lot of time around the aero GT style cars. But as a hard and fast racer, he's still learning using traction control to his advantage as well. So there's a few things where I think over the course of the weekend, even though he's in P4, he's going to be pushing really hard, particularly when it comes to racing. The racecraft that he'll possess is where, you know, he probably has the advantage where he may not have the outright lap speed at this point in time.
You mentioned traction control. These cars do have both traction control and ABS. The ABS is a completely redesigned package which utilises brake-by-wire, which is the first model of the Ferrari Challenge car to have electronic braking.
Yeah, that's right, and it's definitely a different feel from those. Well, I mean, you've driven the car as well. It's a different feel in the pedal than the 488 Challenge Evo, which is the traditional kind of, you know, it has a master cylinder and slave cylinder in there. But what it does allow for is, I guess, optimization over the course of a race or a stint. That the pedal feel is consistent, obviously optimizing the ability for the driver to sort of modulate the braking to suit their driving style. With the ABS system that's involved, it is a switchable ABS, so there's a multitude of settings, effectively from a new slick tyre to a full wet tyre that you can obviously change to suit the conditions, to suit your driving style. And with the traction control system, there's 2 dials that allow us to sort of blend. The way we explain it to the drivers is when the system kicks in is the first dial, and the second one is how much does it do when it kicks in. Just like the GT3 cars have got these days, it's a system that is so reliable and so regulated in the vehicle that we use it as a driving aid to sort of, I guess, improve the driver, because we can look at all of that on the data and compare the driver's own inputs to what the car's doing.
My understanding of both traction control and ABS was that the less you can rely on it from the driving point of view, the faster you will go.
Exactly right, yeah. And there is a quick kind of, on the dashboard, there's actually a sort of a status light, if you like, that is sort of growing. The bigger it is, the more the car is intervening. So it's a very quick feedback loop to a driver of how much the car's taking away from them. Obviously, when you look at data, there's no hiding on data these days in modern race cars. Everything's exposed, but it does give them real time a feedback of what the car is doing as well.
So Kirkmeyer and Gittany both go back to the pits. I'm curious to see if we'll see them again in this session, because it's turned into a bit of a 2-horse race for pole between the two of them, and then they do have a comfy buffer back to the chasing pack. So put your team engineer hat on here for a second, Ren. If you're Gitany, do you go out there and try and chase that half a second for pole, or would you rather save this Pirelli tyre for the race and make sure that you've got a bit of rubber to fight?
It's a good question. I think as a driver, I want to be the first pole position in Ferrari Challenge Australasia. That's obviously a title that no one can ever take away from you. From an engineer's point of view, I'd be looking for another 296 that I could get a reasonable tow out of up the hill. Yep. That'd be my next thing. And then I'd be really working with my driver coach in pit lane to find me some space, some breathing space to try and make that lap count. Because as you touched on before, The middle sector is obviously where there's some time to be gained, but if you're going to hit traffic, it'll just it'll ruin the lap. So there's a little bit for them to take in. I think 9 minutes, there's enough time to go and have another crack, I would think. But it's just whether or not those looming clouds we can see in the camera as well might have a bit of a play in the outcome as well.
Yeah, or maybe even some more cloud cover as we take that wide shot of what the weather is doing right now. Could even bring a little bit more speed out of this racetrack. It certainly isn't bathed in sunshine, but it's a little bit glary out there. There's a little bit of UV on the racing surface at the moment. Some thicker clouds could just bring about that little bit more speed from the circuit. There's the other factor as well that these drivers need laps out there to get more experience at 1 Bathurst and 2 the car. So for Gidney's done 8 laps here. I think he did 10 in practice here today. So 18 laps is a good start, but how much more time can be found by just getting that experience?
Exactly right, and obviously Antoine in car number 22, being an Australian guy, has done some of the Challenge Bathurst running here before. So he has come here and done super sprint style driving, so getting laps in cars here. Same as David Trewerne in car 127 in P3. So whilst he's not an experienced racer, they do have laps here. They've all obviously got onto very high quality simulators to kind of get some mileage on the simulator as well. But you can't beat miles around the mountain. It's exactly what Steve Owen said in the driver briefing. Stay out. Even if you think you've done your best lap, stay out, circulate. You'll start finding inches of bitumen you weren't aware that were there before. Yep. You'll start learning what curbs you definitely want to stay on and off, and really just getting a feel for the bumps that you sort of you can take and where you can gain some time.
We mentioned how appropriate it was as we check out the Pirelli speed cam going through there for Cheng at 289 kilometres per hour. We said it's appropriate that we had a man named Ferrari out there. It's similarly appropriate that we have a driver named Enzo out there. This is Enzo Cheng in the 117.
And again, Enzo is obviously new to sort of the national racing, but as a very experienced track day driver with some very high-end sort of track day machines that he sort of regularly gets out in, being coached this weekend by another name, Ben Porter, that's familiar in the GT paddock. Yep. So there's some very experienced drivers helping these guys sort of, I guess, lift their understanding of the vehicle on a world-class track like Mount Panorama Bathurst.
And that was a good lap as well, and good enough to take him to 3rd, and also I believe first in class. It is too. He's just gone above Dave Treverne's time to be first in class as well. So that was a good lap. You can actually see the way that car was squirming under brakes down at Murray's, just leaning on that ABS system. Signs from the outside that he was pushing hard.
Absolutely, and as you probably have seen, we've seen from the camera here, the glowing rotors, they are running a carbon ceramic brake package in both the 488 Challenge Evo and the 296 Challenge. The difference being in the 296 Challenge, you mentioned the brake-by-wire, but there's actually a car, it's got a CCM-R. It's a new compound rotor and pad they have in the 296 Challenge, and they sort of operate in a slightly different temperature profile between the two. So the 488s, you actually probably see at the bottom of the chase, really glowing. Middle of the day, they'll be glowing red hot like the Formula One cars do. The 296s, if someone is really pushing hard, we're going to start seeing that happen. And I do expect our sort of couple of guys up to sort of top 3 or 4, we'll start seeing those brakes glowing red hot by the end of the 30-minute race.
Nice. Enzo's pushing on with it here. He's got some clean track ahead of him. As soon as I say that, I see another car flash through the screen, but he might be able to get them down Conrod, depending on where he catches them here, because it was a good first sector. How quick did he go through sector 2? Here comes the number, and it's another improvement as he gets knocked back a spot by Dave Treverne, who found red, green sectors to go up to 3rd.
Spent a lot of time in sector 3, and maybe he's just sort of piecing together, the run into the chase. It's we're talking some decent speed there. I think it just saw a 288 k an hour sort of for David through there. So they are carrying some good pace, really understanding how late they can brake there. And of course, that dust on the track's probably a bit unsettling for some of them if they catch themselves there unintentionally.
Yeah, well, he went so shallow down there to get through on the traffic, which is what caused him to just maybe lose a little bit of time in this last sector. About to find out. Is it good enough to get him back up to 3rd and first in class for Enzo? No, that little moment down there at the chase cost him the better part of a second or 2. Meanwhile, further up the road, a little late on the brakes potentially, and very, very close to running out of road at turn 2. So nicely done in pulling that car up.
That's Masahiro Taguchi, one of our Queensland drivers, flying the Japanese flag, of course, on the vehicle. But yeah, just finding his limits. He actually has a coach from Japan that he has brought over for the event, who works within the Ferrari Corsa Clancy program. So familiar with the cars, familiar with the program, but obviously with the language as well, obviously helps certainly give him some additional feedback on the car.
It's the beautiful card of Tony Belden going across the top, and there is a wicked shot of that new aero package in front of this car. That sort of double winglet at the end of the splitter. Much more aggressive front aero package than what we saw in the 488 Evo, which is where it generates all that grip.
And all the high-vis on the outer edges as well, just to make sure we don't step on anything
Smart.
in the pit garages as well. It really does help. But yeah, it's a very impressive aerodynamic package in the car, particularly in that rear splitter area and the rear diffuser. There's about 17 elements in that rear diffuser section and rear bar. So they're quite a busy back end, and what that does, which may not be obvious, is it's reducing drag. It's producing incredible downforce, but it's helping reduce drag to obviously make the car slip through the air using a lot of the underbody side of the car to produce that downforce at speed.
So he was going quick. Dave Treverne's got himself wiggling along nicely down to a 2:10 now, as Mark Hutters goes inside the 2:10 club as well. So we've got now a little bit of speed in the racetrack, and some of these drivers who were outside of the 2:10 bracket in practice, they've found chunks of time out there, Randy.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, that's very impressive. Obviously, Mark Hutters, you'll notice as well, carrying the car number 1. Obviously, being in that Trofeo Pirelli class, but Mark was actually our sort of top-ranking driver from the Club Challenge program last year. So we spoke with Ferrari. We thought it was fitting for Mark to carry that sort of champions number into the inaugural season of Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli. And Mark has done some time here. He's done some laps around Bathurst, but it's fantastic to see. We all spoke, the coaches all got together. We thought if they can get down to the 2:10s in that first session, it's a very impressive run. And it's great to see so many cars getting to that 2:10 or close to it, but also under that benchmark lap as well.
Here's an impressive run. Hopefully he doesn't get the traffic interruption at the very last corner to be close. Gets the power down. Is this enough for pole for Gittini? Yes, 2:08.0. Great lap time.
Fantastic.
Perfectly executed with the traffic at the end of the lap, Ren. 288 kilometres per hour through the trap down Conrod.
And a very, very quick middle sector as well. That's where he's made up a big chunk of time there, nearly 4/10, I think, in that middle sector. Great to see that all came together at that last corner for him as well, so close.
How good was that? He's put nearly 30 kilometres on his tyres, more than Ernst Kirkmeyer. So that with a little bit of a trade-off when it comes to race day. These Pirelli tyres, they can handle an hour of punishment even around a big track like this. So that is a really good lap from Antoine to go to the top ahead of Ernst Kirkmeyer. Hutters, Treverne, Cheng are the top 5 as Wilson finds some speed as well. 2:12.
And I think what will be interesting, you mentioned about the tyres here, as we mentioned in the ruling, we run the same set of tyres from Quali 1 for Race 1. So there will be an hour's worth of running on the tyres at the end of the race. And what will be interesting to see here, Kirkmeyer, who's no stranger to Ferrari Challenge, how he manages those tyres in the race. I think there might be a bit of a sprint sort of mentality for some of the drivers here because it is only 30 minutes, but you do need to think about managing that tyre for the longevity, and if you need to attack at the end of the race, you still want to make sure you've got that front tyre there to give you that confidence to sort of brake that little bit later and obviously turn in when you need to try and make a manoeuvre stick as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out this afternoon in race 1.
You're looking forward to that one coming up after 3 o'clock as Enzo's got the wiggle on here. He needs to find about half a second if he's going to get back to the top of his class, which is being led by Dave Treverne's 2:10.8. And sector times here are going to get him very close to his first 10 of the weekend.
Still watching as well, Jared Ferrari's done a great lap there. P7 outright, but in the 488 Challenge Evo as well. So that's a fantastic lap by him to get into the 2:12s.
Just sneaks into the 10s with a 2:10.9. Good lap time. Now that's under the quickest time set in practice here. So they are bridging that gap very quickly to Antoine and Ernst at the front of this field.
What will also be interesting is, of course, we run a rolling start process as well for our Ferrari Challenge. So much like the GT cars here, they'll be here for a 12-hour rolling start. And that is obviously brings in a little bit of strategy with how they bring their tyres and brakes up to temperature for the start of the race. Again, the more experienced challenge drivers from the other international regions coming in. It'll be interesting to see how they strategize around that versus how the local drivers who have not done so much of the sort of sprint racing format will sort of work the car as well.
Nicely done here by all our teams on track to get to the checkered flag. And that's 2 completed sessions without a red flag as well. So beautiful start to the weekend, and clearly everyone's been paying attention to the driver coaching as the 105 that time. Taguchi really leaning on the ABS.
I did hold my breath for a second. I was about to say I feel like it's a proud dad moment, actually, and then a little bit of a pause there. But great to see, as you say, all the cars to get through. that club challenge program really has been, you know, a process of, 3 years of work with these drivers. You know, accidents do happen. We see it with the pros in the 12-hour cars. You know, it does happen, but fantastic to see some really, really quick times coming out of these drivers, and everybody come through with a clean set of heels. Is fantastic.
So Anton Gittini will get the first pole ever in Ferrari Challenge Australasia. Well done to the Sydney-sider. Dave Treverne, also from New South Wales as well, will bag himself the Cooper Shell pole position, and Jared Ferrari from Perth into position number 1 and pole for the 488 class. So 3 classes running right there. And the time, 2:08.0. These cars hitting 295 kilometres per hour down Conrod Straight on the data. So very, very fast cars indeed. Thank you to Ren. We'll hear from Timmy Brook when we get into our race later today as well. That wraps up our first qualifying session for the Ferraris. Their race coming up later today.
Welcome back here to the MCG and welcome to Melbourne viewers for the first time today. And my word, it really has turned out to be a marvellous day for cricket indeed. Oddly enough, at around about 9:45 this morning, a mass of thick black clouds was hovering over Melbourne, threatening a disruption to the start of this World Series Cup fixture between Australia and Pakistan. And then fuck me if they didn't just disappear quicker than you could say, gee, it's going to piss down. And play commenced as scheduled at 10 o'clock. Just before that, Tony filed this pitch report.
Thank you, Richie, and what a magnificent one-day strip has been prepared here today at the MCG. It's a real credit to the curator, Bob Duranko, and his staff of groundsmen. And just take a look at some of these cracks here. I tell you, some of these are as wide as the fucking Grand Canyon, and I should think they're going to play real havoc today with some of the batsmen. And with these quicker bowlers like Jeffrey Lawson and double-decker Bass, the Pakistan paceman, well, if they were to whip in a couple of short pitch deliveries, we could see some real carnage here, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone has their fucking head knocked off.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. Bathurst Combined Sedans making their way out onto the circuit for their second qualifying session of the day. They've already had one 30-minute session that was cut early. We have Gary O'Brien joining us in the box for this one, Gary, and there was a bit going on in that first, what was meant to be half hour, ended up being just a 25-minute session, getting cut short early at the end.
That was a bit of an understatement, Garth. There certainly was something going on. Lots of cars having different little problems, and there's a few backstories there as well. One particular one is that there was a certain cotton rod out of a Chev engine that was in a BMW lodged in the front of an Aston Martin.
So we have to explain this one because there is a bit of a story to it. So the reason that the first qualifying session was cut 5 minutes short was right in the 25-minute mark of that session. Said BMW that is Chev powered.
Yes.
Was going down Conrod Straight and had the engine failure of all engine failures, and we actually saw bits of engine coming out of the bottom of the car. And Gary, the Aston Martin Sport Sedan ended up with one of the Conrods lodged in the front bumper.
Yeah, and just missed the air intakes as well, which is very lucky because that would have been the end of Mark Duggan's weekend. The title sponsor for the Duggan's Family Hotels Combined Sports Cars and Sedans.
Yeah, so as they make their way out on the circuit, we saw this in qualifying one. Cars remain under yellow flag for this outlap, and because it is such a big field, the 45, 46 odd cars in the combined sedans here this weekend, we just want to get everyone out on track first before then we can start pushing hard. So no passing, no taking off into the distance. Try and keep the field condensed on this outlap, and then as they make their way down Conrod Straight, the green flags will start waving and everyone can get into it. So as we mentioned earlier, there were a few mechanical issues in qualifying one, and that was an important thing. It was qualifying one. So the first time these cars were on the track this weekend was straight into qualifying. So hopefully all those little niggles have been ironed out, and we can have a really strong qualifying two that will set the grid for their first race this afternoon.
Yeah, I noticed too that the cars are actually in order of their qualifying one times. So that's why we see the two IRC cars up the front and the Dodge-powered Corvette in third spot. All told, 17 sports cars, 10 space frame cars, and 18 of the chassis cars. 45 in total. And as you said, there's a couple of little gremlins crept in the early one. One of the early people to stop was the Honda Civic supercharged car of Charlie Viola. Charlie Curry, I should say. Wasn't revving past 4,000 revs, so they stopped it on the track. Ed Kramer was another one in the Evo 9. Tyre delaminated very early, and he just had to pull up. He had no other option. We've seen a couple have wheel issues. The number 29 Commodore out of Queensland of Paul Gray had a puncher going into the chase, and our fastest competitor, Jeff Taunton, had a nut come off a right rear wheel, and eventually the wheel departed the car. But all good now and ready to go. Andrew McPherson in the iMac Porsche GT3R hadn't driven that car for 18 months. He's got two of them, believe it or not.
As you do. As you do.
There's only three.
Here's the man on screen now, making a big send down into Murray's.
Yeah, fuel pump issues and fading brakes was his issue, but he thinks he's got them both fixed. So I reckon that car is going to be right in the mix at the end of this session as well.
No worries with the confidence on the brakes at the start of this session for Andrew McPherson, who dived down the inside of Stephen Lacey into the final corner as the field went green. So what's happening right at the front of the field now is everyone's trying to get a lap done really early in this session before they catch the slower cars and get caught up in traffic. So Steve Lacey says, I see what you did at the final corner, and I'll raise you a bit of horsepower. Up Mountain Straight, gets the job done in turn two.
And already Danny Stardust's gone ahead of Jeff Taunton too. So they'll have to watch their P's and Q's because they don't want to break into anything under a 2 minutes 9. And we did see that with Jeff Taunton in the earlier session. He did a 2:08.5. Just didn't read the end of the lap correctly. And this is in there because of the 130% qualifying regulation. In other words, it'd probably knock out quite a few cars if they kept it there.
And I think also what it does is it stops people having basically a spending arms race and just going out of control. So the floor, a bit of a drama there for the Duggan 58 Aston Martin Sports Sedans.
You can probably just see a little bit of a hole in the front there.
Yeah, they got some race tape on it, I think, Gary. But there was some heavy smoke coming from the rear. It looked like from that right rear hub in the Aston Martin. So we'll just keep an eye on that one.
Just look for it in left-hand corners, I think, if there's going to be any problem.
Too bad there. So he's backed out of it, though. So Stephen Lacey, I think, getting around him as well. So Taunton's back right off on this first push lap. Studdett's up the road and putting his best foot forward while he has a bit of track position. You mentioned the lap time of a 2:09.0, and that's the floor, if you like. You can't go any faster than that. So the name of the game here is to do a 2:09.0001.
Yes.
That, if you can do that, you're pretty much guaranteed pole position.
And then, of course, you can't break out of it during the race either.
Yeah. So that's something that the drivers will need to manage. They'll have their dash, their electronic dashes set up in such a way that they effectively have a countdown for them so they don't break out. It's a lot like the lap dash stuff that you see in some state-level motorsport where you have a breakout time. So Duggan's brought the Aston Martin to pit lane. So that's a shame for that car. Duggan family home supporting the Combined Sedans this weekend, as they have here for many years.
4 years.
Yeah,
so here, Rebel Motorsport runs this, Rebel Strip Motorsport runs this event. They've been doing it for 10 years. Even started out as regularity. Now it's
that's
full-blown
I was
race.
saying, like, the 2:09 thing is effectively a bit like a regularity where you set your lap time and you're not allowed to break out.
So we got Taunton.
Yeah,
both in the pits early.
So that's an interesting development. Two of the red-hot contenders for outright pole position make their way into pit lane at the end of this first lap of the second qualifying session. It's good to see the 29 Commodore back on track after that front tyre issue down at the chase. And if you're going to have a tyre fail, strangely enough, the safest place to have it happen is at the end of Conrod, because there's so much gravel trap down there to catch you. Can you imagine the right front tyre failing on you when you're going into Reed Park?
No.
There's not a lot of room.
And that would have been into the wall.
Yeah, heavily
Like
into
the
the
great
wall.
Roaring 40s car of being pretty. That car's been in production sports for a very long time.
Oh, he was very hot into one. Yes. So he was very tight and very shallow into turn one. He looked like he had a lot of turn-in speed, and that car's definitely made contact with the tyre barrier on the outside wall of turn one, and you can see bodyworks come off it. We certainly hope Ian is okay in there, but we've gone red flag, as you would expect.
I think that's right-hand drive too.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out, because obviously the traditional GT40s were left-hand drive, but I think this being
a
replica tribute car, oh yeah, it's gone in very, very hot, so
there's quite a bit of tyre padding there as well, so structurally it should be all right. Panels not so.
So red flag waves, the field slows down and will make their way back to pit lane. Clock continues to run down, just over 21 minutes left in this one. So hopefully, one, Ian Pretty is okay, and two, we can get back to some green flag running in the second half of this session. But it just looked a little bit strange to me, Gary, when he went up the inside of that number 29 Commodore, that maybe just either got the trajectory a little bit wrong and maybe got a little bit distracted by the Commodore and missed a braking point, or maybe something not working as it should in the braking department on that GT40.
Yeah, it didn't seem to slow down,
No,
did it?
no. So sometimes when you're so far narrow up the inside of someone, you miss that reference for your braking point, and then you're arriving and you're, I'm going way too fast now. The scenery's moving too quick for the turn-in point, and it can catch you out. So we'll just speculate now for now, but obviously the important thing is that Ian gets out of that car okay.
So no one's gone as quick as what they have this morning. Just for those who may have missed the earlier session, Taunton was the quickest ahead. Then he started with Paul Boschert, who currently leads this session in third spot. Andrew Hall, after a bit of a drama early on in the Porsche, finished up fourth. Mick Rowell, having his first run in an IRC car, was in fifth. Mark Duggan was sixth. Lacey, Andrew McPherson, Keith Kasilke, who we've seen spin on the outlap from the pits, he finished up in ninth. 10th place, Hugh McAllister in the Mustang TA2 spec car that passed the BMW just before it had its detonation.
We were talking about that TA2 car, and we were just talking about the spec of it. It's a car out of Asia that runs a Chevrolet engine.
Runs the Coyote engine.
Oh, the Coyote, yes, and then the sequential gearbox. So not quite the same as the Trans Am spec cars we have here in Australia. And then as we were talking about that car, the BMW lost all Conrods on Conrod Straight. So Conrod Straight living up to its name, unfortunately, this morning for the number 5 BMW
Jordan Roddy was 11th fastest. Now, he's driven quite a few GT3 cars. He thinks this is the nicest one he's been in. This is a Lamborghini Rex.
Yep.
Followed by, of all things, the chassis car, the BMW E36 Chev-powered car of Blake Tracy, 17 years old, and he's done a 2:18.3, and reckons he was 2 seconds up on his lap time when it finished.
Oh, I see. That's what I love about young drivers. They learn the trade of a race car driver early, and he's already starting to roll out. Oh, the next lap was going to be quicker. So,
well, his dad had told me that, so he would have been monitoring the lap times.
Yeah, no, but that's we were talking about that particularly when we were talking about Blake in qualifying one, that any laps that you can get at Bathurst, particularly when you're developing as a young driver, you grab them and you take the opportunity to just log as many laps as you can at this circuit to really understand the layout, the way that the track rises and falls, understand the blind corners, understand the curbs, understand the weight transfer as the car moves across the top of the mountain. So any chance you get to drive a race car here, you take it.
Must give a shout out to Cameron McLeod, who missed out on the drive in the 12-hour at the last minute, basically, and he's up there washing cars, cleaning cars, and helping out wherever he can, giving bits of advice that he can. He's been here and he's done quick laps here, so he knows his way around.
Absolutely, good shout indeed. So the field has made its way back to pit lane as we clean up the drama for Ian Pretty and his GT40 replica down there at turn 1. The clock will continue to count down for this one, as we want to make sure we remain time certain for the start of the Bathurst 12-hour sessions that will remain for the rest of the afternoon.
Other cars of note in the top half of the field, John Hollinger, who makes all those U-Butte gearboxes.
Yes.
He's having his first run in an IRC MGT. This is a new spec car, the same as Danny Studdett's car. He's just ahead of Michael King in a Evo 8, which was originally a improved production car. Won 2 New South Wales State Championships, and he's put a Hollinger in it now. I wonder if he seen John at the time, and has done a little bit of other work to it. So that car's quite a bit quicker, and it's now logged as a sports sedan.
We saw one of the Evos earlier in practice have a few issues. So
that was a tyre delamination.
Yeah, tyre delamination. So
one of the other Evos said they had one just about to go at the end.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So that's something that the teams will need to keep an eye on, understand they're running the right tyre pressure, the right camber, because the loads for the tyre here at Bathurst, given the speed across the top of the mountain, is significantly more than you would run at any other circuit for these competitors.
I wonder if that was because, I think it was on, both cars was on the front, so maybe it's been four-wheel drive. Might have something to do with that.
Yep. So, plenty of people here today. It's great to see so many people here at Mount Panorama enjoying day one of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. We've already seen 2 GT sessions for the 12-hour itself outright. Ferrari Challenge making their debut here at the mountain, and some very fast lap times from those cars at Combined Sedans, who have been, as you said, Gary, a real stalwart of the support category here at Mount Panorama.
Yes, someone's going through the...
Who's there? The BMW fan.
Program.
Valentino Rossi fan, potentially.
Program's available over in the merchandise area at Harris Park. Very good read, put together by V8 Sleeve.
We don't need to give him a shout out. Enough self-promotion. He does enough self-promotion, does that man. It's good to see the boys here having a good time up on top of the mountain. And plenty of people settling in for what promises to be a great weekend.
It's a good roll-up today, isn't it?
It is, it is. We were just looking at that during the lunch break, during the resident access. And plenty of people here, plenty of people over in the merchandise area, plenty of car clubs. So that's great to see. And Pretty just getting himself out of the car. Actually a tricky car to get out of. So it's good to see the medical crew just assisting in, making sure everything's okay.
Well, being a true replica, it's only 40 inches high.
Yeah, that's right.
You'd have problems.
Yeah, I know. I definitely wouldn't have got a drive for Ford in the late 60s, early 70s. But good to see the medical crew just taking their time and making sure Ian's A-OK. It was a big hit. Like, that car went in quite fast, and people, I mean, we talk about the speed at the end of Conrod Straight and the end of Mountain Straight and the speed that you carry across the top of the mountain, but You get boogieing down into turn 1 here as well. It's well north of 200 kilometres an hour before you jump on the brake pedal, and that would be a very light race car.
And he would have been setting up for a very quick lap then too. First, everything's warm, ready to go, and then that happens into the first corner. Another interesting car here is Dimitri Agafos's Subaru Integra WRX STI. That car's raced here in the 6 hours, done production car stuff, but it's now been tweaked a bit. So
it's not quite production car spec
it's an
anymore.
Improved production, you might say. Apparently 3 seconds a lap quicker at Sydney Motorsport Park than it was previously in production car form.
3 seconds at SMP would probably equate to about 5 seconds here in Mount Panorama. So that's what's great about this category, isn't it, Gary? You can have a production car or an improved production car, but if you want to just add a bit of horsepower, add a bit of performance to your race car for the weekend, you can do it on this weekend, making sure that you don't break below that 2:09 lap time.
Yeah, I remember the twice winning BMW in the 12-hour back in the production car days. That came here and raced in a different spec one time, and then they took it back.
Yep.
So the Peter O'Donnell car.
Or even last year, case in point was Angus Fogg, who turned up with his beautiful car Mustang from New Zealand that was New Zealand Touring Car Masters spec, and then he ran it here in Combined Sedans, and all of a sudden it grew this massive big rear wing, had a big front splitter on it, had bigger slick tyres on it all around, and his lap times were incredible in that car. And then a week later...
a week later in Tasmania, it was a TCM
car. Back spec'd it to Touring Car Masters and raced it down in Tassie, so it was great to see Foggy over here. We've got a real cult following in New Zealand. He does.
Well, he's racing he's been racing the last 3 or 4 weekends in New Zealand. I think it's not Central Muscle Cars anymore. It's got a different name, but it's similar to our TCM.
Yeah, and it's peak motorsport season in New Zealand. Their season runs over the summer months, as opposed to in Australia where we have summer off. It's a bit warmer here, so we have summer off and fire up the first major motorsport event of the year in the Australian motorsport calendar. And I'm sure all those people on there are just checking out what Richard Crail's been up to with his social media, given that he is...
Is the fan club here this week?
Oh, the fan club are here. They accosted us in town earlier this week and begged us for Rich to make an appearance so they could get some autographs.
Someone should take him up the top of the mountain.
Yeah, he'd get mobbed. He wouldn't be able to get around. It'd be worse than Valentino Rossi getting around up there. Speaking about Valentino Rossi, there's a little potential bike rider in the future. It's great to see so many fans here. You see, he hedged his bets. He's going to ride a motorbike around, but he's got a Hot Wheels T-shirt on, so I'm not quite sure which way he's going to go.
And people taking advantage of the merchandise area as well, down the bottom of the mountain. Get your coffee and sort yourself out there. Good shot of the Ridges
That's
Hotel.
where you're staying, isn't it, Gary? Up on the top level?
I'm in a house built in 1928 or something.
Actually, I think Richard Crail usually has the penthouse booked out every time we come to Mount Panorama at the Ridges. So, as you can see in the foreground there, with room service. Oh, it's got his own butler. In the foreground there, you can see the campground that's behind the pit paddock area here at Mount Panorama, and that, when I drove in this morning, it is pretty much full.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was only felt like 3 or 4 years ago, it was only half full for the 12-hour weekend, and this event continues to grow and grow, and a lot of people come to both events. They don't discriminate. They'll come to Bathurst for the 12-hour. They'll come to Bathurst for the 6-hour at Easter. They'll come to Bathurst for the 1,000. Oh, that's a shame to see.
Oh, that's messy,
some significant damage to the front of that Roaring 40s GT40 replica of Ian Pretty. The good thing to see was Ian got himself out under his own power, and no doubt he'll be off to the medical centre just to have a good look over, make sure everything's as it should be for him. But we certainly saw Ian jump out of that car okay. Just over 9 minutes left in this session as we're counting down, so it'll just depend on how easy it is to extricate that car from the gravel trap, because the last thing that the recovery crew will want to do is any more damage to that car. It is a beautiful race car. I remember watching this car at Sydney Motorsport Park 10 years ago. And
it's been around a long while.
Amazing piece of engineering.
So if you ever get the chance to hear it, when it comes off the throttle,
it's a real crackle, doesn't it? Yeah.
Great, yeah.
It's a really nice car that they have continued, Ian and his team have continued to develop over the years.
Of course, Scott Fleming's driven this car on many occasions as well.
Yeah.
We've seen Scott running around improved production in the past, as well as Group N in Cortinas, Lotus Cortinas.
So, she's still in gear, so the last thing Ian would have been interested in is making sure the car was right. He was, I'm out of here, I'll make sure I'm okay. So and just try and drag this car out and then get her up onto the flat tray, and hopefully the team might be able to get it back on track. Probably not today, maybe tomorrow if they've got the bits and Ian's feeling up to it.
I think it might be done for the weekend, this one.
Shame, because it's such a unique piece of kit to have on the grid.
Not so much a front-running production sports car these days, but at one stage it was one of the cars to beat.
It was the car, wasn't it? Yeah, it certainly was. So,
speaking of Subaru, Dimitri Akafos was production car, now improved production. Over employment there on the side of it, and Brent Edwards in the Falcon behind him. That's a turbocharged Barra engine Falcon.
There you go. So in this shot alone, there's the variety in combined sedans. You've gone from an STI Subaru to a turbocharged Barra Falcon, and then a Generation 1 Audi GT3.
Yes.
So if that's not combined sedans in a nutshell, nothing is. Yeah. And on the front of the queue, you've got a Dodge-powered Chev Corvette, just to mix it up a little bit more. So,
and he was one very happy person after that first session. He got through it without any dramas. That's always helpful, and he thinks there's a bit more in it too, so he reckons he might get down to the 10s as what others have done as well.
So we're just hearing in the background from Motorsport Australia Race Control that they've declared this session with just over 7 minutes left in this one. So that's a real shame for the combined sedan grid that they aren't able to get on track and try and improve their lap times from qualifying one. So we have a representative grid. Those times were all set in Q1.
Talking about Blake Tracy earlier, he went faster than he did
there
in
you
the
go.
first session.
So he would be one of the few. So these times from the one lap they effectively got in Q2 will be combined with the time from Q1, and they will aggregate and work out the pecking order ahead of the first race this afternoon.
Actually went faster, but it doesn't improve his position.
You know what he should have done when he said he was going to go 2 seconds faster? Actually go and deliver.
John Warwick Morris there. That car was in caught some of the damage in that BMW detonation as well.
Yeah, we saw the front of that car have some damage to the right front, so he too wore a bit of shrapnel for that run down Conrod Straight at the end of Q1. So that's a shame, isn't it, that the Duggan Family Homes combined sedan cars aren't able to get back on track, but we certainly look forward to having them on track this afternoon for their first race, which I think is a 10-lapper. And there'll be a couple of very fast IRC GT cars on the front row, followed by that Corvette right there in Paul Bouchard, who will start out of third.
3:45 this afternoon is their first race, and as you said, it's destined to be 10 laps or one lap after 13 minutes past 4.
Yeah, making sure everything stays on schedule. So if they do have to run long, or you have a certain time already in the schedule, whilst they didn't get a chance to go fast on track, they're actually arguing about track position, trying to get back into the paddock. You can take the race car driver off the racetrack, but you can't take it out of the cockpit, that's for sure. So that's it for combined sedans. Unfortunate they weren't able to go fast. The good news is that there was a bit of contact with the wall, but Ian Pretty got out of that car okay, and they will go racing for 10 laps later on this afternoon. We look forward to seeing you then. Gary O'Brien, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll catch you when we go racing.
Hello everybody and welcome along to our continuing Fast Friday coverage of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. John Hindhaugh, Richard Craill, Garth Tanday, the Global Broadcast Centre overlooking the start-finish line. But the panorama is where this place gets its name from, and up at the top of the mountain already the campsites are filling up. There's a bit of a party atmosphere growing. Just been out to Harris Park doing a little bit of filming for Sunday, and the atmosphere is growing. A very, very knowledgeable crowd here as ever. Thanks to everybody who we've bumped into and said hello. And I have no clue how many phones I've broken by people wanting to take selfies with me. Crailsy, I think there's going to be a record crowd here today and tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, we're entirely likely, yes. Good afternoon to you and Garth, and to Shay down in the lane, and to everyone here at the circuit especially. Good conditions. Quite overcast, as you can see, just on 24.5 degrees C at the moment, up from 19 when we rolled out for practice 1 at 8:30 this morning. So by the standards of the week that we've had leading into this, it's quite a cool day in this part of the world. Highs in the high 20s expected for tomorrow and for the race on Sunday, with a bit more sunshine. So today's a little bit of an outlier in terms of conditions.
Open pit exit, please.
Race Director James Taylor gives the command to open pit exit as we start for practice 3. So this is the third session of the weekend. It's for all drivers. So we saw the bronze only session earlier on this morning. The difference, gents, in this session compared to the others is that it is officially a hot pit lane, which means that they can undertake refueling in this session for some race practice. And all the teams were suiting and booting in the fire suits when I went down, did a little run through as Garth's helicopter comes to take him to some media appointments later on today, getting ready for these refueling practice. It's one of the few opportunities to get some practice in for the race on Sunday, when bad pit stop could be the make or break between a good day at the office. So they'll be running through the lane today to make sure they've got their refueling sorted.
Yeah, and one of the things, the key things that the teams do in this session is they'll try and get a pretty decent refuel into the car, because they want to understand the actual rate at which the fuel goes into the car, because it doesn't matter up and down pit lane, there's a small rise and fall up and down pit lane as far as how much elevation there is, so the fuel will flow at different rates at one end of pit lane to the other. So understanding your own personal fill rate is important going into the race, because when they fill the cars up, a lot of the time it's done via time, not by litres. So they need to know, if I'm going to connect the fuel rig for 40 seconds, how much fuel is going to go in it. So that's an important part of these sessions. You call, Rich, a hot session, which effectively means they are allowed to refill in the lane.
Let's go down to the lane and say good afternoon to Shay Adam, who is our eyes and ears down there in these early Fast Friday sessions. And a little bit of a different atmosphere, Shay, with the fuel rigs being hot.
Yeah, it's fire suits now, and thankfully the cloud covers actually pull things off quite a bit, so it's not that hot. It's not like it's going to be on race day. But I've found one of our favorite guys who's very happy to be back at Mount Panorama. Ross Gunn, you have a little bit of unfinished business here with the heart of racing after last year. What did you learn from last year's race that you can apply to this year and finally get the win?
I think the main thing is a slightly better understanding of the rules. Obviously, we came super close last year and lost out due to a penalty, which was 100% my mistake, but we had a great time here. We learned about the track, we learned about the event, and yeah, to come back here for a second time is very proud to be here. First of all, just to race it here is a massive thing for any driver, and yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's a slightly smaller class than we were expecting, but the aim is to go out and try and compete for the win.
Well, yeah, overall is attainable. You've got Ian James in the car with you, a man who's won every major endurance race in North America. As far as bronzes go, I'd say you guys are pretty well set.
Yeah, I mean, Ian is a shiny bronze. I mean, I try and bust him sometimes for it, but yeah, he's a great guy. He's really helped me a lot in my career in the last few years, and to be doing it with him and Zach is also a thing that I'm very proud of. And with SBS, the heart of racing, it's just a great team.
Well, and I wanted to ask you about that because it is Heart of Racing and it is SPS. When you get two powerhouse teams coming together like that, what's it like to work in that environment?
Yeah, it's a very, very professional outfit, I'd say. I mean, we've got a data engineer and a few other guys from the Heart of Racing joining us, so it's a bit of a mix, but it's working very well. Obviously, they've done quite a lot in Creventic together already, and that's been a success with several podiums and wins. So, yeah, enjoying my time here, and hopefully, come Sunday, we'll be going back home with a trophy.
What's the part of the racetrack that you were most excited to get back out on?
It's definitely the downhill section. I mean, that is so challenging, and especially when you're not particularly familiar with the car. Obviously, I'm an Aston driver. I have been for many years, and I'm very proud of that as well. But to come into a new car, it definitely takes quite a few laps to get comfortable with the downhill change of direction that you have. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest part.
Well, and I know it's the middle of the night for your family, but hi to your family back at home. Good luck this weekend, Ross.
Thank you very much.
And we see Shea Adam for the first time for those of you watching around the world. Just a quick reminder, by the way, for tomorrow, and we've got one more session today, first of all, but for tomorrow and Sunday, if you are outside of Australia and New Zealand, then the YouTube will continue for you with the Saturday and Sunday feed. It's free, there will be no interruptions, and whether you're in the US, Europe, the UK, you can tune into that. We will not be asking you for any money or indeed any information. There's no registration, it is just there. So get your favourite beverage, get some popcorn, some snacks, throw some snacks on the barbie or whatever you do, and settle in for Saturday and Sunday for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours in glorious Technicolor.
If you're looking at the Team GMR car, it's absolutely right. Literally Technicolor with their amazing test pattern livery that they're rolling out on that Mercedes AMG this year, which is a spectacular field. I've got to say, it is a remarkably well presented grid. It always is, but the quality of livery and production along the pit road here is quite extraordinary. We just had a brief shot of the Superbarn Supermarkets AMG before we jumped on board the 75 Express Racing entry, Kenny Bull's car. Brothers James and Theo Konduras starting their 12th Bathurst 12-hour together. The boys from Canberra, the Superbarn Supermarkets car, and they've got Bathurst 1000 winner Luke Youlden with them, and David Russell, who is just an absolute gun in the once-a-year Supercar Enduro co-drives. They dust him off after a little bit of Carrera Cup throughout the year, and he plugs himself in and goes and gets podiums. So it's a really good combination to see him play out. And that bronze class, the Pro-Am class this weekend in particular, I'm really looking forward to seeing those little races within a race in pit lane this weekend. And speaking of pit lane, coming into it is 222, and down there somewhere is Shea Adam.
Standing right in front of their box, waiting for them to come in. I'm seeing a lot of really interesting things about to happen, guys, because there's driver change practice going on up and down the pit lane, and it's not just driver change practice, but, for example, Lucas Stoltz just brought in the 75 Express Mercedes. He's handing over to Jules Gonon. They scrubbed in a set of tires with Luca, and now they're scrubbing in a set with Jules. The temperatures are much higher than they were this morning, so the scrub-in laps, if you will, as they are now, because it's not just a one and back in, they're going to take a lot more out of these Pirellis than they would have this morning when we saw, for example, Mauro Engel doing that. Now the 222 is into the pit lane. Craig Lowndes is jumping out. That's Thomas Randall getting aboard. And I don't see a tire change going on here, but driver change, nonetheless, is a topic of conversation right now as people are beginning to get prepared for the race situations.
Yeah, Shea, thank you very much for that. I was noticing that too right at the start of the session. Pretty much half the field came straight back into the lane. And we're doing what we're seeing on screen here for the 222 crew. We're doing a lot of refueling. And I noticed that Gonon and Stoltz are basically alternating laps at the moment while they're scrubbing tyres. So they're taking the opportunity to road tyres and do some hot driver changes at the same time. And those two in particular, if they were going to do a hot, quick driver change while they're doing tyres, it would be Stoltz and Gonon together.
Yeah,
when Kenny Habul's getting in the car, it'll be when the time stops when they're doing fuel. So I think there's more method to them than the madness what's going on right here. But interesting, a lot of the European-based teams are all roading tyres at the moment. And Shea made the point that the 222 car have not roaded tyres. I've noticed the Grove car has not roaded tyres. So whether the European teams have a little bit more experience with this tyre and what's required from it, taking it into the race.
already down to a 2:05. Made that a 2:04. Brenton Grove, 2:04.69. We do time to 4 decimal places here, and it's been required.
We've needed it, that's right.
It has been required on occasion. So you might think, I won't go down until we need it, but it's there, should it be required. Lucas R pops up in a second in the number 77, the Craft Bamboo Racing AMG. Chan Guven, Turkish driver. He's just actually dropped down to 4th in the 911 because Daniel Serra has popped up the timing screens in the Ferrari 296 GT3. Factory Ferrari driver in the number 26.
Bumped into his co-driver Chaz Mostert on the way up here. It's all good, mate. Said, yep, no dramas. I've done 6 laps. He's pretty comfortable.
No drama at all.
Yeah, exactly. He's good. And just leading some laps, so he's not been here since 2020. Quite wide on the exit of the Tour de Gazoo Racing dipper there for young Brock. It's his first crack at Audi R8 LMS on the mountain.
Just the noise of that V10, normally aspirated V10, shared between the Audi and the Lamborghini. I mean, they both got an engine. It's not like they're sharing the engine, but it's the same configuration of an engine in both of those cars.
I wandered down to the MPC garage to find out what was going on with the gearbox in this car because they had issues in practice 1 and didn't make it cut out at all for the bronze drive in practice 2. And we did speculate up here in the box that maybe it was a sensor issue which caught this team out last year. It was not a sensor issue, it was definitely a mechanical issue inside the gearbox, and they did have to change the entire box because of a mechanical issue with that one. So certainly looks like now that's all fixed and Brock Feeney can get his first laps at Mount Panorama aboard and out. Even when we took the on-board shot of him jumping in the cockpit of that car, it looked strange.
Yes,
it just looked strange, so seeing Brock in this car.
Yeah.
We've seen him in GT cars, that's no problems, but just getting in and out, he's just something a little bit different.
Yeah, twice qualified on the front row the last 2 years. I think the combined margin's something like 0.2 of a second. He's been second over the 2 years. Awesome efforts, and it's taken pretty mighty laps to get Poland to beat him. So I'm keen to see how quickly he gets up to speed. He had a great year last year in the Repco Supercars Championship with Triple Eight, did Brock. Only beaten by his teammate Will Brown. Had some success. He's off to New Zealand next week, like Will Brown, to contest the 69th running of the New Zealand Grand Prix. And I was chatting to him about that because I haven't driven an open wheel car. I did a Formula 4 test in about 2014 or 15. So very early days in his junior career. So it's going to be a little baptism of fire for Brock heading over to Highlands. But
that
Will
championship, the Formula Regional Oceania Championship in New Zealand, it's already up and running, so all the drivers have done 3 or 4 rounds now.
Right.
So Brock jumping in literally the deep end.
He'll be up against a guy who's probably going to drive at least an RB Formula 1 car at some point this year in Arvid Lindblad, who's there to get super license points.
Just to get the points so he can do that.
Exactly. In fact, one of the few people that's challenged Arvid this year was Will Brown.
Will Brown was the first round, yeah. On board here, Valentino Rossi, currently in 3rd. He has the fastest first sector of the session on this actual lap, and his cumulative into the end of the second sector's fastest. Does he go to the top? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
2:04.5 for the doctor.
Just notice his power application coming out that final corner. He was absolutely... When he first started doing this, he was feeding the power in nice and gently, and now he's got the confidence to nail that throttle and feel what the back end of that BMW is doing.
John, he raced 500cc 2-stroke Grand Prix bikes. You don't slam the power on in those things, so the muscle memory would have been just to ease the power in. I mean, a GT3 car's not going to spit you over the handlebars, but certainly the muscle memory, I would have thought from the bike days is any power I'm bringing to the rear tyre, I'm doing it very gently.
I was talking to Brendan Leach, the Kiwi, who's in with Wall Racing in the Lambo this year, and he said, I raced against him in a World Challenge round at Hockenheim, and he took me out.
Right.
He hit him down at the hairpin down there, and he was pretty scathing about it too, Brendan, but he said, it's still really cool to be racing him. Even he was like eyes like dinner plates watching it. So, yeah, they've got a little bit of history. We were talking about how much he's come on as a driver and how quickly he's been improving as the Ferraris start to flex their muscle a little bit. Alessio Rovera jumps to 5th in Pro-Am car for a Rise Racing GT with Daniel Serra quickest at a 204.36, just bumped Rossi down to second place. So the Ferrari's looking pretty handy early in this session.
Will there be anybody, Garth, who is thinking ahead to getting times in for qualifying tomorrow and thinking, or is it too far away and the weather is too uncertain at the moment?
It's too far away, and just the general tone at the start of this session looked to me, it was very procedural. Let's get these race procedures down and make sure we understand our systems as teams. So all that refueling that was going on, driver change practice, and now it's about making sure the drivers, all the drivers have pretty much had the opportunity now to have a drive. So now they've all had time to look at data, look at vision, refine their technique so that they find their way. I mean, if you look at the first two real sessions from last year, it was a 2:02.7 for Van der Linde in the first session last year. And then it was out to a 3:06 in this corresponding session last year. So they lost a second, effectively, through the day. And I think that's just because people, one, they want to make sure they have got a really solid race car. And two, they don't want to fall foul of the BOP police.
Yeah.
You don't want to go too fast too early. Oh, Feeney lost the rear on the entry into one.
Brock discovering the grip limit of an Audi R8 relative to an AMG. The other interesting thing about today is that there isn't really that end-of-day glamour happy hour session because it's an AM bronze driver only session. So in those ideal conditions at the end of the day, which is when qualifying will be tomorrow, the Pirelli pole battle, it'll be the bronze drivers doing the driving, and they ain't the ones that are going to be in the pole battle tomorrow. So you don't sort of have that quali form guide from today. Not that they really want to show their hand this early anyway.
Mountain Straight, just watching the Mercedes go up there, the 222 car, and Scott Taylor Motorsport machine just bouncing a little bit. I was watching when the demo laps were going on and the Aston Martin, Tony Quinn's Aston Martin Vulcan was out there, and that was popping the rear wheels off the ground there. It was so tight. I don't remember it, God, being that bad there in previous years. It's almost, you know, at some race tracks when they put a tunnel underneath and it changes the surface. That's exactly what it reminds me of.
Well, it's certainly getting worse over the last couple of years. The bumps up Mountain Straight have been getting worse and worse, to the point where traditionally you'd come out of Hell Corner Turn 1 and you'd pretty much just go straight to the left of the track and go over the hump on the left side of the racetrack.
Yeah.
But the bumps have got so bad over there now that you basically come out of Turn 1, stay on the right side of the racetrack, get over the crest, and then drift across to the left side, because the bumps have gotten worse and worse. And that's only happened in the last 2 or 3 years. Like I said, I've been coming here for 25 odd years, and it's never really changed the amount that it has changed in the last 2 years. So that's certainly something that the drivers that have got more experience here, that you sort of find these little quirks about Mount Panorama. You just sort of figure out where the bumps are and try and make it the smoothest run, and the GT cars certainly much more stiffly sprung than the supercar. So you see here Valentino, he's staying to the left. Now he'll start to drift to the right to take the traditional racing line. So
Griffin,
nice and deep on the brakes. Valentino actually went fastest on the previous lap, 2:04.11.
Right to the edge of that red-white curve as he came out of Griffin Bend.
So we were talking earlier about how good Valentino Rossi's going, right? So he's currently fastest, 2:04.1110. His teammates behind him is Kelvin van der Linde, who knows how to drive a GT3 car around Mount Panorama, and he's outdone. It's a 2:03.1160 to van der Linde. So whilst Valentino actually, strangely, has a bit more experience in this car, Kelvin much more experience as a GT3 driver. So we've sort of every year marvelled at the job that Valentino Rossi has done as a race car driver as he makes his transition from bikes. You'd have to say it's almost complete. It's almost there now. He's not a bike guy driving a race car. He's a race car driver.
That's a very, very good distinction. So we can't go down into those 3 figures now, 4 figures, 0.00,
That's why
50.
At a 6.2k lap.
Yeah.
You still need to go down there. The other point you were making earlier today, John, was the compression of the field.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing now as an example is that with a pro driver in it, every single car is an outright contender, whether you're in pro class, pro-am, bronze or silver. So first 3 cars pro. Rivera, the first of the pro-am cars, in 4th, but he's a pro. David Russell, talking about him, first of the silver cars, 5th outright. And then Fabian Schiller behind the wheel of the Grove car is 5th, and he's the first of the bronze runners. And that's the top 6 cars in this practice session, and they're covered by 0.57 of a second.
Remember when I said the first 10 originally, that was a second and a half. It's down to 8/10 now. So it's effectively halved in 2.5 sessions, almost exactly 2.5 sessions, one of which was a bronze cup, bronze driver.
And that'll halve again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll probably halve again in December. But by the time the last session before qualifying, it'll be tight, and then we'll be talking about in qualifying the
Who's
top
on
10
the bubble?
shootout, and
Yeah.
there'll be 15 cars trying to squeeze into 10 spots. It happens every year.
Can't wait for that. That is one of the highlights for me of a weekend that is stacked full of them. But just seeing that last session as to who, I love the shootout in itself, but that last session, who's on the bubble, who's going one way or the other, that to me is great entertainment.
Well, and it's funny, isn't it? At a race where qualifying shouldn't matter at all, it matters so much. Really. And it took 10 years for this race for it to be one lower than 7th position on the grid. So you want to be at the pointy end regardless. But that whole battle session, and the change of format this year with just one 15-minute session, that's it.
Yeah.
And that was sort of based on tyre warm-up on a GT3 car, how quickly you can get the tyre turned on, and maybe an option of doing 2 runs, potentially, if you're really tight, do a lap early, cool off, and then go again as we go back to the lane of shade.
I've got a question for you guys. I'm going to defer to Krailsy's knowledge on this one, so let's put him on the spot, GT.
I'm not confident today, Shay. My confidence has been bashed out of me by my colleagues, so please go on.
Let's see if we can't maybe rebuild this. If a team, like, I don't know, Team WRT, has 2 cars, like, say they're 2 BMWs, and they pit the 2 cars in the wrong pit boxes, but they don't add fuel, they only change drivers and or tires, but they do the service in each other's box, is there any penalty for that?
No.
Perfect.
It's all about the fuel rig, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's exactly what just happened. The 32 stopped in the 46's box, and the 46 stopped in the 32 box. We had Valentino Rossi get out of the 46. That was a driver change over to Lello, Raffaele Marciello. And in the sister car, it was Kelvin van der Linde who got out, and Augusto Farfus who took over. I'm going to linger in the garage and see if Rossi comes back, because I really want to know how he's so smooth around the mountain. That was a really good lap he put in.
Yeah, Shay, as long as you're stopping in your team's pit box, I think it's all good. But yeah, the timed stops are based around driver changes and refueling, and it'll be 80 seconds, by the way, will be the time from
that is the number,
just been confirmed.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
from pit entry to pit exit. So 32 second transit time here, isn't it? 32 second transit time. So it's 50 seconds basically. Standstill time.
See, they've done that again. They've just basically pitted in the order that they've come in. So the 46 BMW is in the 32's fueling area, while as the 32, the black car, is in the 46's. I think that's okay, so long as there's no fuel. Also, this is not a competitive session either, so I'm sure if there was something going wrong there, that they would give it, they'd be given a tap on the shoulder by one of the officials. Going back to the old Group C days at Le Mans, and I was very fortunate just to see the tail end of that. When that was a fuel formula, quite clearly you had to be at the right fueling spot because you had a fuel allowance car for the whole race. And you could see it counting down on the little counter, the litres. Tom Walkinshaw, who has a great link to this race, into this racetrack as well, of course, from his driving days as well as team ownership and management days. Tom Walkinshaw with the Jaguars one year very cleverly nicked a bit of fuel for the car that was leading by every time either of the other 2 cars came in, and you drained the fuel into the cap bottle. Yeah. He put it back in the leading car as well, and he got away with that. It was never spotted at the time.
Very unlike Tom. Can't believe that would have happened at all.
No.
Having driven for 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, exactly.
We spent a lot of the time in the grey with Tom Walkinshaw.
I think it's fair to say that Tom Walkinshaw, the great Scot, was a character.
Yeah. Presence. When anyone asked me what was Tom Walkinshaw like, and the thing that stood to me is he could walk into the room and he commanded it. He had presence. And, certainly a very canny operator. Let's go with that one, John. Very canny.
Well,
knew the rules and knew where the grey areas were.
16 and a half minutes only to go in these sessions, these 40-minute sessions, Krills, here, going by like the clappers. I had a thought that I was about to say something, and I'm going to push it over to one side, and I'll say it at the end of the session. But plenty of laps being turned is what I'm about to say.
Oh, okay.
You see what I was saying?
Yeah, I know where
I swerved there.
No,
that was a big swerve.
I'm glad you took that little deviation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. 16 minutes to go. Raffaele Marcello now behind the wheel of car 46, but they've been rotating through the pit lane. Brock Feeney, predictably, has jumped up to third in the Audi and then peeled off into the lane. So a 2:04.25 for Brock within a tenth of the fastest time. Top 5 cars now within 2/10 of a second. Theo Camburis has jumped behind the wheel of the Superbarn car. We're watching the guy of Valmont Racing Audi R8 run by Tagani Autosport, team based on the coast of New South Wales and Wollongong, so south of Sydney, a couple of hours, nice part of the world. And Nathan and his team have built up a really good little operation. They're running the Camburis car and the guy of Valmont Racing Audi this weekend with Marcel Zalua and Sergio Perez sharing with Scotty Andrews. A replay from pit lane. Traction control certainly turned off on the number 36 Ferrari.
The traction doesn't work on launch, so the Audi's got a great launch system out of the pit box and just nail it and it takes off. So that'll be all about Sunday as well, putting rubber down. So when they launch out of the box, it gets from 0 to 40 quicker. It's not spinning the tyres when it matters on Sunday. So
good point.
Don't think they're just having a bit of a lark there, laying some smoke. Let's just get some traction down ahead of Sunday's race, leaving the pit box.
Jake Santolicia behind the wheel of the number 24 McLaren. Just ride maybe a little bit too much curve as he came down through the through Skyline. He's down on Conwood Straight now, gets passed by the Aston going into, go on Krills, you see it, going into, aren't you contractually obliged to see it every day?
No,
okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
In the KW suspension chase.
There's usually some interesting signage up there.
No.
Just around the chase area, just on the approach to the chase, the fastest part of the racetrack.
Yeah.
There's always some, I'm sure we'll get a shot of that.
Jake Seminidich. Punched out 220.1.
Brilliant colour scheme. Oh, and look at that.
Butterfly likes it too, John.
That's the biggest butterfly I've ever seen behind that car.
Nothing small in Australia, John. Everything's big down here.
Don't get bitten by the big giant butterflies.
That's right. Careful, it'll pick you up. It'll pick you up and fly you away.
Look like a hawk behind that Audi there. After 3 o'clock in the morning back in the UK, just after 4 o'clock in the morning in Europe. Hello to Tom Marshallek, who's in Ohio. He's watching and tuning in. Good to have your company wherever you are in the world. Hashtag B12Hr. Shea Adam down in the pit lane with Valentino Rossi, 2 legends together.
Well, Valentino, I have to point out to you, when you got out of the car, P1, from setting that purple lap time, you were ahead of some living legends of the sport as far as factory drivers go. How important is it to be smooth around the mountain to get that speed?
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy because I finished P1. And I always love this track, and also I feel good, especially in the mountain. And also today I was always quite fast. We need to work on the car, especially for the long run, because you need to don't lose too much grip on the rear, especially for the traction. But the feeling for the first day is good. Now we have to try to understand to make step by step.
Do you feel like you have a better base with the BMW than you have any other year before at the mountain?
Yeah, for me, it's already the 3rd time here at the mountain. And, you know, this track is very particular, so you need to know exactly all the centimeter where you put the car, because you have a lot of place where you have the bank that you can help, so you can bring more speed. So I have a quite good experience, and I'm very happy to be competitive.
Do you look forward to this event all year?
Yeah. You know, it's a great way to start the season because the track is something special. And also, I'm very happy to come one time in a year in Australia because it's a place that I like a lot. I stay here more than 25 years with the motorcycle, so I have a lot of friends, so it's a good way to start.
Yeah, Australia's happy to have you back too. Good luck this week.
Thank you.
You can hear the genuine joy in his voice. He's the only person I know who talks faster than Nick Damon. and that's because his brain's clocked differently to everyone else as well. But that is a happy Valentino Rossi.
I still can't quite believe it's a thing that happens. Valentino Rossi being interviewed on our broadcast at Mount Panorama in a GT race. Extraordinary.
I think we'll send John Hindhaugh down to give Valentino a bit of help, though, because listening to Valentino, just talking about struggling with a bit of traction coming off the slow corners. And John mentioned earlier that Valentino was probably a bit aggressive in his throttle application. So we'll just send John down to look at some data and some vision and go over a few things with Valentino. I'm sure we can get Valentino into the threes tomorrow with a bit of help from John.
It's so cool. It's a great chat.
That's only because our onboard cameras are so good.
Right.
In fairness, we've just had somebody bluffing, Charles, who's tuned in from Florida, Porsche technician. Hello, Charles. He was just commenting as well on how great the onboards are. Australia, for those of you who have long memories or are just old like me, Australia is the home of the onboard camera, and this place in particular is the home of the onboard camera, the moving onboard camera, the multi-cross to bring in the America's Cup skipper, the Prime Minister, somebody driving around the circuit. This place is full of history, not just for the racing, but for broadcast history as well as it goes on. And it all comes back to here, this technology that we're looking at now.
Well, almost 50 years later, this race will be on the 7 network around Australia on Saturday and Sunday. And that was the organisation that were the first to do it. Very famous commentary from that Salika. Being held up by fast cars. And being destroyed by them down Goldenrod Straight. But and of course that incredible area with Dick Johnson where he was just a walking one line, wrestling the big Falcons across the top.
Still remember as a kid listening to that thing and how cool was that?
Yeah, and laps of Amaru was like
running a marathon around your clothesline. Handling like a dog on lino.
Pretty incredible stuff. Dick has recently, as in the last 3 hours, been Spirit of Ford Award, I think it was. He's in the United States, fairly sizable news coming out of that part of the world in the last couple of hours, but great to see Dick recognised for his contribution to Ford globally.
Absolutely, correctly as well.
Icon of our sport, and the XD, the Green's Tough car is sitting over in the National Motor Racing Museum as well.
Always worth, if you're here listening to us or you're planning on heading up, put some time aside to go and see Brad and the rest of the team in the National Motor Racing Museum. They have got something quite spectacular in there at the moment. That's all I'm going to say.
He sat in the 84 car.
Oh,
05.
05.
Mate, kid can...
Do not wash those clothes.
Getting out was another story.
That might feature on Sunday.
It will feature on the broadcast.
Yeah, I thought it would.
Yeah,
that's quite.
Big bangers in there.
So the Moffat 77 cars in there, isn't it? And the big bangers are in there. So if you talked about two cars that epitomised Mount Panorama Bathurst in the touring car era, it's those cars.
Totally agree.
The Moffat hardtop and the last of the big bangers, the Dayglow orange Commodores, like that was Bathurst as a kid growing up.
Yeah, likewise.
And that's really what got me switched on to it, because we got on a programme on commercial television in the UK on a Saturday afternoon that was called World of Sport, and we would get a highlights package, maybe a 45-minute, it might have been a 50-minute highlights package, but we wouldn't get it until January. So the race will have run in October, but of course that's right in the middle of the football season and everything like that. And when there was no horse racing and that going on that they used to cover on TV in those days in January because the ground was too hard or too wet or both, then Dickie Davis, who was the presenter, would very suavely say, "And now motor racing." They call it Australia's great race.
Did you know results by January? Had the Post caught up by that point?
Well, I mean, you would have known it if you'd been looking at the comics, if you'd been looking at the weeklies. But it was still always worth watching because of all the things we're talking about, because the production values were so high. and because the racing was so brilliant. And it was condensed into, like I say, 45 minutes or an hour. It was brilliant.
A couple of results-related things just quickly in this practice session. A few little timing changes. You've noticed that on the totem left of screen, Maro Engel went quickest for GMR, running the 888 today and this weekend for the first time. That lucky number for that part of the world, for that team. Just 200ths quicker than Brock Feeney, who's gone up to second in the Audi. And Lauren Heinrich has gone third in the Pro-Am, the Bend Porsche, run by EMA Motorsport, with a Manti support there again this year. So very good lap for Lauren, who's making his Bathurst debut this weekend. 10th of a second back. That's the quickest we've seen the Porsches go today so far. 46 is still fourth. Lello Raffaele Marciello doing some laps at the moment, just doing some longer runs, and so too Augusto Farfus, his teammate, in 5th place.
And 5 manufacturers in the top 6, covered by half a second. Okay, so that's what we were talking about. The squeeze, time-wise, the squeeze is on. And tiny mistakes in the qualifying in that single shoot-out qualifying session tomorrow, Garth, is going to be really costly. All right, so what we got left, 5.5 minutes.
On board here with Jules Gounon.
He's got a pretty clear track ahead of him, Garth.
Absolutely. So when you're in these sessions and you look up Mountain Straight and you can't see anyone up the road, there's just someone entering turn 2 now into Mountain Straight. So you know you're going to get a reasonable run, at least in the first sector. So just watch how Gounon attacks, particularly the kink here on the approach to the cutting, flowing speed in. So just rolls it back to about half throttle, doesn't actually lift off. And the reason they do that in a GT car is you want to keep the floor as stable as possible. The floor generates so much downforce. So when you lift off, the car changes its pitch. So you just go back to half throttle, so you de-pitch the car more gently. Same here. So you he wouldn't have rolled out to 0, he would have rolled out to about 15-20% throttle. Same again there, you can just hear, like it's almost like the engine's idling in the background. And that's because he's just keeping a little bit of throttle up over in that high-speed section of the circuit. You can hear the car scraping heavily. There's another one at the dipper. The AMG Mercedes run the car very, very low. That's how they get their performance, by the car bottoming on the ground. And it annoys you for the first lap or two, and then you forget about it. It's just noise in the background.
And that amount of scraping indicates there's a little bit of fuel in that car. Because they do scrape in quali trim, but that was quite a lot across the top. And it's a good lap, don't get me wrong. It should be in, if not the high 3s, the very low 4s when he gets down towards the final sector. We'll bring this one home and jump to Shea. So just one big braking point. And again, that's another corner. You don't realise how uphill it is in the braking zone, the compression and then uphill in the braking. Fire the car out to that exit curb. Perfectly timed traffic in front who dives across to pit exit. So Jules had a completely clear lap, 6.2 Ks. The timing line is directly under the bridge, and it's a 2:04.2 so puts Gounon up to 6.
That's race pace stuff there. That's absolutely driving the car in race trim. And I think you're right, Rich, about the fuel load that car has on. And you can just see, even when he braked into the final corner here over the bumps, the car wasn't moving around a lot. And then when we tune in tomorrow and we're doing a bit of qualifying prep and then qualifying itself, watch how active the cars are over the bumps, how much they dance around into that final corner. And there was none of that going on aboard Jules Gounon, number 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes on that lap.
Let's head down to Shea Adam in the lane. Last 3 minutes before the checkered flag. Shea?
I've just seen 2 more teams that are scrubbing in rubber very late in the session and late in the afternoon to be doing this. The Heart of Racing SPS car came in. That Mercedes left Ross Gunn aboard. They put sticker tires on. Ross did a very gentle exit of the pit lane. And 1 box behind them was the Group M car, the 888 that we were just talking about, with Maro Engel still behind the wheel, having set the fastest lap. Again, very gentle egress of the pit lane for Maro. And I want to hang up at this end of pit lane because I want to talk to Maro. He hasn't been back to the mountains since his best ever finish of 2nd. That's been a few years. Clearly, he hasn't forgotten how to go quickly around this place.
But no, he's one of the best ever. It's a strangely subdued year, GMR, last year, and that's never really in the mix throughout last year's race. So,
I mean, you consider the year before that, the battle with the Engel and Gounon were going to war in the last hour or 2. So we expected that just to resume for another 12 hours last year. But
off the back of one of the great qualifying laps that we've ever seen at this place in 23. Yeah, it's 9th visit to this place, Maro Engel, and it's teased and tempted, and he's been 2nd and he's been 3rd and 5th and 7th. and that win has just eluded him. And you have those conversations about greatest ever 2 without ... and he's certainly there in this race. But that's not to say that he couldn't add it this year, because they are a super strong combo. Replay.
Yes, that's a replay of the 222 AMG Mercedes heading up Mount Straight. Cam Waters aboard, and we're talking about the bumps. And there you go, bottomed out. So the skid block's getting a bit of a workout as they make their way up Mount Straight. And Cam too.
Do you feel like
oh yeah, it knocks the fillings out of your teeth. It absolutely does. Especially in the GT cars, given they're much more stiffly sprung. Generally about twice to 3 times the spring rate in a GT car than it is in a supercar. So obviously they have aero, so they want to basically keep the platform as stable as possible. He's back right out of it here as Waters. So,
and there it was. We were just getting a word through from our director that there was kangaroo on circuit, and there was, because he was bouncing across the road on the exit of the BMW M elbow.
Okay, it wouldn't be a day at Bathurst without having a kangaroo yellow flag.
I'll remember for as long as I live the first driver's briefing when we had GT cars here, and Christopher Meese rocked up, and in the driver's briefing they get up and go, this is what happens if a kangaroo jumps out the track. And they thought they were joking. It was like, is that real? Absolutely it's real, because if you hit one, it's day over. So I'll never forget that as long as I live, because that was just...
And it happened year on year when I was in the Audi guys. Every time one of the factory drivers would come down that hadn't been to Australia before yet, you literally had to say, no. They don't put it in the driver briefing notes as a joke. No. Actually, this is real. There we go. It is real. So hopefully Skippy gets himself out of harm's way. Just a little one, John.
Yeah.
We'll save the big ones for Sunday.
Yeah, there was something slightly more venomous there in the 1000. I seem to remember watching as I was
weird things on grid here the last couple of years. Wildlife.
Albino
Eddie the Echidna a couple of years ago that changed that race.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What was the one thing that changed the trajectory of the Bathurst 1000?
It was an Echidna.
It was an Echidna,
yeah,
the safety car.
The run up to the cutting. On that, say hello to the good folk up at the Cutting Mount Panorama, which is an accommodation. You can stay on the cutting. And they set up a little temporary scaff out in their driveway and watch all of the races from up there. But you can Airbnb the place. It's incredible. Lovely people. Met them a couple of years ago on a rare track walk, and they are avid 12-hour fans. They love this race, and they love sitting up there. They're all Sunday watching it. A place you really can't spectate unless you're staying in one of the two houses that live up on the cutting there. So really, really interesting part of the world. Checkered flag out at the end of the 3rd practice session. So they'll wrap the pros up in bubble wrap after this and put them to bed and then dust them out at some point tomorrow. I spoke to young Tom Heyman, who's part of the Method Motorsport team in GT4. He said, I've done about 10 laps. I'm done until qualifying now. He won't get back in the car until quali, mainly because, A, he's got the most experience in that car here, having raced in November, but his job is to get the AM drivers in that car up to speed and just get them as much lap time as they can so they're comfortable. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's the same for some of the pros in these combinations too.
Some of the pro cars are spoilt for choice, aren't they?
They just...
talk about the BMWs or either Van der Linde, Raffaello Macchiello, between the 3 of them, you can blame them in the top 5 GT3 drivers in the world. So,
yes, exactly.
It's a bit of rock, paper, scissors who gets to qualify for some of these cars.
Speaking of, there's one. You've got a little Bathurst 12-hour kangaroo up on the box there. There it is. They've been getting around. I'll get a number of how many of those were made for this, but I'm pretty certain 85% of them have been given out already. They've become a little must-have souvenir. Don't worry.
We haven't got one in the booth.
It's okay. Don't worry. We'll look after that. Confirmation of results. Practice 3. Last time we see the pros today. A bronze session later on this afternoon. And it was Team GMR on top for Mercedes, AMG, the Audi. Great lap from Brock Feeney. His first real crack to go second, just less than half a tenth off. Porsche 3rd. And then BMW 4th. So the 4 brands in the top 4, which I think we probably all expected would be the case. Gunon popped up at the end. Cam Waters went to 14th with that lap. They had a couple of quick laps interrupted by traffic or Skippy, the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport car, but ended up at a 5.0 and 1.2 off the outright pace. I think they're pretty happy with where they're at. And Matt Campbell was just in there as well.
Step down to the lane for a quick final word from Shea Adam and someone who's been experiencing the conditions this afternoon.
It's not very rare that Maro Engel is top of the timesheets, but when you're at Bathurst, when you're back here, you've got a little bit of extra magic this weekend. 3 M's in a Mercedes. You feel like maybe this could finally be the year?
Look, it's great to be back here. Always such a magical place, a place I've loved driving, and yeah, of course, I mean, we're here to try and get that win. Whether it'll be the year, I don't know, but for sure we have a very strong team, a strong car, and yeah, great teammates. So the 3Ms, M&Ms as we've been called.
I love it. You got to get the candies in the garage too, try and get that sponsorship going. But having a Mercedes around the mountain, that's been the key for the last couple of years. It's been Mercedes and Porsche really battling at the front. Do you feel like it's still going to be the car to have this year?
It's certainly going to be the car that we have. So I'm hoping it'll be the car that'll be there to beat. But no, look, seriously, I think you know, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is an amazing car, proven race winner here, and just very, very nice to drive. Good feedback, good handling, and yeah, that's exactly what you want on a place or in a place like this.
Are you going to be allowed tomorrow to go for another Alan Simonson Pole Award?
I'll definitely try. Let's see where we can get to. I mean, the track was quick this morning, but we had a bit of a similar situation last year where the first practice was really quick, and then the track actually came and got away from us a little bit in terms of speed. So I don't know. I don't know if it'd be quite quick enough. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it's not quick enough because obviously the record stands. But at the end of the day, it's a 12-hour race, and what really matters is the end result.
It is cool to see your name on the bottom of the timing screen every time we run a session. Good luck tomorrow and good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
2 minutes, 2:00.8819. That lap from Maro Engel in 2013 was extraordinary. John Hindhaugh, he tops the running in practice 3. There's another session to come later on this afternoon.
I'm astounded. I'm going to say what I didn't say before. We've not lost a lap yet. Because we did, Skippy didn't really lose us anything. No. Right? We've not had an interruption. So there we go. No
interruption for the last session then. It's going to be an interesting one.
No interruption to transmission and no test card required as we sign up with the AMG in those colours that take me back to my childhood before we had 24-hour TV and we were waiting for something to come on the one-eyed god in the corner. Richard Krill, Garth Tander, me, John Hindhaugh in the booth, and Shea Adam down in the pits. Thanks for being with us. One more 40-minute session. It's the bronze drivers back out again as we're counting down to the weekend. It's Fast Friday, the 25 Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour season.
Wherever you're watching from, around Australia or around the world, you're about to witness a little slice of Mount Panorama history and Ferrari history combined, as Ferrari Challenge Australasia takes to Mount Panorama for the very first time, for the very first stop of a brand new series. It becomes the 5th on the global tour, joining Europe and Japan, the UK, North America, and what a venue to set this opening event up. The 23 turn, 6.2 kilometres of Bathurst Mount Panorama, a circuit with nearly 90 years of history. And we've had some Ferrari history here before, winners of the 12-hour on 2 occasions, but this is something completely different, a brand new series, and it's so cool to see it taking centre stage here at the mountain. Renato Liberto, and alongside him, Tim Brook in commentary, joining me for the very first of 2 races here this weekend. And Ren, we talked through qualifying early today, a 30-minute session. This will be a 30-minute race. It looked like a race between 2 at the front of the Pirelli field, with Antoine Gitney just getting the nod ahead of Ernst Kirkmeyer, who put up a pretty good show for pole.
Yeah, a very exciting end of that session, and I've got to say, talking to the drivers afterwards, you know, quite a few did better than they expected within the field as well. So I think watching the session play out before 25 minutes, as they got towards the end, some people were still banking fast laps at the end of the session on 10-lap old tyres. So I think we might see quite a big mix-up in the mid-pack, but certainly the 2 guys at the front are going to be the ones to watch and setting the pace here today.
The man sitting alongside you has won races here at Mount Panorama in different categories as well. Tim, great to have you here, but you've also picked up the role as driving coach for a lot of these drivers that are across the field. What was the message that you gave them before today? Because they've been very well behaved so far.
Yeah, look, thanks for having me, Chad. Excited to be here and excited to be working with a lot of these drivers. And I think they're all a little bit nervous about what's to come. So a lot of it's just trying to calm the nerves, you know, like they've played practice and qualifying. Just get to the end and kind of reset so they can go again tomorrow.
What fascinated me with qualifying was just how much these drivers improved from their practice times, and in the end we dipped under the 2-minute 10 bracket, which was where Antoine Gitney was on the pole with a 2:08.0, and he had about 7/10 clear of Ernst Kirkmeyer, who's flown in from Austria to be here this week. We've got 4 different nationalities covered in the field. Not a lot of experience in this field, but there are a couple drivers with some Bathurst laps here before that you might see on screen. Outside row number 3, Rod Wilson in the 44, and Jim Policino, who's driven a lot of V8 cars here, but now he gets a 3-litre, 700 horsepower twin-turbo V6 car. We've got 3 different categories to watch out for, the Pirelli class being the top flight for the fastest drivers. Copper Shell is our middle category, and then the 488 category for the older model 488 Evo car. 16 car field, 4 nationalities covered, and ready for their first event of 5. Starts here at Bathurst. It'll wrap up at the Bend in September, and a lucky few may even get the chance to go race at the Finale Mondiale in Mugello, and that is in October, a 5-day festival of all things Ferrari.
It's like a world wrestling all-in brawl. all of the series around the world get together and race. And it is probably something about Ferrari Challenge that not a lot of people know, is it is kind of a ticket to bucket list. Obviously, we've got European drivers coming to the best track in the world, you know, Bathurst to race. But likewise, our drivers can actually go and race on places like Spa and Mugello and Imola and Monza as part of the series as well. So it really does open the door to Ferrari owners to race around the world.
What a view that is from the back of the safety car that peels away to leave the 16-car field, paced by Antoine Gitney from Sydney. And this is the first time that he'll be starting a race from pole, so a new experience for him, and he's drawn alongside a 2-time Ferrari Challenge champion, a real hired gun who's flown in for this event, so this is really going to test him. And on top of that, he did 7 further laps, Antoine, in qualifying, so his Pirelli tyres have done a few more laps around here. They're a very durable tyre, but that'll be something to consider in the latter parts of this race. The field now rolling around the last couple of corners and ready for a start. A famous brand in world motorsport. There are few car companies that can brag to have the storied history of Ferrari, and proof that they are expanding in their sports car scene as we get start for race number 1, Ferrari Challenge. Here we go then. A little piece of history gets written at Mount Panorama as Ferrari Challenge Australasia greets the green flag for the very first time, and a brand new series is ready to go at Bathurst. And what a start from Kirkmeyer, straight across. So experienced in these scenarios, experienced on cold Pirelli tyres, and already everyone's scrambling to find their little piece of turn 1, and that's going to be close if Frisch can get out of the gravel, keep the boot in it. This is where 700 horsepower and about 740 newton meters of torque will come in handy, but unfortunately he's got some aero damage. The Austrian, he's out of there.
That was a great start by Ernst. He obviously went very defensive as soon as he got the nose on Antoine. Then maybe picked him at the lights, but it'll be interesting to see now if Antoine does sort of push ahead on those slightly older tyres from quality to try and close that gap and keep a bit of pressure early on. And of course, car 44 there on the screen, Rob Wilson is ready and waiting as well.
Was ready to snap up 1 or 2 spots. This is where it'll get dicey, trying to find your own little piece of Mount Panorama through from the cutting up towards Reed Park. Track's dirty, leaves blowing around. A little bit of a windy day here at Bathurst. The first time across the shelf then for this amazing new category. And these 16 ponies jump to life across the top. The prancing horse arrives at Bathurst. And it's an Austrian who leads the way.
It'll be interesting here as well with the, in qualifying, they're all trying to find their own space. It'll be interesting to see just how much the drafting effect on these long straights, particularly down Conrod's, going to play a factor in those easy overtakes that we might see at the bottom of the chase as well. And of course, where we've got a mix of the likes of Micho Stefan and Jared Ferrari up high there, the 296s and the 488s on the straight at the same time do have a power difference. So we will see some overtaking just purely based on that power difference of the two classes of vehicle here.
So here we go then. The first time down Conrod. And this has been pretty impressive from Gidney, not letting the race leader get away. Check out the speed of the Ferrari. Like we said earlier, 700 horsepower. A new aero package. Look at this.
291 in the speed, 292 in the speed trap, Rod Wilson.
And that speed trap is a little bit up the road from where the actual maximum speed would be on the data too. So they're pushing 295 kilometers per hour in a straight line. That's faster than the Ferrari GT3 will go, presumably in the race here this weekend. That was tight down there.
That was very close. I think it may have swallowed a fly at the same time there. That was a very, very close. I think that was being a little bit polite on the nose up the inside. But again, we see here ABK looking to the inside, but getting the door swiftly closed in their face on the way through.
That was tight. Up the mountain we go. Tim, clean first lap. And I want to know your thoughts after counselling these drivers as to how to approach lap 1. They've ticked that box nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess lap 1 in the books, try and get through without damage. Unfortunately, there might have been a little bit of contact that we saw early on at the race start at turn 1 there. But just get through. It's a long race, so just settle in, take your time, and try not to do anything silly.
It looks like we've got a real fight between the leaders here as well. Kirkmare cannot seem to shake the tail of the chasing driver, Antoine Gidney. This has been, I know it's lap 1, but from qualifying to practice, it has been exceptionally impressive from Antoine, who topped opening practice here and then managed to back it up in qualifying. Replay the start then.
I think our race director, Anthony Jenkins, would be happy with that. It was quite a good formation. But look at that Ernst, just straight to the inside, super defensive straight away.
Oh, there was the
good attack back there in the back. I think that might have been maybe David Trelawney and David Frisch, I think, may have just come in contact there, a little bit of nose to tail.
Might have been Cameron Campbell, I think, actually.
Yeah, he was due to get a start in the 12-hour this week, but it's decided to just focus his energy on racing in the Ferrari. Back to the leaders, and it's close. It's really close.
So this is where that, as we spoke about, the slipstreaming opportunity of the second car. See how much of a difference it makes. As I said, they are a slippery car, but also they are producing a fair amount of downforce. So it'll be interesting to see if we can kind of get the toe on the car coming into the bottom of Conrod Straight.
Power tools and Ferraris, not typically something you would see used together, but just cutting off that loose bodywork and getting the back out of the track. 294 kilometers per hour through the trap for Kirkmare without the slipstream. That's impressive. Must have got an excellent run out of Conrod Straight, and in doing so, just fends off the chasing car. And I wonder if that's a little sign that maybe they've got a different setup in those two cars as well.
We do have in the challenge cars, we don't have the full sort of adjustment in all of the suspension and alignment that, say, a GT3 car would have, if some of the fans sort of know the adjustments there. But in the challenge cars, we do have full control of the ride height and alignment of the vehicle, as well as wing angle and things like that. So there's obviously regulations restricting how much wing, but certainly wing angle does affect obviously downforce, but then straight line speed. So as you say, there could be a slight difference there in setup on these two vehicles. One, of course, being an MC Corsa car, which is their Gittin 22. And then Ernst's car running out of Zagami Autosport, the Melbourne team. So definitely there will be some different setup there. And I wonder with Rod sitting in P3 at the moment, and also a Melbourne car, if they're kind of hedging their bets a little bit with the setup between the two to get a bit more information for tomorrow as well.
Tim, it looks like the trailing car of Gittin's also picked up quite a few leaves in the front splitter as well. But these cars have a newly designed aero package that also includes new cooling system as well, with the S-duct that's worked at the front of this car too. So do you think that'll have much of an effect on the car throughout the course of the race?
Look, I think ideally he'd like to be in a position where he'd be leading the race and it was perfectly clean and clear, but I don't think it will cause too much drama.
488s are going at it, further back in the pack as well, trying to peel their way through some of the faster cars.
There's Micho Stefford there. He's one of our quicker drivers from the Club Challenge program, sort of a graduate from that program. Great to see him sort of stepping up to the National Series as well, but aside from that, also good to see the 488 sort of pushing beyond the 296s in some cases.
Let's check out what's happened down here at Hell Corner. And nicely down the inside, Jim Policina gets the move done and goes ahead of Jared Ferrari. So that's a 296 passing a 488. Just using that straight line advantage and relying on that all-new brake package redesigned for the 296, which includes brake-by-wire. So very different feel on the brake pedal between those two cars down at turn 1. 297 through the... Are we going to see 300 pop up on the timing screen this weekend? 297 kilometres per hour in a straight line that time for Gitney. These Ferraris are fast in a straight line.
I think as well the big yellow carrot dangling in front of him is probably helping push that number up slightly higher at the moment. But it is an exceptionally quick car. I mean, Tim, having spent a bit of time in the pre-season testing as well, what was it like for you sort of jumping into a car with this sort of power and aerodynamics? How did it feel adapting to that sort of car quickly?
Yeah, look, it's quite incredible what they're capable of. And spending a little bit of time with the drivers earlier, it was kind of mentioning at the chase, you know, not to even lift out of the throttle completely because the cars have so much aero over the top of them, 850 kilos of downforce. You lift out of the throttle completely at 280 kilometres per hour and the car slows down really fast. So it's just a matter of just trying to maybe keep a little bit more throttle through the chase than what they're comfortable with, but the car's more than capable of doing it.
So we've got Cameron Campbell here having a bit of a look, maybe sort of sitting a little bit wide here. Luckily, kept it all in one piece, maybe dropped the tyre in the grass, but again, thankfully that fly-by-wire ABS system as well kept things in check for him.
Smooth save. Last time around, the leaders setting their personal best laps, a 1:10.3 for Kirkmeyer. Gitney, 1:10.2. They are all over each other. But have a look how quick Kirkmeyer's thing is in that first sector. Half a second in sector 1, and then straight away, Gitney's all over him across the top. So Gitney's car is very quick through sector 2, and Kirkmeyer's is very quick going up and down the mountain.
That tells me there's probably a wing setting in that car or the pitch in the car, the ride height front to rear, has got that car staggered a little bit to give it a little bit more rear end sort of grip, which definitely would be affecting the top line speed we're seeing, but then would have the advantage over the top of the mountain. Interesting strategy from the two to sort of work, I guess, in opposite ways in terms of trying to extract performance from the car.
Last time across the top, 3/10 quicker for the chasing 22. And he's tucked in again to that toe down Conrod. Here comes the speed trap. It's the 99, this time quickest, 292. So Gitney's only 289 kilometres per hour down Conrod. Very, very fast, and still above the GT3 speeds down there as well.
And just approaching half race now as well, we're still seeing there's just a little bit of a move there from Ernst. A little bit of a wriggle in the rear, thankfully held it together. That might give Antoine enough sort of gap to sort of close in for the climb up Mountain Straight now.
And he's not the only one out there with their hands full. That is Manu Nithyanantha, who is in that opening practice session today, did a 2:27, and then in qualifying did a 2:17. So talk about improvements. I don't know what you told him, Tim, but it worked clearly when he went out there and found 10 seconds between sessions. But that was across the entire field. Everyone was making such amazing gains.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's quite good to see that everybody took their time in that process. You know, there's nothing more important here about just getting laps, just gradually chipping away at it. Just slowly but steadily getting a little bit faster with each lap.
Because while it's a proud moment, Tim, for Ferrari to be able to come here and say that their first event ever for this brand new series was at Mount Panorama, it's also a very daunting place to have a first race.
It is, absolutely. You certainly need to take your time to get comfortable with here because it can bite, and as we know, when it does bite, it bites in quite a big way.
Last time by in sector 1, Gitney was actually quicker by nearly 4/10 on Kirkmeyer. They are all over each other, and I wonder, Ren, at what point will that advantage of the extra 7 laps start to pay off for the leader here?
And I expect it to be in this sort of next phase of the race. That sort of last 10 minutes is where they're going to start to see that tyre working a little bit harder, particularly if Antoine, we can already see he's moving around a lot more than Ernst, looking for opportunities here to get the nose up the inside. It's just working that tyre more and more and more. He really needs to sort of, I guess, give himself a position where he's got an ability to make an easy overtake, say at the end of Conrod, or possibly going up the hill where we see he does have that pace in the middle sector to build a buffer.
Can he get close enough for a crack at the chase? And that 99, it has got some straight line on it. Dead even through the trap, but no improvement down towards the chase that time. Oh, big one of McPhillamy and just backwards into the fence. Oof, you don't have many small ones there, and that could have been so much worse. Was it Manu, I wonder? Anything onto that went backwards
couldn't
off
see
there.
it. I just saw white through the dust then, so I'm not sure.
I think it might have been the 2-3-3.
It is Manu, and I didn't tell him to try that, just so.
Okay, yeah. I was just singing his praises about getting 10 seconds of lap speed between practice and qualifying. And that car went off at a rapid rate of knots. 13 minutes to go in the race. Leaders still fighting at the front of the field. So much so now that Kirkmare's starting to think defensively. Up Mountain Straight, just parking the 99 on the right-hand side of the road. This is heating up at the front.
And depending on the situation with that car 233, it may bring out a safety car. So we may have limited time here for Antoine to get this move done. So I wonder if his coach and engineer are sort of really...
Thank you.
Oh no, and Kirkmare's in the fence. Straight off into the cutting. I think there was almost a moment where Gittany nearly followed him in. It looked like his car was sideways as well. And the leader has gone hard into the fence and is out of action. Where did that come from?
Safety car standby, safety car standby, safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags, all teams.
And if the safety car wasn't going to come out before, it certainly is now. And try as he might, the 233 isn't going to get going, despite the friendly encouragement from the race fans.
Currently coming down the mountain, so stand by.
And looking at the rear of that car, it looks like it looks like the rear wing's actually okay. Here we see coming over the top, maybe in the dirty air of the car in front.
Oh, got the front as well on the way in. And then only just lightly in at the rear. Could have been a lot worse.
And it's one of those situations where, here we go, here's Ernst as well, running just wide on that dirty line. We do see it here so often at the mountain. Running wide, coming into there and just picking up some dirt, losing that front end grip.
What a shame.
Hopefully superficial, but I mean, Antoine keeping the pressure on the whole time. They're obviously forcing that hand.
He's going to try and get it around and maybe get it back into pit lane. The good news is for him that it's not a progressive grid for race 2, so if he doesn't get to the finish of this race, he does have the chance to re-qualify tomorrow if they can fix that car and get him back here and ready to go for race 2, because we need more of this Ernst Kirkmare and Antoine Gittany fight.
Car number 111, car number 111, you will be coming up to the safety car.
And while it's not the way we want to see the lead of this race sorted out, you've got to say that he was under tremendous pressure right from the very first lap from the chasing Antoine Gittany. And that pressure, eventually, something had to crack.
That's right. I mean, it is... it's one of those things where those two cars keeping that pressure on, they did. Antoine, obviously, he was starting to have limited opportunities to have a look there. Ernst obviously trying to protect as much as he could, and unfortunately just running wide there. You could see the dust kind of coming up. Lack of grip there and obviously running wide, but being able to still drive it back's good. I mean, we've got the team from AF Course in Italy here supporting our local dealer team, so we've got an incredible team of resources there to repair these cars, a significant amount of parts with us here. I'm very hopeful we can get that car back on the grid for qualifying 2 in the morning.
Wow, that's certainly opened the door, Tim, for Wilson and Hutters and Policina now to fight for those last few spots on the trophy steps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got another chance here now that the field's compressed. To they might have found some things and maybe chipped away at improving their lap time. So now that they're closer to some of the other cars at the front, they might be able to run with them and maybe put some pressure on and create a mistake.
Let's have a look through our class battles as well. And Jared Ferrari in the 277-488. Back in this pack of cars here is doing a nice job leading his class. And Dave Treverne seems to be top of Copochel at the moment, which is our middle category. And he's in car number 127. You can tell by looking at the banners on the windscreen what class they're in. Red is Pirelli, yellow is Shell, blue is our 488. can also tell because they're in a 488 Evo Ferrari. You can tell they've got the very different looking front splitter on the car.
With 9 or so minutes to go, we hope that they can do a quick recovery on Manu's car. As you can see, everyone's swerving at the moment with their tyres. Antoine, I believe, is not, probably trying to conserve those tyres as much as he possibly can here. He's got Rod, as we said at the start, Rod looming large in the mirrors. So it's going to be interesting to see if we do go green for maybe 2 or 3 laps, how that last few laps are going to play out.
Yeah, there's certainly a little bit of time here to work with for our hard-working officials, many of which are volunteers, and they give their time to come and help out just so we can sit here and enjoy a good motor race. So we thank them for all the hard work that they do here, and they're very, very good at cleaning up race cars that are stricken on the racetrack. So I'd say with 8.5 minutes to go, plus a lap, there is a good chance that we should get 1, hopefully 2 laps of racing in here. Great view from on top at the Reckless Brewing Bar. Not a bad spot to enjoy a BX lager or one of the many varieties of beers that Jared and the team can provide from on top of the bar. I had a chance to go up there earlier today after qualifying for the Ferraris and just watch the world go by. A bit of research purposes, obviously. And I tell you what, there was a good vibe up there, that live music as well. So a lot of work's gone into bringing the atmosphere to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour in 2025. So great to have this race back in the Australian calendar and strong as always, and greeted with new support categories such as Ferrari Challenge Australasia. The next stop for this championship is Phillip Island in April, so going to all the good tracks with this series this year. A couple of stops at Sydney Motorsport Park before the series wraps up in September at the Bend. So a very East Coast based lineup for 2025. And one of those events, Ren, which is going to be very exciting, is an all-Ferrari show, which will be happening at Sydney Motorsport Park, but still very much in the works right now.
That's right, yeah. Obviously, Ferrari Challenge will be the headline act of that, but within the Corsa Clienti, there are many different types of sort of, I guess, track day activities they do and customer activities. Some will be driving in their own road cars, doing track day sessions, but also the XX programs and even maybe F1 Clienti will come out as well. So we did something like this back in 2014, Ferrari Racing Days it was called, and obviously this year having a standalone event, we're looking at opportunities to sort of, I guess, create a mini version of that as the series is building momentum, growing on that year on year to bring it back to where we were, say 10 years ago, which is amazing.
It's very cool to have Antonello Coletta as well here this weekend, who is the global head of endurance and Corsa Clienti that you mentioned, which is their customer program. But that covers everything from the amazing 499P prototype racing that tackles the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24-hour, and everything down from there as well, just to their track days and club challenge that you were mentioning earlier. Plenty of wind out there today.
And that might be where we're seeing that big fluctuation as well. I know here from the GT3 cars gone by, we would notice a 4 to 5, 6k an hour headwind. If we were running a steeper wing angle, we'd definitely notice if we copped a headwind on Comrade Straight, we would notice a big difference on the run into the chase with that headwind. And maybe that's where we're seeing some of those fluctuations in early part of this race. We're sort of seeing, what was it, 297, 298 k's an hour. It's that little, if it changes from a headwind to a tailwind at the right time, it makes a big difference on this long straight here.
And Tim, is this something had to break there because it had been such a good first practice session? Everyone tried their hardest in qualifying and did it without ever going red flag at any point. It's almost a surprise that it was Ernst Kirchmeier, the most experienced driver in the field, who has 2 championships to his name and like 8 seasons of racing in these cars, that would be the first to bring out a safety car.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and hopefully he's not being too hard on himself. It is quite a common mistake that we do see here at Mount Panorama, just running a little bit wide on the entry to the cutting. But I think in all seriousness, he's done a fantastic job. He knows these cars very, very well, but to turn up at a venue like this and be as fast as he has straight out the gate is a credit to him, and hopefully we can see him back towards the front in the next sessions.
Yeah, the good news is the format does favour him here this weekend with tomorrow's racing. He'll be straight back into it, and hopefully can put that car up the front again in qualifying and straight into another 30-minute race tomorrow. Amazing, the 296 Challenge car that has been developed by Ferrari, and it's the 9th model to be launched into Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli since it began 1993, season 1 back in Italy, and it's come such a long way since then. It takes over from the 488 Evo, which took over from the original 488 model, and we have had Ferrari Challenge in Australia before as a support category to the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park, but this is something completely different now that it's its own series here that joins Europe, North America, the UK, and Japan as the 4 other championships some of which have been running for nearly 33 years, that European, the original championship. So a lot of experience from this series from around the world. And this new car, it is certainly up for the fight. Derived from the 296 GTB, which is the road-going model, and a not too distant cousin, of course, of the 296 GT3, which we'll see racing here this weekend with the folks from Arise Racing with 2 cars in the 12-hour. It's the first time, Ren, that Ferrari have elected to run a 6-cylinder motor instead of the V8s, which we're used to seeing. And on top of that, despite the fact it's not a V8, it's the most powerful motor they've brought to challenge.
Yeah, and they always seem to evolve the road car and the race car. You wonder how they could make it better, and every time it's a little bit faster, a little bit more powerful. It's the most powerful engine they've ever produced on horsepower per litre. And it's a fantastic engine in terms of its response as well. Even though it doesn't have the hybrid system like the road car does, the twin turbocharged, smaller displacement V6 engine means that it does rev very, very quickly, does accelerate very, very quickly. And of course, because we don't have things like balance of performance that the GT programs do, the car can run as its own category. So it is a little bit less restricted, you might say, than what some of the other cars are here this weekend.
So 3-litre V6, twin turbo, talking 700 horsepower, 740 newton meters of torque. It's a torquey, powerful 6-cylinder car. Obviously, it's mounted behind the driver, being Ferrari. Lays its power down beautifully. Multiple settings for traction control and ABS with this new brake-by-wire electronic system that's been introduced to this model of 296, and that's on top of the CCM R+, which is their carbon ceramic brake package, which is also filtered down from the Ferrari F1 program. So a lot of technology into this car. New aero package derived from the GT3. It packs an extra 18% more downforce than its predecessor, which is alone very impressive, but they're pushing at 250 kilometers per hour, 870 kilograms of downforce onto these cars. So they're doing you can imagine how much power you need to push through that kind of downforce. So for them to be doing 295 down Conrod shows you the sort of grunt they've got.
Exactly, and also part of it is the aerodynamic package, which is not such a huge aggressive rear wing. Whilst it does look big and proud off the back of the car, it's all about the fine things. The S duct in the front of the car, helping reduce drag in the front end, which carries that sort of they call it a boundary layer of air over the whole car, so the whole car becomes, I guess, less draggy the faster it goes. The big diffuser we saw of David Frisch's there at the start being sort of ripped, that diffuser produced a huge amount of the downforce and balance in the car as well. So it does mean the cars are very slippery, but do produce good downforce at those sort of speeds. And as we know, across the top of the mountain here, that sort of 160, 170 kilometres an hour speed going across the top is a huge amount of downforce on a car, particularly as we're seeing now coming over McPhillamy through Reed and Sulman. That downforce really makes a difference in giving the car grip and stability at speed through there.
Into the last 90 seconds of this race.
Yeah, safety car, once you pass the scene, increase your speed to 80.80.
And that's a good sign that we'll be getting some racing back with maybe one more lap to go. They're going to be doing anything but going slow after this one. We're getting ready to bring the noise back. And for a lot of these drivers, this will be their first safety car restart as well. And another new moment in their career and another new thing to get their head around.
That's right. In the Club Challenge program, we've done an extensive, what we call like an OLT, an observed license testing program. So simulated race starts, simulated restarts, full course yellows, even some of the protocols that are done in the series throughout Europe, we've practiced here for those drivers that do want to go abroad to race as well. So you're quite right though, and I mean, what better place to do a restart of a race for potentially a one-lap flyer to the checkered flag than Mount Panorama Bathurst.
So confirmation from race control. We're going to have a green checker, not a green-white checker, just a green checker. We're going to cut out the middle lap. Tim, your nerves right now as driver coach, knowing that they've got one lap to sort it out?
Possibly a little more than some of the drivers out there. But I'm actually excited to see how Rod Wilson handles this. He's probably has more race starts than the majority of the field put together. An old hand. We had a little bit of a chat earlier, and he just mentioned that he's just taking his time just to come to grips with everything.
All teams we are going for a restart. All teams
he should have the most experience here, so it's interesting to see if he can get the job done on Antoine.
Especially with Ernst Kirkmeyer out of the race, you've got Antoine Gidney about to get to the restart here with not a lot of race experience. Rod Wilson, like you mentioned, tons of race experience across his different categories, and also Jim Policina back and forth. So the safety car leaves the field behind. Now they need to remember their training, remember what they've been told about how the regulations work, especially for drivers from overseas, because the Motorsport Australia rulebook is slightly different to how it works in other parts of the world as well. Maintain that speed back to the start-finish line. And Antoine Gidney, the local Sydney sider, just 3 hours away from home, is ready to go. But can he run away from this field on the last lap? with plenty of experience in his mirrors. We've seen what pressure can do to even the best. 6.2 Ks to settle it.
And one thing to add from Rod's point of view, sitting in P2, is we do have a dealer trophy. So the winning dealer team, highest place, does win a trophy as well. Rod is the team principal of Zagami Autos, not the Ferrari Melbourne team.
Well, a couple might not have quite got the restart procedure down pat. As we get ready to go back to green flag racing, Wilson wasn't going to be giving up his advantage on the racetrack as the green flag flies at Bathurst. Race 1, the first ever race for Ferrari Challenge Australasia, is back under green flag. These Pirelli tyres would have cooled slightly as well, so there could be some more nerves with one lap to sort it all out.
And that's the hard thing here on a restart. I've done many of them in the 12-hour over the years, is if you think you've got just enough tyre temp, by the time you've done this long run up Mountain Straight again, the fronts have cooled again. So it does take a little bit to get them in that real sort of optimum operating window. And we saw that coming into turn 1. There were a couple of sort of almost out breaks of each other, but thankfully no more issues, and we've got through here, and hopefully we'll send this to the flag now on this lap.
Tim, if Antoine was feeling any nerves on that restart, he's not showing it. He's gapped the field up towards the cutting.
Yeah, absolutely. He's rock solid, isn't he? He's just putting on a bit of a display here, and yeah, essentially making it look somewhat easy, as he's created quite a big gap.
Posed a 15-second time penalty on car number 23. A 15-second time penalty on car number 23.
The safety car infringement on that restart for Cameron Campbell, who sits third in the race, but we'll pick up a time penalty for that one.
Yeah, and that's obviously going to hurt on a one-lap dash at the end. That 15 seconds with the field so compressed is going to put him a long way down the order at the moment. At this stage, we're looking probably last, unfortunately, for the finishers.
Here we go then, last time across the top. That lead out to 1.5 seconds. 15 seconds, like you mentioned, covering first all the way down to Tony Belden. And this is the last lap, last chance, last time. Down Conrod. Wilson's not going to be close enough. There's some signs of damage on the front of the Campbell car as well from that opening lap scrap with David Frisch at lap 1, turn 1. And he was certainly excited to get on with that last lap. With 2 corners to go, though. Steely resolve from Antoine, getting in his first race in this series, graduating up from Club Challenge, and what a proud day this will be for him and his family from across the Blue Mountains to Bathurst. And a little piece of history goes his way. The first pole backed up by the first race win here at Mount Panorama.
Fantastic drive by Antoine. The team at MC Corsa, which is the Ferrari Sydney dealer, will be absolutely wrapped with that. It's great that he's returned into the fold of the National Championship after doing Club Challenge with us. And fantastic, as Tim said, to see him sort of progress through that race, keep a clean head and get to the flag the way he's done. Great drive by Antoine.
He's probably thinking right now, I probably should have got into this whole motor racing thing a little bit sooner, because Tim, he's pretty good at it.
He is, and he has been one of the more impressive drivers that we've had the pleasure of dealing with at Club Challenge over the last few years. So it's good to see him back in the seat. 2.2 seconds, the margin of victory over Rod Wilson, who was a late entrant to the weekends, done a lot of training with these drivers as a coach as well. Cameron Campbell, we scored third there, but remember, we'll take on a time penalty, so that'll bump Jim Policina up to third in class. Jared Ferrari will win the 488 class. Dave Treverne will win our Copa Shell class as well. And unfortunately, Ernst Kirkmaier and Manu Nithyanantha, unfortunately, not getting to the checkered flag on their first race this weekend. So let's check out some highlights then from the very first ever Ferrari Challenge Australasia race, and Ernst Kirkmaier making a wonderful start outside row number 1 to lead the field down in towards turn 1. There was some contact further back in the field with Cameron Campbell getting into the rear of the car ahead of him, which was David Frisch, unfortunately hurting the rear splitter of that car. And then Renato, it looked like it was settling into a really good battle between these two. You and I were pondering before we went live in this race, if the Austrian got to the lead of this race, would he just kiss everyone goodbye? But it did not work out that way.
No, and Antoine kept the pressure on very early and kept it consistent the whole way through, obviously, until that the issue we saw there, Manu just getting a caught. I think it's just a dirty air behind another high-aero car across the top there. Unfortunate for that car to be recovered. Hopefully we can get that car back on track for qualifying 2 tomorrow morning.
And then 1 lap later, before the safety car had a chance to even come out, wide through the cutting, and unfortunately heavy contact, the race leader out of action at the cutting. And that was right in front of Antoine Gidney, who actually did a really good job not to follow him in there, Tim, because you often hear of drivers who are just so busily watching the car ahead of them.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite easy to just do exactly what that driver in front did, but he did a great job not to.
So 1 lap restart to get us to the checkered flag. And Gidney did his job there, 2.2 seconds clear of Rod Wilson and Jim Policina. So it's an all-Aussie 1-2-3. And despite the leaves in the front of that car, no issue with performance, pushing nearly 300 kilometres down Conrod. Well done to Antoine Gidney. It's a windy day here at the mountain. We've got plenty more action to come your way from the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Looking forward to plenty more of the Ferrari action tomorrow. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Renato. And we'll be back very soon here at the mountain.
Combined Sedans on track for their first race of the weekend. We've had 2 qualifying sessions leading into this one. And joining us in the box again is Gary O'Brien. And Gary, it was a very abrupt Q2, let's say that.
It certainly was. Ian Pretty having that incident down at turn 1 in the Roaring 40. And unfortunately had to be taken to hospital for further tests. But we believe he's okay.
Yeah, we saw that vision of Ian getting himself out of the car, albeit gingerly, but
yeah,
he was moving, so that was good news. So hopefully just precautionary checks.
And we've seen a couple of cars in the pits early, Jeff Taunton being one of them, and Mark Duggan of Duggan Family Hotels, the sponsor of the race, both in the pits. Not sure about how well the Aston will be, and there was they were thinking either cracked piston or maybe a scavenger pump problem. It dipped. The oil pressure dipped, it didn't fail altogether, so not real sure. And Taunton had lost all the electronics on his steering wheel.
Oh, that's an issue. So no electronic readout, and the control unit that sits inside the steering wheel of those Mark IRC cars. So this is what stopped us in Q2. It was Ian Pretty in that Roaring 40s GT4 replica that was actually going up the inside of one of the other competitors at the time and ran on at turn 1 and made heavy contact with the outside wall. Thankfully, there is significant tyre barriers there ahead of the concrete, so that reduced some of the damage, but Ian somewhat winded and just took his time, as we should, to get him out of the car, make sure he was all A-OK. As Gary mentioned, he was taken to the hospital for further checks, but we understand that he is okay. So looking forward to this one. 10 laps ahead. 2 cars on the front of the grid that are very, very similar. And that's about where it stops for Combined Sedans, because you could not have a more diverse field of race cars sharing the racetrack at one time.
There's bits of everything in there. There's sports cars, there's space frame cars, there's chassis cars, there's cars that you would normally think may have a 6-cylinder or 4-cylinder engine in them. I've got a V8 strapped under the bonnet there somehow. There's just a bit of everything.
Yeah, and that's what makes Combined Sedans so interesting and exciting to watch. A long-time support category of the Bathurst 12-hour, and it's great to have him back here. So here's the grid going ahead of this first 10-lapper. Jeff Taunton and Danny Studdart in those Mark IRC cars. Paul Bouchert will start from the inside of the second row in a Dodge-powered Corvette, and then Andrew Hall in the Cup Car Engineering Cup car. So 4 very different cars in the top 4, and we make our way through. Mark Duggan, I haven't seen that car on track.
No, so their problems might be a little bit more terminal than what we thought.
So hope that they can maybe get on top of things overnight. John Hollinger coming out of 14 in one of the TA2, oh, well, it's a Mark car, that one, and we make our through Dimitri Agathos in a Subaru STI, all sorts of cars make their way through the grid. A huge grid, 45 plus cars here this weekend for the Combined Sedans.
Yeah, unfortunately Charlie Curry had issues in the first outing with not revving out, and then went out on track in the second but didn't complete a lap. So further dramas for that K24 Honda Civic Supercharged.
Certainly hope that he's able to rectify those dramas overnight, and if he's not out there in this one. But lots of different cars with lots of different strengths and weaknesses going into this one. So we didn't get a real run at it in Q2. They had no practice, so qualifying 1 was literally the first time these cars hit the track this weekend. So we were expecting in qualifying 2 for the field to tighten right up. So just because this is the grid we have right now doesn't necessarily mean that this is the order of speed that we expect going into this 10-lapper.
And we must remind everyone that they've got to manage that they don't break or go under a 2-minute 09.
Yeah, so that's been a long time rule in this category, that they set a benchmark lap time and you're not able to go, or allowed to go faster than that. And we saw that actually in Q1, Jeff Taunton, when he did a 2:08.5, and they promptly took that lap off him, but his second best lap was good enough to secure the pole. So do we know what the penalty is in the race if they do that?
I think you just disqualified.
Okay, that's a pretty reasonable penalty. So,
or it would be a massive time.
Yeah, so something that we'll keep an eye on, particularly of the front-running cars that are capable of going faster than that lap time. So that's something they'll need to manage throughout the race, particularly in these first few laps when the lead cars will have some clear track ahead of them. If they start to form up 2 by 2, rolling start for this one as they head into the chase.
interesting, we've got the 2 IRC cars on the front row, the SSGT, the green car, and the MGT, the newer generation car alongside of him.
There's plenty of those cars built over the journey. It feels like those marked cars and those IRC cars have only been around for a few years, but it's certainly north of 10 years now. And they're fantastic bits of locally engineered race cars.
Sort of very similar to a Mustang and a Camaro on the front row.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like we've seen this before somewhere. There's someone coming to pit lane.
Into the pits in the XWPS
supercar. So now here we are, lined up 2 by 2. They have to go over the start boxes. As they come to the control line, they have to wait for the green light, and then it will be on. Still taking him deep into the box and racing, and there they are, spread out straight away. Taunton gets a great launch. He'll lead them into turn 1. Oh, Starter's trying to get up the inside. Boschet's lost the rear. Just catches it, and it took them all of 200 metres to create all sorts of dramas in race 1 of the combined sedans.
Well, that went close, didn't it? Boschet always says he has problems here with the brakes, and up until now they've been working fine, but that may have been a little bit impetuous on that occasion.
I think maybe they were actually probably too cold, maybe, and that's what's caught him out. So there we go. Around the outside comes Nick Rao in having his first run in one of the IRC cars. So 1, 2, 3 for the IRC space frame chassis cars. Steve Lacey, so 4th, so top 4 now. All with that generation of race car. Boschert's dropped back to 5th. Andy Hall's dropped back to 6th. And that all teed off down at turn 1 when everyone got sideways. And now it starts to settle down a little.
Yeah, we've got the 2 IRC cars out the front, and the Mark cars, even though they're IRC cars, running 3rd and 4th. And Nick Grau's sort of taken the lead back to water.
Yeah, well, he's seen an opportunity and grabbed it. Lacey's trying to go on with it. You do not want to be too wide going into Skyline. They fall back in line astern, but the 2 leaders have gone. They are 2.5 seconds up the road. Can't even see them in camera shot. So they've taken a great opportunity to get going. There's Taunton. He's up the road from Stoddart.
He's certainly pulled away across the top of the mountain, hasn't he?
And then there's our battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and the rest of the field file their way through Forest Elbow for the first time. Boster, there's plenty of straight line handling under the bonnet of that Corvette, so look for him to come back into the game. And then behind him, Andy Hall in that previous generation Carrera Cup car. That car will be very strong across the top of the mountain. So look for the different strengths and weaknesses of each of the cars in this one.
283 kilometres an hour for Taunton at the radar point on Connaught Straight. 263 for Studden, so he's dropped off a fair bit in this race. There's young Blake Tracy in the first of the chassis car, and then he's giving some of those sports cars a bit of a hurry up, just passing Andrew McPherson, who then comes back underneath, and we know how good that car is under brakes, and, well, to a point that it's almost pulled up going into...
Just got it stopped, didn't he, into the final turn. But the beauty of ABS for that car for Andrew McPherson in the 51991 GTR. Previous, 2 generations ago from what you'd see on the Bathurst 12-hour grid GT car out there.
And in behind them is Hugh McAllister in the Asian spec TA2 car, although it has has a sequential gearbox and runs Coyote engine under the bonnet.
That's Lockie Harburg trying to get around the outside in another of the Cup cars. Very distinctly liveried car. Stands out from the pack, that one. There's a replay of the start, and it was all good here. Both Taunton and Studdart got away early. Studdart then decided he was going to crowd his way into turn 1, and then Boschert jammed the brake pedal and locked the rears. And right about here, everyone thought there's going to be all sorts of dramas. And Mick Rowell was the big winner there. He just played it safe, drove through the middle of the hole, came out 3rd spot.
Yeah, maybe Boschert sort of felt that there might have been a contact between those two and just slammed on the brakes and tried to get out of it.
Yep, absolutely. And then that was Blake Tracy and Andrew McPherson at the chase. They went on with it down into the final corner, and Andrew McPherson licked the stamp and sent it into the final corner, used all of the ABS capabilities of the Porsche and got it stopped just at the apex of the final corner, was able to take that spot and continue on. That was the battle for 8th and 9th. Here's Jeff Taunton. He now 8 seconds up the road.
And he's buttoned off quite a bit now with that sort of a lead. You don't want to push the car too much with 2 more races to come tomorrow.
Or you don't want to go under the 209. Oh, no dramas here for Boschert. That's the exit of Forest Elbow, and I certainly hope that's not fire. That was just a flame out from the exhaust.
It's got it going again, though. Imagine he's had just a bit of a lose coming out of Forest Elbow. As we said in qualifying, this car's had every bit of it replaced by the tail lights, and that'll probably be the next step if he doesn't get through the weekend.
He came over the line at 2:09.39, so fastest lap of the weekend so far for the category. Playing very close to that 2:09.0 floor that the cars cannot go under lap time-wise. So that's something he'll need to manage, but with a near on 9-second gap, he can manage that. The battle for third rages on, though. Meguiar, although he may have inherited third spot at turn 1, he's not going to give it up without a fight.
Lacey very keen to get past because all this time he just keeps losing spots or losing gap space to those front running two. Started now 10 seconds behind our race leader.
But only 3 seconds up the road from these two, so that's why Lacey's wanting to get on it. You can see Studdert just making his way into the cutting. Lacey trying to go around the outside there, and we've seen in the past that there's no future in that.
Yeah.
So he falls back in line astern. Now he wants to try and get a run up the inside as they head up out of the cutting. Very difficult to get the job done into here at the tree. So Meguiar not doing anything wrong here, putting his car in all the right places. Lacey looks like he's got a bit more speed, but just can't get by.
Yeah, not a lot of, particularly with similar performance cars, identical really.
Yeah. There's a bit of smoke coming from the back of Meguiar's car though, and I think he's just rolled out of it a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a drama there.
Yeah, and that's coming sort of from the front end of the car, so you need to be a little bit careful there because, I reckon that's dropping oil because he was wide at the dipper and wide coming out of the dipper, and you need to be very careful here. If that's dropping oil, there's some sort of failure going on here. You don't need to meet the concrete wall.
And just coming up behind him is Keith Kasulki and another one of the Mark II. Well, that's one of the original Mark II Mustangs. I think that's the original car.
One of the first second generation Mark cars, if you like.
Yeah.
So really, there's 3 generations of Mark. The last generation, more of a called international race car. But, the generation
it'd be the 4th generation.
Yeah. Saying that those cars now been around for a while. We'll be back to Andy Hall and Hugh McAllister battling it out. Carrera Cup car versus a TA2 car that is not the Australian spec TA2 car. Wouldn't be Combined Sedans if there wasn't a caveat to something.
Yeah, and Tracy still holds his place ahead of Harburg, which has been fantastic for him.
So this is the battle for the back half of the top 10. So catch a replay here. It's Kasulki. So Kasulki gets up the inside of Bochert, and then there's contact from the inside that sends Bochert into the outside wall. This is a replay. Mark Griffith and his C63 Mercedes, and we saw this all the way through qualifying 1. Lots of dramas, lots of front brake locking for that car.
This is McQuinney in the Chev-powered Skyline running off at the chase.
The first this weekend, and certainly will not be the last.
2 Skylines in the field. One is Chev-powered, the other one is actually Nissan-powered.
Oh, it's good to see at least one of the cars has got the right engine in the front of it.
It's a Greg Boyle car that's running further back.
So, I think this is Charlie Curry, is not?
Michael King, isn't it?
No, I think that's that Nissan. Oh, no, Griffo's got a drama in the AMG, and it's done a tyre, so I wouldn't mind betting he's locked another tyre, and it's finally popped. So there you go.
You're right about that. Curry in the number 31.
Okay, so it's good to see he's got that car repaired and going again. He came off the back row of the grid, so he's making his way forward as Mark Griffith makes his way into pit lane, and I dare say that tyre has popped as a result of too many lockups.
Been doing it all day.
Yeah, it has, so they haven't been able to rectify that problem. There's Griffo.
Yeah.
So he's locked up and gone off at the chase, and now he's realised that there's a drama. There's no point pressing on. See significant smoke from that one, so does the right thing, lets the field by, comes to the lane, but there's clearly some sort of issue with this car that's been plaguing it all day.
You always got to be careful coming from that side of the road, cutting across to get into pit lane.
Did a nice job of that, and the team's looking somewhat baffled as to what's going on with that race car. So hopefully overnight they can identify what's going on. And Mark Griffith, who's also competing in the Bathurst 12-hour and a GT4 AMG Mercedes, can be back on the Combined Sedans grid for races 2 and 3 tomorrow. Yeah, that one, I'll get the jack out. I don't think there's a whole lot of point putting another tyre on, sending it till they understand exactly what's going on.
Here's our race leader.
And he is G-O-N-E gone, Gary O'Brien. 15 seconds up the road, if you don't mind.
And he's been the winner here the past 2 years, so he's going for the hat-trick this year. So he gets this one out of the way. He's only got 2 more races to go. Last year he battled with Angus Fogg. The year before he was battling with Brad Sheriff in that Skyline.
Rocket ship missile Skyline that lit YouTube up all over the world. Seriously,
if that thing was going any faster, it would have taken off.
Yeah, that's right. So Taunton still with that best lap of the race so far, 2:09.39. Next best lap is in the 11s, so he certainly has plenty of performance over the rest of the field. As I said, 16 seconds back to Danny Studdert in 3rd, and Steve Lacey in 4th.
288 down Conrod the last lap, 285 from Lacey. So those cars are pretty much identical.
So we were just keeping a casual eye on Mick Rowell. He was the fastest car down Conrod last lap at 290. So whatever dramas was going on with that car, he's confident enough to nail the throttle, leaving Forest Elbow, and have confidence in it as he made his way into the chase. You can see previous on that lap, Jeff Taunton just starting to make his way through lap traffic. And the beauty of the work that he's done in the first 3 or 4 laps of this one, Gary, is opening up the gap, is he doesn't have to rush through the traffic. Right. He can take his time.
He can cruise from here, and actually the leads come down a little bit.
Yeah, but still 15 seconds up the road. So, and then eventually 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are going to make their way to the traffic as well. So,
well, it'll be interesting to see if Steve Lacey can catch and pass Danny Studdert.
Well, that's only now down to 3 seconds. So Lacey was looking like he was racing. There's a nice little run for you, but he was looking like he had speed when he was behind Mick Rowell, and he's able to get through, and that gap is coming down to 2 seconds now. So just in that sector alone, Lacey's closed in near on 9/10. So
23 kilometres an hour difference down Conrod.
There you go. So
that's where that 2 seconds.
That'll do it every time. So Steve Lacey trying to get himself onto the 2nd step of the podium in this one. Still 5 laps to go in the Combined Sedans, brought to you by Duggan Family Homes.
Hotels.
Hotels, yes. It's a shame that the Duggan car is not on the grid. I hope that team are able to identify, and it is not a track piston, and they can get themselves on track for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that'll be worth watching, that car come through the field.
Right now he could probably settle back and have some of his
sponsor product.
Yeah.
So here we go, here's the battle for 2nd. We teased whether Stephen Lacey was able to catch Danny Studdert and have a battle for 2nd place, and here we are. So this is the battle for the 2nd step of the podium, and these guys are near on 7 seconds up over the road of 4th spot. So this is the battle. Who stands on the tallest step of the podium? They've got 5 laps to figure it out.
And Steve doesn't mind being close across the top, does he?
Yeah, we saw that with Mick Rowell. He wasn't afraid to put his car in some different parts of the racetrack. I think Steve Lacey, is right in saying he runs this car in sports sedans in New South Wales?
Yeah, he won the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship last year and 3rd in the National Sports Sedan
Championship. There you
go. So, mind you, he started off the year in Camaro Sports Sedan, but has been running this for the remainder of the year, the 2nd half of the year, as it were. And this is interesting, going past lap traffic there.
Absolutely, and Danny Studdert really has to do the harder work here, because when they come up on the traffic, don't forget Jeff Taunton did it, but he did it 17 seconds up the road. So then the traffic then thinks, oh, here more come. So now we're going to go side by side. Oh, Lacey threads the needle nicely. Gary, you mentioned the speed difference down Conrod the previous lap, and that was visual difference for Lacey.
287 to 264 on that lap.
So you can see it. He literally could just thread the needle between the lap traffic and Danny Studdert, and could get himself up to 2nd spot. So I'm not sure whether there's an issue with Studdert's car.
Well, I know that car was quick here at the Challenge Bathurst, so whether he's got an issue or he's running a different spec engine.
Potentially. Lacey's certainly plenty of speed. His best lap of the race so far, a 10.4, so that's considerably quicker than he qualified as well. So as the drivers are getting more laps.
Because these cars can run in both production sports and sports sedans, but there are changes that have to be made.
Yeah, a spec change.
Yeah, right. And that does affect engine performance as well. So Rowell in 4th, Kasilke in 5th, and McPherson, Hall, Harburg, McAllister, Tracy in 10th. So he's dropped a couple of spots there. Jordan Roddy in 11th. John Hollinger back to 12th. Adrian Padiacci in 13th, and he was the big improver out of the second qualifying session, picked up about 7 or 8 spots.
Yeah, so just the one lap the car's got in Q2 before the red flag, so Padiacci able to lay down a heater in that one lap and elevated him nicely. Not far away off the back of the top 10, and that'll be certainly a goal for him in race 2.
So it's always a good idea to try and get a bank lap in as soon as you can in qualifying.
So I think you made the point in Q1 that you need to have a good banker just in case something happens in Q2. Certainly did. Padiacci was able to get himself out of jail a little bit, if you like, in Q2 with that one lap. Here's the battle for 7th and 8th, pair of ex-Carrera Cup cars.
Well, I think that one, Harburg won the Pro-Am of Sprint Challenge last year.
Yes. Andy Hall running in Victoria. Does a lot of work with a lot of Porsche cars. So now they're coming up on Jim Manolis in the GT3 spec Hurricane Lamborghini.
Trafiro Motorsport, yeah. Trafiro Wineries in Victoria. Trafiro means trophy in Italian.
Does it? Trophy wine. I like it. Down on the Mornington Peninsula. So Andy Hall was the big beneficiary in that one. As Lockie Harburg just got held up. And we saw this earlier with Mick Rao smoke, and he was running wide at the dipper. And again, this time, a bit of a drama. And there's Paul Pachert, who's having a big fight back, but just a big flame out. I'm just wondering whether that's when he's off throttle.
It looks like it,
and it fills the exhaust with fuel and picks it back up and it lights up. So it looks spectacular, but
we've seen Angus Fogg do it with the Mustang, but he puts a couple of spark plugs.
Yeah, it does it on purpose. So the Cup car battle resumes between Andy Hall and Lockie Harburg. So great opportunity for young Lockie to be getting some laps here at Bathurst, as he looks to make his way up the Porsche Motorsport ladder.
Because his father raced in Porsche Cup many years ago.
Yeah. So it looks like his car's got a little bit more straight line handling than Hall's. So Hall defends to the inside, Harburg goes around the outside. They'll go over the hump side by side. Is Harburg able to cover him off? Yes, he'll get it done before the braking zone into turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight. So Harburg moves up to 7th. With 3 laps to go in this one. Still situation normal at the front. Taunton now 25 seconds up the road. And he's just laid down the fastest first sector of the race, if you don't mind. So
you better be careful.
Absolutely on it. And you're right, Gary, he does need to... Oh, so close as Harburg goes around the outside at the exit of the cutting of the X.
Hughes Olling in that IMS car.
Yeah, so Harburg, big risk, big reward, because you can see now Andy Hall stuck behind him. You get up the inside into McPhillamy now, but that gap is opened right up.
Might be a few words after this one.
Yeah, maybe. So this smoke still continues to blow from Mick Rouse.
I wonder if he hasn't got a meatball out of it.
No, so exactly. A Motorsport Australia race controller obviously satisfied enough that it's not dropping fluid, or if it is dropping fluid onto the racing surface, it's very minimal.
Probably dropping it onto
the exhaust. Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of when it comes out of the wheel arch on a space frame car like this, you generally think that's where the exhausts generally run. Actually, Andrew McPherson now starting to chase down Mick Rao. McPherson in his Porsche. That gap just 2.3 seconds with a lap and a half to go in this one.
Well, it's 18 months since he previously drove that car, so probably take a bit of...
Starting to feel comfortable again, maybe.
Yeah. And here's Tracy McAllister still going hard at it. Roddy just in behind him as well. So it's a great freeway dice, and fair to say that maybe young Blake is batting above the averages.
I think he's punching above his weight division at the moment. Those two behind him. Here's Roddy now looking up the outside of McAllister down to the final corner and gets it done. So that is the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. So McAllister will want to get back up amongst these two, finish inside the top 10 in race 1.
Chev powered, Lamborghini powered, or Audi powered if you like, and Ford powered.
Yeah. And so none of them with the actual engines for those cars have in them. So the Lamborghini does share from the Audi family, if you like, the Volkswagen Audi group, the same engine. It does have a Lamborghini badge on the rocker covers, but it is an Audi engine. but he does get around the outside of Blake Tracy. So Jordan Roddy, two spots in half a lap for him.
So he'd be quite pleased with that. He did say earlier that he felt that this was the best GT3 car he's driven. He's driven quite a few different ones.
So one of those GT3 Rex Lamborghinis, the old generation car, if you like, with David Russell driving it here in the Bathurst 12-hour, put it on the front row against all the factory cars. And that gave him a chance to the following year to pick up a Bentley factory drive with Bentley after the run that he had in that spec car. No one expected that spec car to be on the front row with all the factory teams in town.
Just starting the last lap now, Jeff Taunton. The lead is 27.1 seconds.
He can get to the top of the hill and knock it into neutral and roll home from there. Be pretty safe. So very dominating performance so far from Jeff Taunton.
And the sister car running second at the moment. So good stuff from the Mark team.
Yep, nice outcome.
Cars are run by Mark Cars Australia.
Lacey still in second, and that gap between Lacey and Studdart second to third hasn't opened up. Studdart's fought back to only 1.1 seconds, that battle second and third, so they'll be arguing over who's going to finish second and third.
And Rail still holds on to fourth spot. Yeah, just ahead of McPherson.
That gap is only 0.6 of a second, so second and third and fourth and fifth far from resolved on the last lap of this one, but Jeff Taunton has done everything he needed to do in this race. Got the start, just got up the Mount Straight first and then put his head down and took off, and now has managed the gap beautifully and got his way through the traffic with skill. And that gap that he built early afforded him the ability to just take his time through the traffic if required, but he's continued to open that gap. It's out for 30 seconds now, Gary, so the rest of the field are going to have to do a bit of work overnight to give Jeff Taunton a run through lane.
Yeah, he's on target for a hat-trick of wins this weekend, for a hat-trick of combined sedan results over 3 years.
The further you go into those stats, it's harder to maintain. So he's ticked one box today. So well, we've got to get him over the line yet, but he'll tick one box today and done it very, very nicely. And Jeff Taunton, certainly the form man in combined sedans over the last few years, as you mentioned, Gary. On that timing screen, second to third, the gap's only 0.7 of a second. Fourth to fifth, it's 0.4 of a second. So while we're bringing Jeff Taunton home at the end of this first one, the final step on the podium, the order's not resolved, nor is fourth and fifth. But Jeff Taunton did everything he needed to do. He had some electrical dramas in qualifying too. The team rectified that. And what a performance, 31.5 seconds over P2.
That's a shellacking.
It is. Good old-fashioned shellacking, Gary. So here's second and third coming at it. So they've still got some traffic to deal with here. Does Lacey, and Studdart just sniffs an opportunity coming down to the final corner. Lacey just needs to really play it smart. Gets up the inside of that lap traffic and should get it done. Studdart's coming with him for the ride though. But Lacey will cross the line second from Danny Studdart. Good battle between those two in the second half of this one. Now we may
finish less than half a second apart.
And here's the battle. Oh no, Mick Rail's running in deep. Does he get off the corner? It's only a short run to the line, and the gap was 0.2 of a second. Mick Rail over Andrew McPherson. Keith Kasulke will come home sixth in that beautiful Martini-inspired livery for his Mark II Mustang. And Lockie Harburg over Andy Hall. Jordan Roddy comes home ninth. And Blake Tracy holds on to that top 10 spot.
And first chassis car home.
Yeah, so nice result for him. Importantly, everyone got home. No crash damage in that one. But Jeff Taunton, thank you very much. He will have a good night tonight. 33 seconds over Stephen Lacey. Danny Studdart third, final step on the podium. Mick Rail just got over the line from Andrew McPherson. As we mentioned, Keith Kasulke, a nice job. John Hollinger started 12th, finished 12th. He'll be happy with that. Paul Bichot, we saw him have the dramas early. He was running inside the top three. Contact at Forest Elbow. He comes home 17th, so he's got a chance to fight back tomorrow. The rest of the field make their way through. Charlie Curry, we mentioned him. He started from 45th up to 27th, so that's a nice recovery. Jim Manolis in that Trofeo Lamborghini inside the top 30.
And we had a few non-finishers, Mark Griffith being one of them, and a few non-starters. Mark Duggan, the most renowned one, I guess, and Ian Pretty, who had to crash in Q2.
So highlights of this one, and there was a fair few highlights early, Gary. The run to turn one was okay until about now. Studdert tried to squeeze his way down. Paul Bouchard jumped on the brake pedal, locked the rears. Andy Hall got around, but then Meguiar ended up inside the top 3, and that was the last time they saw Jeff Taunton. He was gone. Took off and up the road. There was a great battle between Meguiar and Steve Lacey. This was a big move from Andrew McPherson up the inside of Blake Tracy. Just got it stopped at the final corner. And then this contact from Keith Kasulki and Paul Bouchard put Bouchard into the concrete barrier. He was able to fire that big Corvette up and get going again.
Poor old Mark Griffin had the brake problems that he had in Q1 this morning, and it ultimately resulted in a blown front right tyre, and lucky to get across the track to get into the pits.
This battle was exciting for a bit, and then I think Rao just saw that smoke and thought, I need to back off for a little bit. And Lacey took the opportunity, got up the second spot, and he took off up the road to this man, Danny Stoddart. And then we held our breath for a moment right here when it looked like Stoddart was just trying to box Lacey, and he thought, right, I'll box him in here. And then Lacey said, we'll have none of that, and threaded to the needle beautifully between that Lamborghini and Danny Stoddart, and that was the battle for second and third. But ultimately, they did not see this guy at all after lap 1. Jeff Taunton up the road, 33 seconds. Thank you very much. See you guys tomorrow.
Yes. Certainly did it in style.
So that was Combined Sedans Race 1. Plenty of excitement in that one. They'll be back for more racing tomorrow. Coming up this afternoon, we have more Bathurst 12-hour practice. It'll be another bronze session. Look forward to seeing you then.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it is here as we are staring down the barrel of the final session of the Friday action for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. We'll bring Fast Friday to a close with another 40-minute session, which will be solely for the bronze drivers. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a stunning afternoon here in New South Wales. Good to have your company wherever you are, joining us around the circuit or perhaps further afield. And let's hear where that is at RSL_studio. We're all on a bit of an uplift at the moment with the beautiful afternoon that we've got here. Richard Craill, we've got Garth Tander alongside me, both to my near left and near right and far right, geographically, I presume, not politically, but let's not get into that right now. But I want to check in straight away with Shea Adam down in the pit lane with, I think, official now. I'm going to look at Krillsy for this, a driver change. Shea Adam can give us the news. Shea?
I do not know about a driver change, Sean, but I can tell you about a car that will not be participating in this afternoon session that was running earlier on. It's the Volante Rossi Aston Martin. It is up on its hijacks in the garage. Does not look like that silver class car will be going out in this bronze session. They did set the quickest time in that earlier practice, though, the FP2, as it were. And through the 3 sessions that we have had so far today, 3 different manufacturers had topped the times. So who will it be in this one? Because it's already been Mercedes, Aston Martin, and BMW.
Yeah, we had 5 manufacturers in the top 6, separated by just on half a second in that last session when the pro guys were out strutting their stuff. I thought it was Shea that had first told me about this. I must have been dreaming it. Richard Craill, then, you could do the driver change. Get out your entry lists, please, and get your pencils, because we have got a slight change to the entry list.
Yes, we do. It's quite an interesting one, actually, in the Method Motorsport camp. So the McLaren team, headed up by Chaz Mostert and his partner Guy McIntyre down there, running a really good program. 2 cars this weekend, and car 24 had Cameron Campbell making his Bathurst 12-hour debut, but he's been doing double duty this weekend, or at least had planned to, in the debut of the Ferrari Challenge Australasia. A little bit earlier today, Cameron decided he was going to focus on the Ferrari more so than the 12-hour race. So he wanted his attention in the opening round of that championship to be purely on the Ferrari Challenge. So he's elected to pull out of that car. Conveniently, a very experienced McLaren driver, current reigning TCR Australia champion, and Cameron's driver coach, Josh Buchan, will step into that car. So that's all been signed off and ticked, and he actually snuck in a couple of quiet laps at the end of practice 3 earlier today, but that's all been ticked off by the steward. So a driver change, Josh Buchan in alongside Anthony Levitt and Jake Santalucia in that car. So that's a strong combo. Josh is hugely experienced and actually spent some time in an Artura GT4 in the domestic GT4 championship last year. Had a couple of good results, one of them at Sydney Motorsport Park driving for Zagami. So he knows the car. He's easy plug-and-play material, Josh. He's a professional race car driver, so he'll be a good add to that team.
So he's graded a...
Josh would be, I'm not actually sure, I think he's still a silver.
I'd say he'd be silver.
Right, so he can't go out in this session, so he'll have to do some more laps tomorrow if he's going to do that.
To be fair, Josh could do 1 lap in qualifying and they'll plonk him in the race, and he'll still probably be among the quicker guys in those cars. So there's no concern there. What it does will be massively good for Tony Levitt in that car, for Jake Santalucia in that car. He's a ripper, but also Ryan Sorensen, Paul Buccini in the sister car, the 25 entry, who are probably with eyes like dinner plates having their first experience of Mount Panorama in a GT4 car. Josh is a good, calming, laconic influence, I think, on those guys. So from a driving coaching point of view, he's going to be a really good add to Method Motorsport. So that's the change, that's the car. 24, the orange coloured one, the sister car with a little bit of flash of blue on it. The new livery for the 2 McLarens this year, and what's shaping up to be another bumper year for GT4 racing in Oz, with a bunch of Mustangs coming down, and there'll be plenty of bananas on the racetrack this year as well, maybe.
Potential slip-ups.
There'll be bananas at some point.
I do like the fact that race teams who change the liveries of their car and do the same style of livery, and that's exactly what Method have done. One's got the orange on it, one's got the blue on. It makes life easier for us up here. And what are we going to see here then from the bronze drivers? If you were in a team now, Garth Tander, plenty of experience around here, and part of your job would be to mentor the bronze driver. What will you be telling your bronze driver now if you were sending them out for this 40-minute session this afternoon?
It would be continue to build. So, you know, obviously we've already had one bronze-only driver session earlier this morning in practice 2. So they've all had a run, and majority of the bronze drivers did not run in practice 3 with the knowledge that they got this sole session to themselves this afternoon. So they would have all gone over data, they would have all gone over vision, they would have been told, oh look, there's more performance for you here or here on the racetrack. So just go out and continue to build. One driver that did not get out in the first bronze driver session was the driver of this car on screen, Liam Talbot. Hasn't driven yet today. He is the reigning Australian GT champion and did finish on the podium at this race last year. So of all the drivers in the bronze category that probably can get away with having less laps than the others, it's Liam Talbot in an Audi at Bathurst. So it's a great opportunity for Liam as the field lines up at pit exit. Kenny Habul aboard his car, Stephen Grove aboard his car, Adrian Dietz aboard his car at pit exit.
So Kenny in the
attention teams, pit exit is open, practice 4 has commenced.
There we go, countdown begins. The 75 car, the 75 Express, they've got the last box before the pit exit. Is that really the advantage that everybody says he has? Because the only thing I can see is he has got to cut back to the right and weave in between the pylon.
Yeah, that is the only downside of being at pit exit, end of pit lane. It is a tight exit out of the box to get around the cone and the pit exit lights, but it is such an advantage, particularly on fuel races where you can see what your opposition's doing and then react to their position as their cars transit down pit lane as they're exiting. You can plonk yourself just in front of them and keep your track position.
Talking about the drivers driving their own cars, this is the session where they get a bit of ROI, a bit of return on their investment for buying a very nice GT3 car. They actually get to drive it this session around one of the great racetracks, 6.213 Ks. This is just a little refresher in and around the campgrounds down there at the bottom of the mountain, which this year are filled with a record number of campsites, over 2,800 campsites sold for the event this year, second only to the great race in terms of camping in Australian motorsport now, which is really cool. That's the elevation change as well. Temperature at the moment, 24.2 degrees, but the difference to the last session is it's had a solid hour of UV in the racetrack now, so there's been some sunshine. Finally, the clouds have parted this afternoon, so while the ambient temperature hasn't come up, the feels like certainly has, and there's been some UV beaming down onto the racetrack, so the track temperature will have been climbing slowly from practice 3 earlier on today. Did a little patrol of the lane, caught up with Jules Gounon, and we're talking about the 75 car, and they weren't particularly happy with that car in any of the practice sessions, and they've had a big swing in setup and ended up going back to where they were last year. But Gounon was saying the car was really twitchy, really hard to drive this morning, and if Jules Gounon's reporting that, then you generally believe what he's saying, and it mustn't have been a very nice thing. So he said they've made quite a big swing in this for the session. At the other end of the equation, I caught up with Mark Sini at Hallmark Property Group and Team MPC, and Mark told his engineer, if you change a thing on this car, you're out. Going home. It's beautiful. We're not changing it at all.
Well, I caught up with Lee Holdsworth after practice 1 this morning. He said the exact same thing about that car. He goes, that's the best I've ever felt first session at the 12-hour.
Oh, really?
So that's high praise from someone that's won the 1,000 and done plenty of the 12 hours. So that team clearly very happy. And if you're the engineer on that car, you just put your feet up on the desk and eat ice cream for the rest of the day while Mark goes out and drives around for 40 minutes.
And now he's a well-known engineer on that car this weekend, so he's going to have a very quiet weekend, I think. Work out how much fuel to put in and send it. And in fact, both Audis, technical problems aside for the 183 car, have been very strong. I think I can hear action down in the lane. Shay Adam,
yes.
Basking in the sunshine.
I've actually slithered into a garage for a quick bit of shade because I wanted to talk to a guy who normally gets to drive one of the best liveried cars in IMSA. Now you're in a Shell Porsche. Lauren Heinrich, how do you get so lucky to drive all these cool cars?
Yeah, I think I'm really lucky to drive all these beautiful Porsches. I mean, Rexy is great, but also this Shell, the Bad Motorsport Park livery is great. I mean, it's similar to the 962 from a few years ago, which is quite cool. I really like it, and just got the first pictures of that magnificent car around the mountain. I mean, it's amazing to see it, and I'm looking forward to give it some more laps tomorrow.
Well, you were going very well in that last practice session. You were troubling the top of the charts in times. What is it like to try and get up to speed around Mount Panorama when you've never been here before?
It's daunting, but at the same time quite rewarding, I would say, because it's a track where you really have to work your way up. You cannot start at 105% and then go down because the track will simply penalize you. So I really like tracks like this. Obviously, people who know me, they know that I did a lot of sim, so that helps. You don't get many laps here because of the schedule. So actually today I had 17 laps, and you really got to make use of them. I have a great team around me. They prepared us drive as well. Also, Morris is a rookie here, so thanks for the trust, from the team to put 2 rookies here as the pros in the lineup. I had a great time around the mountain, so now I will dig some data and video and try to improve for tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
23-year-old German Lauren Heinrich. I spoke to Jesse Schikin about him moments before this session, and he said he'd 4 laps and he was in the low 4s. Yeah. These pros are remarkable how quickly they get up.
He's also very good at virtual racing, Lauren Heinrich. Had a question here from Pirate Hawk Pierre via B12Hr and RSL_studio. Have we ever had an NSX GT3 here?
2020.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I thought so.
It was one of the cars that stopped actually on the run to McPhillamy Park when Marvin Kirchhoffer had that enormous accident at the top of the hill in the lead up to qualifying on that stupidly hot Saturday we had, where the track was at its angriest that I've ever seen Mount Panorama. And yeah, the Honda Park there, that's the only time, the one Honda NSX GT3 car we've had here.
I think that the last one in major competition is now not being used, although I've just checked up, and the homologation for that car, which includes the Evo 22 upgrade on that car, goes through till 2028, the end of 2028. It was first homologated in March 2017. That was the car that was designed for Honda and Acura by JAS Motorsport.
I seem to recall one running in GT Asia at a couple of rounds last year. Maybe
I think they've built on that now. Yeah. Gradient and the US have gone to a Ford Mustang GT3, and there was one I think that was running in GT300 for a little while. In the GT3 version of GT.
I remember racing against that NSX. And it was a rocket ship in a straight line. Like I monstered across the top of the mountain, and then they just pointed straight out of Forest Elbow. See you later. It was so fast.
Try and throw the bungee cord off before they got away.
You try and get a tow for the first half of Conrod and just give up because it was too far up the road by then.
The problem that car had is it rocks up with the strongest GT3 build that's ever been assembled in Australia. So one car operating first time here, learning this place, it was hard to show what that car was capable of. It was a fan favourite, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'll be missed. Certainly will. We're not sure what's going to happen there with Honda and Acura. Honda's, how can I say it? They have rationalised all of their world racing on 2 and 4 wheels on and off-road under HRC now. So Honda Performance Development in the States has been subsumed into HRC. And we are yet to find out what's happening with them in sports cars and endurance race. They've got the Acura, of course, they race in the States in the GTP, but that car's never come out of IMSA competition as yet. All right, 8 minutes gone. Kenya Bulls at the top of the charts.
This is Brad Schumacher's first meaningful laps, long run in the Arise Racing GT Ferrari. And this is Kenny bouncing the 75 Express Merc over that curb on the rundown Brock Skyline. You're braking and turning and looking at pretty hefty concrete walls as the road disappears beneath your feet down towards the Gazoo Racing Dipper. And this is a little bit earlier in the lap, past Frog Hollow that we were talking about earlier today, and the famed Metal Grate, and then the utter roller coaster ride that is McPhillamy Park. Just to the left up here is the John Hinksman Vista. It's one of the underrated lookout areas. Just pop off to the side of the road where those, I think that's some of our volunteer officials under the sign. That's a really good spot to watch racing cars if you're lucky enough to do it as a volunteer official. It's a good reason to go and sign up at Motorsport Australia. Get a posse like that. Rare air up there.
Best view of the sport. Yeah.
Terrific place.
Always good to have a... Hey, Goff, Cruzy and I were talking about this earlier in the week. Just had a bit of a moment at the top of the mountain a moment or two ago. And no, that's fine. We were just talking about how the signage changes the look of the place around here.
Yeah.
So we've gone to gold and black. We've got the Gazoo Racing black and red. Does that affect the drivers in terms of you come back here and you go, hang on a minute, my reference point's not there?
Absolutely. It makes a big difference when any of the signage changes. And traditionally in the 1000, year on year, a lot of the signage is the same. So if you're used to doing the 1000 and then you roll into town at the start of the year for the 12 hour, go, hang on a minute, this all looks a bit different, because like Forest Elbow doesn't have BMW all over at the 1000 weekend. What is also very tricky is when the walls are black like that at the start of the race. Actually finding the wall, because we don't light this place up. You literally run from just race car headlights. So finding the apex at the cutting, for example, the fast way at the cutting is to basically scrape the mirror on the inside wall at the cutting. So finding that in the dark against a black concrete wall is a bit tricky sometimes. So there's a lot of black walls this year, as you see from the sponsors. So nice to see some little messages at the apex to Forest
I quite
Elbow.
like that, actually. Yeah. I think that's all right. It's not nasty graffiti on there that we sometimes see.
Well, hence to Garth's point, hence the yellow fluoro.
Yeah.
Almost at the apex at the elbow there.
When I did the start here, I actually asked Craig Baird, who's the driver standards officer, and I asked him if they were able just to go along with some reflective tape. And all the pinch points where it will be black, just put some reflective tape there, so at least you could see and find those pinch points so that you knew where to position your car for that first hour in the morning at the start of the race.
Garth Tander, who along with Richard Krill and me, John Hinder, have been talking you through today. Been a pretty busy day. We've had the two Genesis out there on the circuit doing some laps. We've had the extraordinary sound of the Aston Martin Vulcan and Tony Quinn screaming around at 4 or 5 laps at a time and scraping the car off the bottom of the ground. That is an awesome machine. Of course, we are waiting for the debut, or debut, as you would say, of the, you know, as I go along.
I said nothing.
Okay.
The Valkyrie you're talking about.
Of course, the Valkyrie. Testing. It's in testing at the moment. Actually, it was testing all over the weekend when the Harter Racing guys were at Daytona and on their way down here. That car's out on the track at the moment with one of their drivers, one of their other drivers who's not here at the moment, obviously, because he could be doing both things. An extraordinary thing, and we'll see that car soon.
Sebring.
Yes, Sebring, and they're also getting, obviously, getting ready to go into the World Endurance Championship as well. Sebring,
I'd just like to put it out into the cosmos that Ian James, who's Harder Racing and does an amazing job behind that program, that this event next year, and realising, of course, the logistical complications of the 24 hours of Daytona being the week before, I think in our demonstration sessions next year, an Aston Martin Valkyrie hypercar would be entirely appropriate, and maybe with Ferrari's renewed involvement in this race,
a 499 might come down.
Or maybe one of the 499 customer track day cars.
Sure.
Come down. It's about, I think it's about 20 of those built now.
We're not picky in Australia.
And while we're at it, I mean, Porsche with an enormous presence in Australian motorsport, so a 963, thank you very much.
And look, Ford have just announced that they're heading back to hypercar, so maybe it wouldn't be a bad place to take a car down Mount Panorama.
So I think next year's demonstration, so Shane Rutt.
So the support category next year could be LMP hypercar, LMP1 hypercars.
Demonstration sessions, of course,
but Aston Martin could, when you think about what Aston Martin's done in terms of their super hyper mega cars, so you could have a 177.
You could have the whole suite.
You could have the whole suite of cars, couldn't you?
I was just thinking, Jules Gounon did what, a 55 something in that completely ridiculous de-restricted aeroed up GT3 car.
Yeah.
Imagine a hypercar.
That'd be in the high 20s.
I mean, I'm here for that. I'm not the one driving it, so.
The sound in the background is that of the normally aspirated V10. That's installed behind the driver in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, which is, I don't need to tell you he's on Conrod at the moment because he's played flat for half an hour. It's just great. Earlier on when we were watching the onboards, I think one thing it's difficult to convey, even with the onboards, is just how much of a crown of the road is there, Garth, when you come through at the end of the chase through the left, right. Do you have to modify your line and not take such a traditional line, maybe turn it a little bit later then?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the tricks of this circuit, is understanding not only the elevation change, but the crown change in the road. And I had a good chat with Fabian Schiller after his practice session, and we were talking about this part of the road, going up Mountain Straight and into turn 2, how the way the road profile works. He goes, oh, I feel like I'm turning in too early. And I said, no, turn 2, you turn in early, and then when you think you've turned in too early, turn in earlier again. And then he sort of looked at me confused, and we were going through some vision, and then I showed him the way the crown and the road works there, and he said, okay, it makes some sense now. So you have to not only deal with like this, the elevation change when you go across the top of the mountain, but just also the crowns and the banking in the road. And you know, we heard from Valentino Rossi when he was speaking with Shea in that practice session, and he was talking about that. There's some banking here and there's some there. So it's all those little tricks of this place that you've got to get your head around.
I was really gearing up for you to do a Valentino Rossi impression talking about.
Oh, no, that's not going to happen.
No.
Hello.
What did you? You didn't commit to that. Over Brock Skyline goes Grant Denyer, who
Australia's shortest game show host.
Yes, there's a little argument internally in that team as to who is the one with the least amount of height between he and Tony D'Alberto.
Oh, yeah.
And Brendan Leach isn't the tallest man around either. But Adrian Dietz,
it's regular height.
The average back to normal.
He's regular. He's the same height as me. Yeah.
Have you got the stats for the shortest and tallest driver?
I don't keep those records, John, unfortunately.
Cher has them.
Sure, I have no doubt she does. That's why she...
That's going to be a theme now,
That's why
JT,
she
isn't it?
is
All the way
best.
through.
Oh, I yield to Shay's. She's better at all of this than I am, no doubt about it. They're in a really good space, this team. They've learned a lot from having Brendan Leach, Lambo driver, factory Lambo driver, in the team, and they've had 3 days of testing at Sydney Motorsport Park. They've got Paul Forgy on board from an engineering point of view. They've got some support from the Squadra Corsa Lamborghini factory GT racing outfit as well here this weekend, as they have in the past. They're flying the flag for Lamborghini this weekend, and it's part competitive, and yes, they want results, but it's also Adrian and Grant and Tony and bringing Brendan in, having a really enjoyable weekend, and they genuinely love this event and love being here. So it's a good vibe down in that garage. There's always people floating around the outside, and that Lambo is a very popular car, so it's a good story.
And one of a number of brilliant liveries this weekend.
No.
I agree with that. This is, in terms of liveries, this has got to be the best looking grid that we've ever had in the GT3.
I mean, we haven't even talked about Absolute bringing back the Kangaroo livery from 2020, an evolution of Kenny's cars look great. In the beaming sunshine, that car, sort of the burnt metallic orange, the flat orange that Kenny has run basically in perpetuity on that car, looks great. They're putting that car on the garage rollers to get it inside. So
now, is that because they're happy or because they're unhappy? I think Shear's down somewhere near there, Shear, to the end of pit lane.
I'm going to find out. I was down with Wall Racing. They're about to do a driver change, and Grant Denyer will be jumping out, so I definitely want to chat with him. But yeah, I'll see if everything is good with 75 Express.
I wonder if this is down to what we were talking about earlier, where Gunon was saying they're having a big swing with the setup on that car, and if you're going to burn a practice session to play with the car and the balance and the way the car's behaving, this is probably the one to do it. And this is probably the one that will closest reflect the racing conditions as well throughout the peak of the 12-hour race on Sunday. Forecast to be 30 degrees, bright sunshine, so the track conditions will be relatively similar, so you're going to get like for like, and you want your race car to be comfortable for the full 720 minutes on Sunday.
In fairness, any weather forecast at the mountain is an approximation, though, isn't it?
I mean, it's a guessing game, but you can only work on the information the Bureau provides.
Well, that's true.
You generally look 2 days either side of race day.
Yeah.
So you get an understanding of the weather trend.
Correct.
And Monday looks okay and Tuesday looks okay at Bathurst. But you're right, John, there's always an asterisk at Mount Panorama when you're talking about the weather.
Quite simply because it is an elevation change. It can create its own weather trends. Yeah, because how the air is, and we've seen thunderheads bubble up from nothing in, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Well, we had a shower here yesterday on setup day that if that happened in the middle of the race, it would have been enough water on the racetrack to people to either stop or not stop.
Yeah.
So it would have been one of those Jeopardy type situations. and it only hung around for about 10 minutes. So that happens in the race. And that one came from nowhere. Well, I remember being one of the motorhomes with one of the teams and like, is it raining outside? Where's that come from?
Well, there was a show on Tuesday night after John and I were leaving a very enjoyable dinner that would have been hard enough to throw a red flag. It was that heavy for 15 minutes. Shay?
Just a quick update, guys. I checked in with 75 Express. Kenny got wheeled back into the garage. He talked to Jules Gounon. Jules held up 2 fingers. Kenny, and not in a bad way, I should say that. It was not a gesticulation of any kind. They wheeled Kenny back out after making 0 adjustments to the car, dropped him off the air jacks and sent him back out. So I think they've asked Kenny to scrub in a couple more sets of tires while he's got an opportunity. But he wasn't indicating that there was anything wrong with the car. He was just saying, hey guys, it's doing this when I do this. I think we're probably good for today. And the team going, no, you're not done yet, buddy.
Some operational work to do. Does the team owner put him to work? Why not? Go and scrub some tyres.
I tell you what, whoever lined up that VW Amarok banner across Conrod Street has really earned their corn this weekend, because every time I look up there, it looks like it's parked. The colours are perfect, and it looks like it's parked halfway up Conrod Street. It's like, oh no, it's okay.
The Gurus at Sign Event, great partner of supercars across the course of the season, and the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 out. They do a nice job. It's a big job prepping the circuit. There it is. Parked on
Angle
Conrod.
parked on Conrod, that's no problems. So it's actually curious that they've sent Kenny out scrubbing more tyres, because I think the GMR team were onto it early, and they've probably scrubbed, to my count, they've scrubbed 4 sets at least. And then I think the 75 team have then decided, oh, I can see what they're doing, we're going to do the same. And I think this is set 4 for them.
Yeah.
So, and they're the only 2 teams that I can see. So curiously 2 Mercedes teams, but none of the other teams I've seen going to the effort that those 2 teams have done to prepare tyres.
Does it make a difference, Garth, the condition of the track when you are scrubbing that in?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make that much of a difference.
Because you're not taking that
you're
much out of
you're not at the limit of the car. So you could see then when Kenny was doing it, he was rolling the car. He wasn't overstressing the front tyre on the ABS, nor was he hard on the throttle leaving the corner. So you really, all you're doing is going out there to take the shine off the tyre, take the mould release off the tyre. And for me, it doesn't sound like, I've been trying to do a bit of investigating up and down pit lane why it's going on. Doesn't sound like it's for more consistency over the stint. It is literally for the first half of the lap on the outlap.
Really?
We were talking about track position and qualifying and all the rest of it. And then the start of the race, the start of 12 hours of racing will come on Sunday morning, and we'll all say, oh, they're just going to play their hand in, and they won't. They'll go crazy, and they'll all try and get track position. And now it's got to the point that they're worried about the first half of an outlap, that they don't want to lose time or lose any potential for track position. So that's what I think I've narrowed it down to, that it's the first 30 seconds when those tyres go on the car.
I like it. 2:06.09 for Liam Talbot. The Audi R8 goes quickest as he tips into turn 1. He plays the car down through Elf Lubricants Murray's Corner, the final corner. Great to have Elf on board as a partner for the event, multi-year deal. So the official lubricants of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour global brand linked to sports car racing as well. And she's got to send a little shout out to bloke that's been around the sport a long time, Craig Rundle, who's over in the Elf stand, just on the way into the racetrack in Harris Park. So g'day to Craigo, and some nice Elf branding on Murray's Corner this year. They got more black walls, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, very good. It looks great. It really does. Now a little bit of work going on down in the pit lane.
Superbarn Supermarkets, at this point, the only team I can find in pit lane who have bought a coffee cart and a barista for their own personal.
Well, yeah, I mean, that does sound like a very Richard Crail stat, that one. So usually Crail is the go-to man for coffees at a race meeting, so he's done his prep already ahead of Sunday morning.
One needs to know where to go at a 5:45 a.m. race start.
Have a listen.
Team in pit lane, and look like they're doing a bit of work in the cockpit around the driver's seat. Change the drink bottle.
Come on, fire it up.
Fire it up. John's waiting. He wants to hear this thing.
This is the joy of having the camera right next to it.
I wonder whether there was a driver change there as well. So just finalising the buckling up process, or there's an alt control delete going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Liam Talbot's going on with it at the top of the timing screen. He's currently set the fastest first and second sectors, and is going to look to take another half a second out of his lap time. So although Talbot missed the first bronze driver session earlier this morning, he's making up for lost time, no doubt, and lays down a 5.5 now. That's a pretty respectable lap time. We'll see what he does actually do when he comes to the line. Here he comes. 5.61, that's a 10th out, but not a bad lap from Liam Talbot. He's currently 1.5 seconds up the road from Kenny Habul, who's second.
The 10th out.
This
I know. It's not good enough, is it?
I'll try harder tomorrow.
I'm very disappointed with my co-commentator so far.
Well, it's not my fault, actually. If Liam did his best last sector, he would have done it.
He would have survived.
Exactly, correct.
Lift your game, Liam.
This is going to be the last 45 minutes of the race on Sunday. And if we've got weather like this in the last 45 minutes of the race on Sunday, I'll be absolutely delighted.
You'll have that, no problem. You should lock it in.
Okay.
Famous last word.
Gee, that's bold. Oh, wow.
That is bold.
Brad Schumacher jumps to second place in the Arise Racing GT Ferrari. That's car 36. So choice 6, 7, 8 for Bradley.
Bit of impetus just jumped into this session. I'm seeing a lot of green and purple on the timing screen. Green means the driver's personal best. Purple means session best sectors. And Kenny Habul has just done his best middle sector, and that's the sector across the top of the mountain. So he's not roading tyres anymore. Maybe he's just decided to have a crack on a new set.
No, I've had enough of roading.
Yeah, no, well, if I'm going to put my tyres on my car, I'm going to have a crack. So
we were speaking earlier today about how these two corners at the bottom of the hill, so Elf Lubricants Murray's and Hell Corner, on paper the two easiest corners, but cause all the dramas. I was watching that in-car with Liam Talbot. The fact you brake at about 75 metres for the final corner is probably part of the reason why so much crazy stuff happens down there. And how many times do we see cars going and having a brief visit at the National Motor Racing Museum entryway down at the escape road there near the Peter Brock statue?
Well, we've been talking about bumps going up Mountain Straight earlier today, and the bumps into the braking zone in the final corner have got a lot worse as well, and they're particularly offline. So if someone has a big move and shoves it up the inside, and this caught me out at the 1000 this year, if you get offline and try a passing manoeuvre up the inside, the bumps are so bad, it really upsets the front axle. And an ABS car, that'll run the car on considerably into the corner. So that's something that the drivers will need to keep on.
Well, they're noticeable in a road car. Driving out of the circuit of a night, that's the way out we go. And you can feel it in the road car.
So you're having a crack on the way out of the racetrack, are you, Crail?
No,
yeah, right. It's trying to set purple sectors on the way back to the house.
Kilometres an hour max.
Talking about setting purple sectors, Liam Talbot has further improved that fastest lap time of the session, 2:05.0. So didn't spend a whole lot of time in that mid 2:05s, straight into a 5.0. So,
and on that point, gents, these two cars in particular that we're watching, so 183 Audi Liam Talbot, 75 Kenny Habul, this is where the race is won or lost for these two cars, because while they're bronze drivers, they're entered in the pro class. So they can do an hour of the race, and that's it. They're done
at any time.
If they want to, at any time.
That's
exactly right
as well.
And then your two pro drivers can do 340 minutes each, and you only end up 40 minutes short. A stint is going to be an hour plus or minus 10%. So you're going to be doing an hour in the car at least. The lap time that Liam Talbot does and the lap time that Kenny Habul can do in these two cars will decide where they play out once these drivers have done their stints on Sunday.
Kenny's improving.
Yeah.
He's done the overall best first sector. He's done his best second and third sectors of himself.
Yeah, he had a bit of a scrappy middle sector on that lap. We picked him up and he ran it a little bit wide coming down to the dipper. But still improved the lap time. The one trick with this strategy of having a bronze driver in an all-pro layout or lineup is that it makes the two actual pros driving time, the window's very tight. You need to manage that very, very... I was talking to Jules Gounon on Thursday, and he said to me, oh, Kenny wants to do 2 hours this race, and we're not going to let him. and I said, oh, yeah, but... And he goes, yeah, well, we do need to be careful. We need to be really careful with our driving time, and it'll be the same for this car on screen with Liam Talbot, Brock Feeney, and Ricardo Fella.
The longer you can get out of it.
Yeah, and that's why your point is an important one, Rich, that if your bronze driver in a pro lineup can be competitive and can go with the pros, even if he's just sitting on the back of the train, if you can squeeze that out to an hour and a half or even 2 hours, then it opens up your window and your flexibility for your two pro drivers later in the race.
But if it's let's say it's even 60 laps, so give or take 2 hours, and a Talbot or a Kenny or somebody else gives away a second a lap, 60 seconds.
Half a lap.
It's a minute, it's half a lap. You're still in the mix.
Yeah, safety car
one
and you're back
safety
in the
car,
game.
you're right back into it. So that's the task for those guys. It does put an enormous amount of pressure on them. But both of those guys have been here enough and are good enough now to manage that and to be able to deal with that over the course of the race. Which is why I love the fact that that rule exists. Yeah, that there's no minimum driver time for a bronze, and people have seen in the pro, and people have seen this loophole and are running with it, time and time again. And last year, 2 of the 3 cars on the podium ran that strategy.
Yeah.
So I love that that's a thing that exists that can give guys like that an opportunity to win outright at this race, and not, and I say not just go for an outright win.
John, can I ask you a question? You're a Porsche man that's seen plenty of GT3 Porsche cars. Why does it look like the Porsche has a column shift in front of the steering column?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. It's a good question. It's like my old.
It's like an old hole.
I've never watched that before, so you just mentioned it, and now I'll never be able to see it any other way.
Well, it just looks like it's got column shift. Is that how they put it into gear or something? I don't know. I'm going to go down and see Yasser Shaheen after this session and ask him what that's for.
Yeah.
It's been bugging me all day.
Is the steering column shift?
No, it won't be the adjuster for underneath. That's underneath, so it clearly would do something. They only have functional items in a GT3 race car, so
it's true enough. I mean, that GT3 now owes so much to the RSR that came before it, the RSR 19, including, of course, the 4.2, nearly 4.2 engine, that beautiful flat 6, normally aspirated, horizontally opposed engine, the boxer engine, and it's something like 4187. And I asked one of the engineers at Le Mans a few years ago when it was in the back of the RSR, I said, it's not quite 4.2, is it? He says, that's as close as we can get it. And he showed me an engine that was sitting there with the heads off, and you looked at it and went, oh, yep, that's...
We cannot get the bores any closer to each other than that capacity.
I'm telling you, man, it was a brilliant bit of engineering. Shea, just under 10 minutes to go in the pit lane. What's the atmosphere like down there, and where are you?
Well, I've actually found a sneaky bronze. I put forth to the court Grant Denyer, because always quick at this place. And Grant, you've been telling me for years, all Wall Racing wants to do is get a win for Adrian in this Lamborghini. Last year, you guys did it. You came back. Is it because all you want is to defend that win now?
Oh, because that's the best feeling in the world. You know, I've worked in television for 25 years, but still standing on the top step of a podium and spraying champagne in each other's eyes until you cry is a pretty darn good feeling, and I'll take that any day of the week. So, yeah, God, yeah.
You've changed up the driver lineup ever so slightly this year. What was the thinking behind that?
Oh, Brendan is he's a gun in Lamborghinis. He's got quite a good connection with the factory as well, which is always great for those relationships of sort of, we got an engineer out here from Italy, from Lamborghini, and, you know, he won a series, the Super Trofeo series overseas, so, you know, he's hot to trot and he's super quick around here, and he put it on pole here at a GT3 race in November. So, yeah, his knowledge of these cars and his speed is a great asset. But then you got Tony D'Alberto's just as fast, you know, and a super cool, wise head. So it's good fun. It's, you know, and it's just me, just being me.
You guys are just having a good time out here, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I've probably done about 10,000 laps around here in the last 25 years, driving all sorts of different stuff. So I'm still faster than I've ever been. And yeah, this is the fastest lap I've kind of ever set in a GT3 car before. So, but you know what it's like when you drive a number 4, you get all the old tyres and the full tanks. Good fun.
Isn't it awesome? Well, at least you get half a bronze section. How advantageous is it when you've got fewer cars out there?
Yeah, it's nice. Look, it's an intimidating place, and if you're only driving once a year, these cars are so blindingly fast, your brain's not quick enough to process it. So if you've got other distractions like fast Europeans and factory drivers sort of boxing your ears in, it can be pretty hard on the dudes who don't drive very often, and particularly the gentleman drivers. So yeah, I think it makes it a better race. It certainly makes it a safer race, and there's people who aren't then sort of necessarily bending as many cars in the carnage.
What are you expecting for the start of the race?
That I won't be in it. There's no way I'd want to do that. But it's, you know, we're shooting for the shootout, and because Brendan is on form with that appearance that he had in November, I think he'll surprise a lot of people. Yeah, I think this. this could be a great showing by the Lambo, the only one in the field, and she's a bit of an icon with that glowing paint scheme, so it'd be nice to sort of push it up the front.
Yeah, what's it like to drive a fan favorite livery now?
Yeah, it's cool. It's iconic, right? Like, all the kids love it. It's one of the most popular paint schemes in the world because it's so different and unusual and very striking, and it had a little evolution last year where it sort of got modernised a little bit, and it's a sexy beast. It really is.
I think maybe modernising the livery is what got you guys to the top step last year, so let's see if you can make it 2 for 2.
Maybe I'll just get a Sharpie and go in there and modernise it, with my initials, or draw a funny face or something on there to modernise it this time around.
We will spend the entire 12 hours trying to figure out where you've drawn on the card. Good luck to you.
My pleasure.
Glad, Ted, you're having a good time with Shahid Adam. Spent a long time having a chat with him actually at Track to Town, and he loves life. They all do in that car. It's really good. And the slight modernisation was that it was fully concentric circles on the old car. The old car's here, actually. It's in the back of their garage, just at the back of the paddock. And it's kind of melted. It's almost looked like it's melted around the car on the Evo version of the Huracan. But it looks absolutely stunningly good.
He's a lad, Grant, didn't you? And has won here now in class in the 12-hour and the back of 6-hour in production car racing. So a genuine track record at this place.
Oh, and massively undervalued and underappreciated as a race car driver. I mean, we give him a hard time. We've been mates with him forever, but he can drive a race car, and he undersells it himself. But he definitely got the skills. And if he did more racing, his schedule allowed him to do more racing, he would be certainly capable of running at the front of the field when he needed to.
Big slide at the top of the mountain by Ryan Sorensen in the blue McLaren Artura GT4. That's the number 25 car. Didn't seem to spook him though. Looked like it gave me a little bit of warning there, Garth. It wasn't a snap, it was a more progressive slide.
Yeah, it looked like a big lazy oversteer, didn't it? So if you're going to have an oversteer moment, then one of those is what you want, where it actually gives you about half an hour warning. So thankfully, because there's not a lot of room going down through the S's with this part of the track, was on the previous lap. And it was a little bit wide, and a little bit wide there again. So I think he's maybe getting to the curb a little bit earlier, the right-hander before the dipper, and that's running him wide. So you got Chaz Mostert as your team owner. You can just go yank on Chaz's shoulder and say, hey, bit of driver coaching, please.
Exactly.
What do I need to do here?
Coming down to the last 4 minutes of this final session of Fast Friday for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Cruelty, GT and Hindy in the booth. Shit, Adam, down in the pits.
Ask and you shall receive. The next garage down happened to be a Porsche garage, so I dove in. I see the little knob that you guys were talking about that sticks out from behind the steering wheel. I asked some kind Porsche mechanics, what does that do? They said, it moves the steering column. So there you go. There's your answer. And by the way, this car in particular, this Porsche that I dove in to check on, is the number 911. This is the Porsche driven by 2 of our defending race winners and Alessio Picariello, who won it in the Pro-Am class last year. The gearbox and transmission is completely out of the back of this car. They are doing a comprehensive fluid change to it. Let's say they've got lots of new oil going into the car, lots of new oil going into the gearbox and the tranny, and they've even got some containers that are still wrapped in the shrink wrap having come off the plane that they've now broken out and decided to put in. So interesting that that's what's going on in this garage, but I'm seeing lots of work happening in many of the other garages, including the 222, that's the Scott Taylor Motorsports car. They have a new floor set out for that car, so a lot of work going on the cars not participating in this last session of the day.
That's a good point, Shay. Thank you.
Well, this is, I mean, for those not in this session, this is the biggest break they'll have in the schedule. So given you finish tomorrow qualifying at 4:30 in the afternoon, you want to get your crew to bed. You don't want to be here doing all your servicing until midnight the day before a 12-hour race. So a lot of that servicing, like we hear from the Porsche team with engine and gearbox out, new floor going on the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport team, that'll all be programmed. Even to the point where I feel like the 14 Aston Martin not doing this session, it didn't look like they had any problems. It looked like they were just planned, we're not going to do this session. They could have if they wanted to.
Well, and because the start of the day's been so relatively trouble-free for almost everybody, it's 2 minutes to go. Come on. Don't put your head in your hands like that. It's fine. I waited until the end to say it.
Well, I didn't say it at all in the session until the checkers came out.
Yeah, you can afford to do that. In the knowledge that tomorrow you've got 2 1-hour practice sessions.
Yes.
So 20 minutes extra. So 40 minutes of extra practice tomorrow on top of the length of the sessions today, plus a half hour each in qualifying in Q1 and Q2. Those 2 sessions are going to be really good for everybody too, because the track density is going to be quite low for both of them. So the fast cars will be out together. The cars that might not be quite in the top 10 will be all out together. Everyone's going to be able to get their own little bit of racetrack and then fight their way into that 15-minute Pirelli pole battle, which is the biggest format change this year, is that it's just one flat-out 15-minute qualifying session. And last year it was 30 minutes, and it came out of the fact that the car that did the most laps in that session last year did 6 laps. Yeah. Now you can do that in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So 6 laps is all you need to do a lap to get pole position, and that's what they're going to get this year if they choose to use all of them.
Well, the car that got pole position did one push lap.
It was out.
Went out, did one push lap. That'll do. Park it up.
Thanks very much. Yeah. I have to say that as much as, I mean, I'm old enough to remember the old Formula 1 1-hour qualifying sessions. And if you watch the tape...
You stayed awake through all of them.
Pretty much, yeah. no, I did. I still watch all that. But, you know, it was always the last 5 minutes. And in IMSA, for many years, we've been down to a 15-minute qualifying session. And in some categories, the old GTLM days, the GTEs, it would maybe be a couple of build laps to get the tyres in, and then a couple of quick laps. The P2s, they're out for 15 minutes because they've got to be driven by the arms.
Yeah.
And it's a nice balance between a pro driver in the pro categories being able to go out as the checkers flag comes out, between the pro drivers and go flat out once they've got their tyres up to temp pressure and do a one and done. And the non-pro drivers in the non-pro categories where there are them, to be able to say, I can build. And as the racing fuel comes down, the tyres have still got the longevity to deliver a lap at the end.
Well, there are 2 famous racetracks in the world where economy of laps are the benchmark for qualifying. And one of them's Indy, where you get 4 to the 500, and here, 1. Generally in the shootout, which is what this place is so famous for. You'll get maybe more than that here this weekend with the format we've got, but yeah, if there's ever an argument for economy in qualifying laps, it's Mount Panorama, where for the big race in October, it's 1 lap to put yourself on pole, and that's it.
And given the weather forecast for tomorrow afternoon, there's enough temperature in the circuit, and the teams will have all sorts of tricks of where they position their tyres before they go in the car in the sun, that they'll get the tyre probably slightly warmer than it would normally be going into that qualifying session, and the drivers will be able to go out and do it in that 1 lap.
And that's a good point for those of you who are perhaps tuning in for the first time or been watching a lot of different motor racing recently. No artificial warming on the tyres, so no warming cabinets, no electric blankets, nothing like that. If you can get away with it, you'll put the tyres out in the sun well in advance and try and get a little bit of radiated heat onto them. And of course, as you've been saying, Garth, all through today, people have been scrubbing in tyres for that first half a lap on the outlap.
Yeah, but that won't be for qualifying.
You think they'll use brand new?
They'll use what we call in Australia a green tyre, brand new tyre for qualifying, because they have the outlap. They don't have to go maximum performance when they leave pit lane, so they can prepare the tyre on that outlap. Whereas in the race, you can't prepare the tyre, you've got to go. So that's why I think they're roading tyres and preparing tyres for the race for that outlap. But going into qualifying and also the shootout, they'll be using a brand new tyre. So.
And at the end, on offer, the Alan Simonson Pole Awards, which is iconic to this place now, and I won't give it away yet, but we've got something really cool to present that tomorrow as well, which is going to be really, really nice. This is how they ended at practice 4 with the second session in a row, the 103 Audi in the top 2. So good stuff from Liam Talbot, who had a really effective session with a 5.0, 8/10 quicker than Kenny Habul, with Yasser Shahin doing the job in the 91 Porsche. Next, Brad Schumacher in the Ferrari 4th. Ian James, Stephen Grove, solid day I think for Grove Racing in that Mercedes AMG 6th. Marcel Zalua Strong in the Valmont car in 7th, and Kandura Steetsson-Sini rounding out the 10th. David Crampton, good to see that car, the mighty KTM, getting some laps today and running nicely ahead of qualifying tomorrow. we say this every Friday at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, the form guide. Everyone's still in it.
More questions than answers every time at this time of the year. Look, the good news, and it really is good news, nobody's got a big rebuild overnight. Nobody's dropped an engine or a gearbox. Nobody's got a corner to rebuild, Gar.
Yeah, that's great news, isn't it? Because, you know, years gone by, we've seen some pretty significant damage to cars on Friday, and that puts you certainly behind the 8 ball deep into the weekend. So a clean day, even after you two really tempting fate throughout each of the sessions, claiming that we were going to have a clean day. It's nice to say we have had one. And to the form guide, your guess is as good as mine who's going to be on pole position this time tomorrow.
I want to say there is an opposite of the curse of the commentator. So I think positive.
Positive reinforcement is key. And that's what we're delivering in this call this weekend.
All the details of tomorrow's action is on the series website, Rich.
Bathurst12hour.com.au, hashtag B12Hr. Live streaming all the way through tomorrow. Broadcast starts in the afternoon on 7 and Fox, KO and 7 Plus in Australia. Sky Sports if you're watching in New Zealand with our friends across the ditch, and then SRO, GT World, RSL, all the various channels on YouTube and streaming across the globe.
And if you are either bandwidth challenged or you're moving around, we do not want you, as much as I know you want it, we do not want you watching in the car. So that's why the audio stream is available on RS1 via radiolemans.com. It's exactly the same audio that you'll get. And by the way, big props to our audio team, because if you have been listening on that or you've got a set of headphones, plug them in for some of the sessions tomorrow, because the car noises are exquisite this year, better than ever. Extra microphones around the mountain and the stereo effects are sensational when you've got a set of headphones on. Thanks to Shea Adam down in the pit lane, Garth Tander, Richard Crail alongside me, John Hindorf, and a heck of a lot of hard work going in from our on-site crew here in terms of setup and getting us on air for this first day of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Have a great Friday wherever you are, whatever you do. Join us tomorrow, Super Saturday. We'll have more action from the mountain